there. The chairs should be. We'll try something. Somebody sits there. Oh, so it should be pretty closer here. Right? Should I move backwards maybe? Trying to figure out the best view. Check this out. It's better? I don't know. What do you think of this view? If someone's just there,
someone's gonna blow it. Hey, people in front of you though. Can you bring it up higher?
You should be able to. This is as far as it goes.
No, the legs.
Let me see.
And then pull the legs down. Each one of those, step right here.
Oh yeah, that's better. That was good.
There you go.
There you go.
I think they have a little too many chairs in here. Is another thing I'm thinking. I think 2 chairs per desk, but I don't know. Once you get a lot of people in there, I don't know how you get 3 per desk. There you go. And then tighten that up. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Twist that, I think, to tighten it up.
Oh, this one?
No, this handle right here. Oh, there you go. Now what do you got? That's much better. Now I'll be able to tighten.
So I think I need to.
I would bring it back here, and then that way, just don't want people tripping over. How about if we turn it like as close as we can get it, then you can. There you go.
And I think it's power here. Maybe. Awesome. Yeah, what do you think? Check this out. Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Yep. The only thing is, there you might have to bring it. You also might want to do, instead of that, you can bring it over next to the desk and you plug it in right here, so you can go like this.
Oh, like center it a little.
Yeah, we'll just because people are going to want to walk through here, but then you can plug it in right here.
I want to be stage myself. Stage myself. Don't mind.
No. Yeah. Why don't we do that? Pull out one of these chairs.
See what we're doing here? We're doing like cameramen.
multiple tries.
This is perfect.
This here. Will not trip over it.
Let me call her and let her know. Do you mind going to the link for the invitation? Because I have the YouTube that is streaming. So see how it goes.
This one?
Yes, go to my
Oh, yeah.
Oh, where's the registration?
Yeah, we could come today.
I don't know that I have the, that's yesterday's event. I don't know that I have the invitation for today's event.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
But I could probably find it on Twitch.
I'll send it to you. Okay, I think Jim's fine.
Yeah, but
Good morning.
yeah. It's a beautiful week. Maybe some holidays and also next holiday. Yeah, many people is coming visiting basically Loft.
What is
This service is very separate.
Are you on the stream?
Yeah, let's go. Sounds good, right? It's a public Twitch broadcast.
Yeah.
But they didn't want you to post anything on social media.
Bro, what's up, bud? Subash. been a while. What's up?
Now, do you have a cord for it? Can you plug it in?
Yeah, I have a power cord. Can you check the YouTube stream as well?
They'll have an application. Yep. Testing. Well, it's only going to be the volume off of this thing, right? I mean,
Yeah,
the volume, the audio is going to be terrible. I don't know.
So.
We'll see.
Unless we move it closer to the front, because I want.
Well, do they have a mic up there, so they'll be over the speakers?
Yeah.
But that's the other thing you could do is if you wanted to. Instead of being here. If you really want to make the audio better, then move it all the way up.
Yeah, that might be the better. So, guys, I gotta move. Let's see. We want to move this up. Let's see. I just want to see in terms of. Sorry.
Watch the ceiling. There you go. Now you're gonna end up having to block this. When you come here, you'll be blocking the.
The entrance.
Just.
I mean, there's two ways around. That's too close. Well, it's yeah, it's too close.
Yeah, but you're still figuring out a spot.
Yes, but actually, here we found an ideal spot is over there. So we'll probably plug it in. The only thing we're thinking about the audio, if they can hear, because it's depending on the audio from this.
I think the volume in here is, since we combine the rooms, you should be able to hear it from the back.
Okay. So, but the loudspeakers will be working.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it should be fine.
And we could do a test run if you would like, just so you could hear the mics.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
It's already yeah.
Okay.
Do the test. So it's already streaming.
Okay.
So you're already on camera already. So.
I'm gonna stay over here.
Don't worry, we'll believe it. We'll clean it up in post-production.
Post-production
By the way,
live
I want
stream.
to introduce you to Bill.
Hi.
Bill is,
I feel like we've met before. Have you worked at Loft pre-pandemic too, or no?
No,
Okay.
no,
And we had.
I'm new.
So Amara's been the person who's basically made this happen.
Fantastic. Well, nice to meet you. I used to run Loft. I started running Loft Runs in 2018. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, we had about 10,000 people here in 2019. Yeah, we did three-day database week, 3-day analytics week, 2-day blockchain days. Yeah, those were all my events.
Dude, I'm doing everything, man. I'm a cameraman now.
Same exact thing.
I do everything. So basically, I'm doing a YouTube and Marvel stream. So I got this from B&H yesterday.
I can see the tags.
I'm going to return it afterwards. Like, probably I didn't like it.
It looks like the same stuff. It's very nice. When does it?
You don't know, professional stuff.
Listen, man, only the best for AWS. How you been, bro?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely an interesting day.
These are great. A lot of people.
So, how are you settling in?
Great.
How far is I know. I think you're with your company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are developing life insurance service. So we are getting distributed.
Damo? Yeah, Damo. Yeah, we have there's another one we call the Core Project, the open source project.
Charles, I can move over one if you want to sit here next to, and that way.
Yeah, it might be better. I think this is okay because instead they're gonna have on speakers, so it'll probably make life easier. I'll just hook it up. So yeah, but it should be. blockchain.
Just for that.
Yeah. I mean, you already did that. You did that market access for like. Holy shit! That is, yeah. I thought mine was long, and yours was like, that's, yeah. I searched for internalized so you actually have a WhatsApp group with a bunch of folks like all of the guys, Mike, that guy, Mitch,
No, never did work.
started it during before COVID. We get together, we have drinks. So I'm gonna bring add you to the WhatsApp list. You're the ex market access family.
I'm very far.
Exactly.
Like, it took me 2.5 hours to be here.
I know. Are you in Jersey?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm more excited about it. We use Loft.
You got some breakfast or? Okay. So let me, I gotta finish up. Okay. Well, get ready because I gotta rest. What's up, bud? So we started the stream on YouTube and Twitch. So
Yeah.
that's it. That's what it looks like.
So Bill is working on that.
No, well, Bill is checking to make sure the videos.
Can you send me the links and
I'll
I can
send
help
you.
monitor the chats while?
Do you want to, if you want to check the audio, I could go outside the room, listen to the audio while you get somebody up on stage with a mic.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We'll probably sit here with my.
First session's,
I got.
Dude, whenever you buy camera equipment like tripods,
Yes.
as long as you leave the tags on, you don't mess
That's
it
it.
up.
I'm gonna.
You just go
I'm
take
gonna
it back.
This back. Like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't. It's
borrowing.
It was too tall.
It's like a rental, but not really that expensive.
Okay, awesome.
If you guys can pull it off, we'll make the trip. Hey, when it is.
There you go.
Hard to pass up.
Yeah, great.
Let's schedule today. See what comes back. Yes. Obviously, I want to see the results of success scores, kind of like what customers are saying.
It'll be interesting to see once they fire this back up if they start doing pop-up blocks again.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's right. What they'll do is they'll build something like this, small, a little bit smaller, not quite this big, for anywhere from I've seen mine last from anywhere from like 3 to 7 weeks, something like that. And this will just rent a space for 2 months, and they'll pop up a loft, and it'll just be events for 2 months straight. You know, constant events. Berlin, Jakarta. I went out to Jakarta, which was really neat.
Comes from WW, so like whoever organizes that.
It was the same group that runs the loft, the startup lofts. The way the startup lofts used to work.
No, we'll do something? Yeah. Okay. Yep. Morning. Did you register? Let me go there. Hello? So I'm going to test it out now. Hello, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. In the place to be.
Testing completed.
Can you guys hear me on the live stream?
Bill, can you hear him?
Can you guys, can you hear me on the live stream?
Yeah, but very noisy.
No,
Is
Bill,
it-
Bill can't hear.
Noise.
There's a lot of noise.
We're gonna close the door once you're done starting, so we'll knock out.
Okay. Should it be louder?
Bill can't hear yet.
Bill can't hear. Okay.
Speak.
Can you guys hear me? Is it?
Yeah.
Bill, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can hear now. Perfect. Okay. This is good. So are you guys on Twitch?
Yeah.
So what people now want to do is change your name to such with AWS. Yeah? So that way they know you.
Hey, Charles, why don't you go listen and tell me what you think?
Okay.
Where's the mic? Go right in the lobby there with my laptop.
What's the screen?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, Charles. How does the audio sound? Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Charles, can you hear me? Charles? No. Hey, Charles, can you hear that? Testing 1, 2, 3. Charles, how's that sound? It's not perfect. I didn't think it was perfect, but it's okay. Hey, Charles, can you hear? Charles? Oh, I think you can hear. Can you hear? Okay, good. But you gotta be careful sitting here. You don't want to jump.
Yeah.
You'll pick up that shadow.
There's gonna be a lot of pickup.
Yeah, as usual. Everyone's late.
Yeah. I mean, although it is, what time is it? So we're supposed to start production at 8:45 in about 10 minutes, so I have to get myself situated. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
No worries, buddy.
Yeah.
That's a JFK.
I know. It's just like being home.
Yes. It's going new now too.
It is new, but if you kind of squint, you feel like it is the same thing. I mean, it really is the same shape and everything. But it definitely slaps some paint on the place. Yes.
I remember they had the TV right here.
Right, yeah. This way you can close this. You can actually have two rooms. One event here, one event there. So you said the sound goes. It'd be interesting because they're not opening to the public, so I'm not sure.
They opened one in San Francisco, right? I think that one's.
I think it might be, but I'm not. I poked into my head into the loft last fall, and I haven't really talked to them since then. So when this thing popped up, I'm like, we'll see.
I still not open that outside, so I have a couple of
But I don't know. If they're not going to open to the public, what's the elections, right? Yes. The challenge, let's say, here, but it's open to the public. That's what is less of a challenge, but that wasn't necessarily the audience. A lot of things.
Or they come here.
They figure that out. They just get that kind of, I think there was actually more back and forth out of San Francisco. It's more of a startup culture, more of a startup area. This area, less in the Y Combinator thing next door and stuff like that. I also think three chairs are the best. Yeah. Look how tight. There's no way. There's no way. Yeah.
If you're going by the corner.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can just switch computers whenever you're ready.
Hey, how's it going? You didn't go for dinner last night. You didn't go for dinner last night. Oh, you have to go to your They're selling it? No. Where you guys hold? Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, franchise. Okay, awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. First time here, first time. How's everybody doing today? Great. Awesome. All right, so let's get started. My name is Charles Kochu. I am the worldwide ETF specialist for Amazon Managed Blockchain. Thank you very much for coming, and I really appreciate the presence here today. So today we're going to talk about a couple of things. First of all, you might be wondering why we're having this event, this blockchain day. Because at this point, there's not much to celebrate. There's lots of volatility happening in blockchain, and crypto assets have witnessed a major dramatic decline. Bitcoin has lost about 50% of its value, and we just witnessed Terra Luna crash a couple of weeks ago, and the latest crisis just started this past Sunday with Celsius, which is a kind of paused withdrawals. And to make things even worse, we have Coinbase just laid off 18% of its staff. BlockFi is going to lay off 20%, and Crypto.com is about to lay off 5% of its workforce. So, other than that, everything is great in crypto. But crypto winter has happened before and will happen again. I don't know if you guys were around 2017 when we had the first crypto winter, and it was around that time I was working at a crypto hedge fund, and I decided I needed to go look for something else. So I ended up actually coming to AWS to cover crypto clients in blockchain. But despite all the doom and gloom, we are still witnessing a major interest from customers and various industries regarding use cases in DeFi. Financial settlements, clearing, DeFi, NFTs. So at AWS, we believe that we should use this opportunity, this time, to focus on building. And we see this as an opportunity to learn about the industry, to help understand what business models are working and what can be improved. And we want to help startups, we want to help companies in the space who are interested in building their applications to simplify the process of building Web 3.0 and metaverse applications. And our approach is to stay focused on, executing against our roadmap. And, so we see this as a great time to double down on efforts and help bring top talent to AWS for blockchain offering. As we said, at AWS, even though all of this stuff is happening, we're still hiring, and we're still looking for top talent to kind of help build this dream. So to that end, so throughout today, we're going to learn from AWS experts, technology partners, and customers about services, solutions, and other architectures, related to blockchain and digital assets and Web3 and the metaverse. In addition, towards the end of the day, we'll have you guys participate in a hands-on workshop on how to learn how to mint your NFTs, your own NFTs. So if you've never minted an NFT before, this would be a good opportunity to do so. So that will happen later in the day. So here's our agenda for today. Pretty lengthy agenda, as you can see. We will first start with a session by Damo Winston, who just walked in, on AWS professional services offering, and then we'll have a partner network session with Shai Peretnik on how AWS is enabling public and permissionless ecosystems. And then we'll have a session by Nicole Cho, who flew all the way from South Korea, from Lambda 256, about how Lambda 256 developed a major blockchain and NFT platform on AWS. And then we'll do a partner technology roundtable on the current state of digital assets in the ecosystem. We'll talk about NFTs, stablecoins, CBDCs, and we're pleased to have a few key speakers from R3, Kaleido, and Casper Labs will be joining us. And then we'll have a session on what's new with Amazon Managed Blockchain Services from one of our senior specialist essays, Forrest Collier. And then we'll break for lunch. And then after that, we'll have an additional session on whether or not institutional platforms are ready for DeFi and crypto. And we'll have panelists from Binance, Chainalysis, and FIS Global. And then we'll have a session with one of our core PSI technology partners, Tech Mahindra. We'll be doing a session on NFT, Web3, metaverse use cases, and also actually do a demo as long as the internet allows. And then finally, we'll end with a roundtable and also do the hands-on lab. And then eventually, later this evening, we'll have a customer partner happy hour upstairs. And so we'll definitely have a very exciting lineup for today. So without further ado, I will like to turn over the table to for the first session, which is AWS Professional Services offering, NX Digital Assets by Daniel Winston. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay, cool. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominic Winston. I am our emerging solutions leader, focused on extended reality, which is XR, as well as blockchain here at AWS. Everything I'm going to cover today is just a quick disclaimer. It's not financial advice, so just remember that. But I like to call it logical advice. All right, so what I'm going to be talking about really quick is what we call the $1 trillion industry as it is relatively right now. And so I'm going to be covering really 4 key areas when we talk about our DeFi space or decentralized finance. I know a lot of people have heard the word DeFi. I tell people oftentimes, those of you who don't know what they're talking about, is decentralized finance, so DeFi. So if you hear someone saying DeFi, you understand. Then there's the non-fungible tokens, or NFTs. We've heard a lot of buzz about that. And then multiverse, and of course our open and closed metaverses. So real high level, when I say decentralized finance, I'm really talking about the intersection of like the sharing economy and financial services. And so that's like the Airbnbs of the world, the Ubers of the world, that concept, the versions of that and financial services. And then NFTs being the convergence of blockchain or crypto and what we would call the attention economies. So that would be like art, music, sports, gaming, etc. And then there's the multiverse being where brands can really span the mixed realities, the augmented realities. We call it the digital. So the blend between the physical and the digital. And of course, open metaverses or enclosed metaverses, where we feel like the future of all attention economies will go. A high level for those who are not familiar with DeFi, it's a space that typically has been growing at about 1,000% year-over-year growth. The traditional way people get involved into this space is, you have what we call fiat or traditional currency, and you use your traditional, what we call FinServ systems to really get into this space. Unless you're doing what we call an OTC, which is a whole different conversation. But ultimately, the idea is you have traditional currency, and that traditional currency you use to on-ramp into the crypto world. So that's from a fiat to a crypto. So you have like the exchanges, like Binance's, the Coinbases of the world, etc. And then you use different interfaces to allow you to get involved in these decentralized apps or financial decentralized apps or dApps. So that's really covering these 6 or 7 core areas. And there's a lot coming out in this space that we're supporting now, or thinking through how we support our enterprise customers in this space. But high level, the reason I like to highlight this slide is to really articulate that the traditional financial services realm and the crypto or the digital native currency realm, what you find is that the levels of privacy are significantly higher, right? So when we do a transaction within the traditional financial services space, you're capturing anywhere between 16 or upwards to 100 data points, around each particular transaction. So at the location, who the entity is, a plethora of information. Whereas when you look at digital native currencies, they're going to fall into two major categories: pseudo-anonymous and fully anonymous. So pseudo-anonymous being there's a limited amount of information that's captured by the transaction, and in fully anonymous, there's significantly even more privacy added to that transaction. So how countries and how organizations think about that privacy really makes a big difference, right? And then coming up with solutions around that is really important for our enterprise customers. So I'd like to just quickly shift into talking more about the DeFi, not DeFi space, but the NFT space, or another part of the digital assets industry. So I like to highlight this slide here because it really covers 50 or so brands that have really jumped into this space. Some of them that I can comment on, some I can't, right? But at the end of the day, these 50 or so brands there have been some winners, so to speak, and there have been some that haven't been as successful in this. But why that's such an important call out is there's two major reasons. One, there's learnings to be made here. There's a lot of insights. And so it's really thinking that through to help our enterprise customers understand what are some of the common trends. So a small example is some of the trends that we've identified as every the campaigns, brands that do well typically launch every 3 to 4 months a new campaign. We typically see it as a collaboration between one of the brands and another brand, right, that's entering into the space. So for enterprise customers that are very interested in getting into the space, it's important for them to understand, one, the lessons learned, and two, who they can potentially collaborate with. And that's an area we help facilitate. Then the next big thing is I'm always asked, so what is an NFT? And this one is, I've been in the space really since 2016, 2017, worked internationally, domestically. I always get this question, so what is an NFT? I like to just simplify it as much as possible. So on the left-hand side, what you see there is kind of the Mona Lisa. And it's at the Louvre, where there's a limited number of people who can access this NFT, or sorry, this physical asset throughout a limited number of hours throughout the day, right? And that's, they're taking a selfie with it. But when we think about the virtual world, where things are accessible 24/7, and that there are no borders, we still need a mechanism to be able to track ownership. And that's really what blockchain is enabling. It's really allowing you to have ownership in the virtual world, right? That's the simplest way of putting it. So I like to say, many can see it, but only one can own it. It's relative. All right, and then highlight really quick that these are 7 major persona types that typically buy digital assets. Collectibles being number 1. The big call out here is a couple of things. One, again, going back to the number 2 item here, which is collaboration. What we see is the Adidas, on the right-hand side, it was called the G-Money campaign. So Adidas partnered with something called Bored Apes and created this G-Money campaign. So it allowed them to enter into the crypto market relatively quickly with insights that Google Apps could provide, as well as give instant brand recognition in that space. But the real big call out here is really the data point at the bottom, which highlights that only about 28 or 29 million wallets traded NFTs in all of 2021. All. So still a very nascent market, very new market. But why that's important is we talk about players in the industry. OpenSea is an example. So OpenSea, I want to say it was like March or June of 2021, was doing about $247 million in transaction volume, monthly transaction volume. But when you fast forward to literally January of this year, they were doing about 3.5 billion in monthly transaction volume. So we know the growth and scale is there. The other one I really want to call out really quick is really CryptoPunks. One of the OGs, been there since between them and CryptoKitties since 2017. But they've done about 2.5 billion in transaction volume since then, about 6,000 traders. But why they're special is because of the royalty management piece of it. So being able to offer a commission or a royalty on every trade that happens. So that's, for them, let's just say 1%, it generated $280 million in residual commissions, and that's in perpetuity, right? So that's an exciting concept there. Then the last one being, that I want to cover really quick, is the vehicle collection, which sold for $69 million back in March of 2021. And I'll come back to that later, but for the sake of time, I know I'm kind of, for the sake of time, I want to speed up. So beyond just the basic images like the PFPs and things of that nature, what we see NFTs transitioning now into is more of the exclusive access, exclusive content, and being able to get exclusive collaborations, right? And then on the other side, the gaming space. We know that gaming is clearly the future for a number of reasons. You look at the average millennial spending about 8 hours a day in the virtual world. They spend between 12 to 14 hours a week in just games alone. You look at, then you combine that with another 3 hours or so on social media platforms, another 3 hours or so per day just on like the TikToks and the YouTubes of the world. So it's about 8 hours a day. But in terms of the gaming space, it's almost a $400 billion industry. So the growth there has been staggering. And you look at the year-over-year attention that's spent in these virtual worlds, it's just growing almost exponentially. So it's really interesting. And then we're just seeing the use of NFTs across multiple games, and there's a lot of projects that will be coming out where you'll see this concept being applied within their games. So giving additional access, giving skins, being able to buy and sell or send skins outside of that game, and be able to bring it into other games. Very exciting space. So I can talk about, this is a ProSurf project here, which is called Global Rockstars. It was announced last year at re:Invent, and ultimately it's giving royalty shares in a particular song. This is a really exciting project. I highly recommend you guys check it out on globalrockstars.com. And then really talking a little bit about what I would call the digital space. So we have kind of various initiatives that are happening where I'm going to start with NFT galleries on the far right-hand side. So just I'm sure many of you have been to galleries already, but I want you to imagine that the new galleries that everyone are doing now are, you have these NFTs from around the world that are displayed on these various monitors. But what we're able to do is put a small camera on each of these different monitors and then use Amazon recognition to do what we call material analysis as well as sentiment analysis to really personalize the NFT gallery experience. So if something becomes quite special, then you can apply this concept not just in the gallery setting, but also in more of a retail setting. So there's a lot that's happening in that space. And then of course, just definitely want to highlight that today, show that you're the one true owner of an NFT on something like Twitter. And then more is going to be coming with Facebook and Instagram. And of course, just being able to use these digital assets to credential as an authenticator on their platform. It's going to become more accessible. And then really just want to highlight that everything, or we see a lot of organizations, thinking through what is their digital assets and metaverse strategy, right? And so a lot of brands are looking at platforms that are out there. And like I said earlier about that people collection, if you want to go find it, you can see it at B20 and Decentraland today. But what I think is a really interesting call out is that Sandbox actually does about 3 times more transaction volume per month than Decentraland. And then again, we just see a lot of institutions, a lot of enterprise customers thinking through that strategy. And that can be very exciting. And why all of this matters is because the data is there to support it. When we look at major trends that have happened throughout history, typically the younger generation is the one that drives it. Really think about it from when we had the afros or the bell bottoms, right? The younger people drove that. Women's right, the younger people drove that. Think about Facebook. What made Facebook as popular as it is today was my demographic, millennials, right? College students at the time. You fast forward to relatively recently, TikTok. 60% of TikTok users today are Gen Z. 60%, right? And of their billion users. But what's more interesting is that the next generation, this Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, When we know that in the US alone, 50% of all children below the age of 16 are literally on something called Roblox. It's just a small example. So if you have a child who's under the age of 16 living in the US, there's a high probability, 1 in 2, that they're spending time purchasing virtual assets and something called Roblox. So this concept of owning digital assets is something that's not foreign to them. Whereas the older generation, like the baby boomers, they didn't grow up in an age where digital assets were the norm. This is the norm for them. And there's a lot of other data points that I can call out, but for the sake of the time I have, I do want to highlight our vision for the future, what a metaverse could look like. The sound to this. Is extended realities. So all these experiences that I've just highlighted, all processed and handled all in the cloud, and then using what we call, working with telco providers, using something we call wavelength with ultra low latency to push these experiences directly to the devices. There's no longer needing certain consoles to be able to render these type of experiences. Here is just a quick example of something working with an organization called Epic Games or Run Road, their Run Road engine. This image here has about a petabyte of data that represents just this one face, and we call these the metahumans. And these are metahumans that will be able to really grow and scale in these living worlds that will be the future of metaverses. I just want to highlight an example of something we've done recently. All right. Again, just wanted to highlight just a quick example. But here's where we are today. Where you're going to see most experiences look more like this, and more like this, and a lot like this. We have a little ways to go. So I just want to highlight that the technology capabilities are currently there. These are things that we're working through and helping our organization strategize around. This is an experience. Now, obviously, hardware that is the most common today. Others will be coming out shortly. And so we've developed something called our Metaverse Maturity Journey, which is a 5-level approach based on 2 phases. Phase 1 is really helping our enterprise customers improve their digital assets being in the cloud, then having them being accessible in more permissionless environment, then having a presence within a open metaverse of sorts. And then of course more phase 2, a lot more focus on what we call owner-operated platforms, digital asset platforms, where you can have integration with connected products or integration with other extended reality components or features, as well as capturing really great insights that you cannot normally that you can't capture in the traditional decentralized approach. So being able to have a platform that has mechanisms in place where if customers consent to it, to support CRM integration, just customer relationship management solutions, as well as marketing automation solutions, and so much more. And then the ultimate goal is to help our enterprise customers think through and get to the point where they can have fully immersive XR experiences. And so I'm often asked, how do we get started? And this is really starting with our next generation digital assets or NX digital assets offering. We're truly focused on creating certifiable, digitally scarce, transferable, and of course measurable multi-purpose digital assets, covering a wide range of topics, but mainly these core 6 areas. And of course, how we enable our customers is really through 6 core pieces, all of it supported by professional services, but thinking through your Web3 and XR advisory, creating bespoke development. And of course, we have something called our well architecture, which is our core, having a blockchain lens to it. Yeah, the meetings here at AWS don't stop. And of course, giving training where necessary, and then we have a fairly large partner ecosystem that we can pull in to what the customer's needs are and which the opportunity to collaborate. And with that being said, thank you so much for your time. Everyone, thank you.
So that was a pretty lively session to get our day started. So we'll have our next speaker. I'm going to introduce him shortly. The next session, it will be our technology partner session. It's on how AWS enables the public and permissionless ecosystem. And our speaker for today will be Shai Peretnik, who is the global tech lead for blockchain. And he's been with AWS now for just over 5 years, and I'm very excited about the next session. So please give a round of a warm welcome for Shai.
How's everybody doing today? Good morning. Good morning. Anybody get stuck in traffic? Train? Anybody get stuck in traffic walking? I just want that music. See if this works. Crossing their fingers. All right. So nice to meet everybody. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Shai Peretnik. We're going to be talking a lot about the partner network and really about what we're doing at AWS to really enable and accelerate the partner ecosystem, and that's specifically focusing right now on the public and permissionless ecosystem. We'll talk about private permission as well, but we're really going to focus today a lot on public and permission. Again, my name is Shai Peretnik. I'm the global tech lead as well as the site lead for blockchain within our partner organization. And what that means is my role is specifically aligned with the public permissionless and private permission blockchains, as well as all the foundational layers. And our main goal in the partner organization is really about helping accelerate partners so that they can deliver better solutions faster for their customers, right? Sometimes those customers are us as the decentralized users. I've been at AWS for a little over 5 years. I really enjoyed every part of the last 5 years. It's been a super blast ride. And I'm super excited to be in this role. I started off in professional services as well as solution architecture, and then most recently in this role. For me, I love everything about blockchain. I really love Web3. I really look at it as the future of innovation, right? It's going to enable a lot of the technologies that we don't even know about today, and we're really at the cusp of the start of things. And I have 4 kids. I always look at my youngest kids that are 6 and 8, and I really think 10 years from now, what does that mean for the future, right? How do we enable them to be successful 10 years from now, right? What are the things that they're going to use every day, right? What will this world look like when they go to work, when they go shopping, and how does that world transform when we're talking about digital assets? So I'm super excited to help build this world, and I'm really excited to be in this room with all of you who are doing your part to build this awesome future. If you want to follow me on Twitter there. Again, we've gone over really some Web3 use cases at AWS, what the Web3 ecosystem means to us, the way that we look at it within the partner ecosystem, within the partner organization. We're going to cover some ecosystem trends that we've seen from our customers, as well as just general trends we've seen from the industry. And then we're going to dive into some use cases. So one of the key things that we really think is going to be unlocked in the future is this idea of digitization, right? And how do you unlock digitization for the future? And how do you enable the digital future? And so we really want to think about enabling new customer experience, right? New things that customers can do, new challenges and new ways that they can interact with technology, new things that they can enable themselves to work on and their partners and their customers. There's also, we're seeing a whole new way of monetization, right? A completely brand new way to monetize your solution, your offering to your customers, your product that you're offering there, right? Dan, we talked about some great examples. And so we're seeing this whole new ecosystem, this whole new way of innovation that's coming out of the field, and we're really looking at, how do we help accelerate that innovation? And it's really key. When you think about decentralization, you think about the Web3 ethos, you think a lot about permissionless, you think about transparency, you think about ownership. Now, if you think about the things that we do from a day-to-day basis within the Web3 world, right? We have launch pads, we have all these kind of protocols of launch and everything. It's not that much different from the decentralized culture of Amazon. I've been here at AWS for a little over 5 years, and one of the things that's really key to me is, and one of the things I've picked up on, is that we really operate in a decentralized model within AWS. We have this concept of the two-pizza team. That's the QR code up there if you're curious to learn more about the two-pizza team. You can look at that QR code or just search for two-pizza team at AWS. And you'll learn how ingrained in our culture back from the very beginning. We started with this idea that if somebody has an idea, they write a paper, right? Very similar to a protocol writing a white paper. We then circulate that white paper, we get funding for it, we go build out the team, we build up the project, and then it grows and matures into something. Right? It's very similar to what we see in Web3, right? We have protocols that go, write white paper, deploy on Launchpad, they get funding, they deploy the project, it grows into something else, right? Very similar to our culture internally. Now, I've been a solution architect before, and I've had the privilege of working with a lot of our awesome customers and really seeing how they build their infrastructure, as well as internally how we build infrastructure. And one of the key things we do is we really focus on resiliency and durability when we build infrastructure. And the AWS infrastructure is regions. Those regions are divided into availability zones. Those availability zones are divided into data centers, right? Think about like a pepperoni pizza. And when you have that regional architecture, it very much is a decentralized architecture, right? We build our services with decentralization in mind across multiple data centers, across multiple availability zones and facilities, because we want to increase that resiliency and durability. Right? This is the same ethos when we talk about decentralization. We talk about blockchains and nodes dispersed around the world, and we want to decentralize our networks. So that ethos is really ingrained in the Amazonian culture. And so we're really not that much different when we talk about Amazonian culture and Web3 culture. It's very similar. Now, let's get back to the tech a little bit, right? When we think about Web3 and we think about Web2, they're really, Web3 still has a long way to go, right? We're still at the pinnacle, we're defining what Web3 actually really means. And there's terms that we throw around here and there. We think sometimes we know what it is, and it might change a little bit, and we add a new term in there, right? Sometimes we include Metaverse in Web3, sometimes Metaverse is a subset of, or the other way around, and Web3 is part of Metaverse, right? So there's different ways to look at it, and it's going to change, and that's okay, right? We have to be comfortable with change, and we have to be willing to accept that we're still defining this space, and part of that definition is being innovative, being excited, trying new things, and failing and trying again. And so if you focus on the Web3 stack, the real difference and the real change is really the front end part, it's really the back end part of the application, right? That front end part of the app is still very much Web2 today. That might change in the future, right? We want to enable decentralization of sort of the Web2 components, right? We want to help encourage the ecosystem and help accelerate that part of the ecosystem. But today, right, many of the applications that all of us use in this space, they have a Web2 component layer, right? It's still very much traditional infrastructure. Now, the back end layer shifted, and that's great. But when we talk about Web2 and Web3 protocols, very often we'll be using some of these primitives, right? Again, the back-end office or the front-end applications. Now, if we look at the Web3 stack and we try to decompose that a little bit, we'll start with the blockchain, sort of the foundational layer underneath, right? We have the internet underneath this. On top of the internet, we build our blockchain networks. That has our transactions, programmability in that layer. And then we start laying on the sort of components on the top, right? DeFi, NFTs that Dan just talked about, DAOs and new services and new storage applications that get deployed, distributed identity as well, which we'll talk about in a moment. And then on top of all that, right, we have the custody and access layer, right? So how do you actually access this environment, right? Custody, non-custody, right? You want to own your own keys, you want to be your own bank, do you not want to, you want to have to be custodied by a custody provider, right? You have the choices. But that custody and access layer is what gets us to the rest of those applications. So that's what we call the Web3 stack. Now, on top of that, you have all the exciting stuff that comes out, right? AR, VR, XR, and all these other things. They're kind of borrowing technology from different parts of the space and really building on top of it. We're going to focus a lot on the bottom part because that's really what the partner organization focuses on, right? We look to enable our partners and we look to enable the foundational infrastructure, and that's how we want to help accelerate the ecosystem, and we see that we can help there. Now, when we talk about those Web 2 components as part of the architecture, we talk about really accelerating the ecosystem, and why I say that foundational layer is because there's still a lot of Web 2 components in AWS. You're still using a lot of Web 2 components for your cool new Web 3 application, right? We see this every day with our customers, right? The customers that you and I use that are also customers of AWS, or sorry, the applications that you and I use, right? We see this very often, that these components are part of that underlying architecture. And so we're not going to go into each one of these services. There's a lot of icons on here. We're going to talk about some of them in a couple of architectural slides in a moment. But that's really the message I wanted to drive home, is that think about Web 3 and Web 2 as still this converging space that's moving, right? And until we get to that state, and I don't know when it's going to be, right? We don't know if it's going to be 2 years from now, 5 years, or 10 years from now, maybe sooner. But until we get to that fully decentralized model where everything runs decentralized and we have that model, again, AWS is not that much different from that model, and we have the components that are building into this space, right? We have the Web 2 components, eventually they'll come over to Web 3 components, and we'll see how these mature in time. I wanted to really quickly, before we got into some of the tech architecture and we got into some of that detail, I wanted to talk about some trends that we're seeing in the ecosystem. Again, these trends come from our customers, right? We value customer impact a lot. 95% of our roadmap is driven by customers. And so if you want to see something near your customer, stand up, right? Our head of product is in the back, right? There's so many of us here that are here that want to talk to you and really want to understand what it is that you want to see from Web3 blockchain. And so a lot of these trends come from those customers. And we see our customers and our partners really focusing on identity, right? This concept of ownership that Dan talked about is so key and is so necessary for us to keep building this decentralized future that we want to enable for our children. And so we're seeing a lot of partners really focus on identity, right? What does it mean to own your identity? What does it mean to own components of data that are out there on the blockchain, right? Let's assume for a second that we have that security. I love this idea of now that I can own that piece of data that's out there and I can declare who can access that data, right? I can give access to a doctor one day, revoke that access, give that access to another doctor the next day, give access to a specialist to see my back records or something like that, right? So just that power of being able to own my data down to the part of data that I need and be able to tell that externally, that's an amazing capability, right? Being able to certify that I went to so-and-so school without having to reveal the details, right? Just saying, hey, I did go to the school, that is a valid point. So many opportunities and so many cool use cases coming out around identity, and it's really a key area of focus for a lot of our customers. Layer 1s and Layer 2s, right? We'll see many, many Layer 1s and Layer 2s. There's going to be so many of them out there. We're not done seeing any of them. It's going to be a very multi-chain world. We'll continue having more Layer 2s that bring new features, new functionality. We'll have Layer 1s that continue building on what's already out there. And they'll just continue adding new features and technology, right? It's a really exciting space and a real lot of evolution. So don't get married to one Layer 1 or one Layer 2, right? Don't feel that you have to go down this journey and be like, I have a maxi, I'm going to do everything I do with this one chain, because the reality of it, the world is going to be a multi-chain world, right? The world is going to be a multi-metaverse world. And that's the reality, right? So if we have all these chains that are coming out, we need to communicate with all these different chains. We really need to focus on interoperability, and interoperability becomes key. Because what we don't want to do, right, what our customers don't want to see happen is islands being formed, right? And islands on this chain, and data being on that chain, data being in this chain, data being on that chain, data being on that chain, right? There's very much a world of app-specific, application-specific blockchains. And I think that's a really cool and sort of novel use case of the technology. We're going to have very specific use case for a blockchain. And so it's very possible we're going to have thousands of blockchains out there, right? Very app-specific blockchains. but our customers, the industry, is really focusing on interoperability, making those chains communicate together, forming standards or just bridges and ways to communicate between the different chains, right? It's so awesome to see all the protocols that are popping up in this space and building new technology to enable more functionality. Right? And I love seeing all the building on top of other building and just experimentation. The last two is really around NFT utility, right? 2021 is a big time for NFTs. We saw all the profile pictures and all those cool things, right? I have my profile picture NFTs that I like and I enjoy, and that's okay, right? We all love our art. We all, the artist, the beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So, the art that you like is okay, but NFTs go so much further than that, right? And Dan, we talked about the use case there, right? About utility and really making sure that that NFT has utility. So that if I do something today with that NFT, it's going to give me other functionality down the road, right? That might be access to an event, that might be a secret song that I might get only because I held that NFT. It might be access to a certain doctor's office. It might be access to document records that I need somewhere else and being able to transfer those document records. So many really cool use cases, but that's what the industry is really focusing on, right? We've kind of gotten past the stage of those profile pictures and cool stuff like that, and now we're like, okay, we need to actually build utility for this. So I'm really excited to see what happens this year. I'm so excited about all the different protocols and projects that we're seeing out in the industry, really diving into utility. And then finally, metaverse, right? All this stuff comes into play when you talk about the metaverse because, well, yes, there's a hardware component to metaverse, right? AR, XR, right? More goggles and stuff like that, sure. But there's also the software, right? And how do we make sure that all these metaverses or metaverse whatever you want to call them, how do we make sure that they actually can communicate and talk to each other, right? We don't want to form metaverse islands either. So what we're seeing a lot of emphasis in the industry is leveraging the underlying blockchain technology and really some other key components of Web3 to enable multi-metaverses, worlds where you can move assets between worlds from one to another, right? And I love this idea that I can have a world where I can own a Ferrari because I can never afford it in real life. And that Ferrari is red, it has maybe black leather in it, and I've upgraded the engine, I can do 200 miles an hour. That's all I can do in that one metaverse, right? But I can take that Ferrari into another game, and in that game I can then go upgrade, right? Maybe in that game that Ferrari gives me access to a Lamborghini as well that's in the garage, right? Maybe it gives me access to a full house that's there. And I can start souping up my Ferrari as it is in that metaverse, right? And that might carry over back to the other game I played before. So really cool world of interoperability coming, right? And so much exciting stuff out there. All right, let's dig into some use cases, right? Because that's the important thing, right? How are customers actually building on AWS, right? I talked about Web 2, right? Web 3 being a component of that. And we really need to understand and talk about how customers are building today. So let's start off with a very basic one today, right? You want to deploy Ethereum node, you want to deploy any chain, right? It doesn't have to be Ethereum. You want to deploy any chain out there today, any layer 1, layer 2, you can do it. Just deploy it on an EC2 instance. That's all it is, right? An EC2 instance is a virtual server, and you have an EBS volume behind it, you have storage behind it, you have networking behind it, you have all those other components there. Go deploy whatever chain you want, right? You don't have to just be honing only to Ethereum. You want to experiment with a particular chain, go try it. Another cool use cases we're seeing, right, is because of the elasticity, right, the scalability of the cloud, right, that underlying ability to dynamically resize components and shift things around and programmatically be able to make the environment behave and react to certain things. We're seeing really cool things that are happening with dynamic IOPS. When you sync a blockchain node network for the first time, right, so either pick your favorite chain and you set that node up and you sync for the first time, or if there's congestion, there's a lot of traffic, there's always going to be a lot of data that comes down to the node itself, right? And it's a challenge that we're seeing our customers face because that network, the network traffic is undetermined. You don't know when it's going to be high. You can't control that, right? In the traditional world, we can say, we know on Christmas and the holiday shopping season, we're going to have a higher spike in season in shopping, so we need more performance, we need more compute, we need more storage, we upgrade all the servers, and we're good to go, right? In the blockchain world, we don't know when that's going to happen, right? We don't know when the next NFT drop is going to happen that all of a sudden brings the network down to its knees, right? Hopefully we don't see these issues in the future, hopefully networks evolve, but till then, that is a very real world case and a real world challenge. And so what we're seeing is a lot of customers really diving in to the programmability layer of not just the blockchain, but also into AWS, and scaling out their EBS IOPS to handle higher throughput when there's higher activity on the chain, right? So Yuga Labs, you mentioned before, Devin, drops a new NFT, floods the Ethereum network with new traffic. Well, now the EBS volumes that are running your nodes, those can scale out to support that network load, right? Again, any network, it doesn't only have to be Ethereum, right? Any network that you want to use. The same concept exists there, right? You're using a function called Cloud Init and a service called Cloud Watch, right? Two basic services within AWS to help you do that dynamic resizing. Now the cool thing is that traffic dies down. I don't want to keep paying anymore for my AWS volumes at the high IOP size, right? So I can use programmability to also scale that back down now that the network's calmed down. So really cool things that we can start doing when we talk about programmability of infrastructure, reacting to the dynamic programmability of the blockchain. Now another simple use case, right? I have blockchain data. And how many of you, just a quick show of hands, have played around with any of the sort of API data tools that expose blockchain data? There's plenty of other partners out there, right? Plenty of solutions to help you explore that data. Thank you for the raising of hands. That's one of the challenges that we're seeing as well, right? Developers have a challenge of getting into blockchain data because they don't know blockchain, right? They're still learning blockchain. So a lot of these solutions have popped up, and a lot of our customers are running these solutions, or our partners are running these solutions, where they simply have an API gateway, as well as AWS Lambda, in front, or fronting, if you will, nodes, right? Whatever those nodes might be. Again, those can be ETH nodes, it can be whatever other network nodes you want. And by doing that, you now can provide a service to your customers, if you're a partner, right? Or to your developers internally, where they don't have to understand that blockchain knowledge. You can abstract that knowledge from them, let them use the APIs that they're familiar with, maybe build your own APIs on top of that and do cool things that you want to do. All right, I want to touch on NFT use cases because we know NFT is hot for everybody and everybody loves talking about NFTs. Not the profile pictures because we need more utility, right? So when we think about NFT components, we really have a couple components here, right? If we focus on the crypto wallet, right? Where we do our transactions, how we interact with the blockchain. That is two components. There's two ways to do that, right? There's decentralized wallets, MetaMask, Binance Wallet, Phantom, Wallet Connect. You have centralized solutions out there, right? You can build a centralized wallet solution on KMS and Cloud HSM. I'll talk about that in a little bit. You can also then, you have to focus on the blockchain node itself, right? What network are you going to connect to? Are you going to connect to multiple networks? Are you going to do different ETL or post jobs afterwards? So as you have those blockchain nodes, you have a couple options. You can deploy your own, manage your own nodes. But if you're going down the route of Ethereum, just go to Amazon Managed Blockchain. Deploy and manage A and B node, right? Why take care of that underlying infrastructure if you don't need to? Let the service take care of that scaling for you, the dynamic ability, right? All that IOP stuff I talked about before. You don't need to do it. Let the service worry about it, right? That's why we have also service teams and really awesome engineers that are really pushing the boundaries. Your question?
Does Amazon have any, on their roadmap to support other chains like Cardano, Solana, Polygon?
So there's going to be a discussion on sort of what's coming up in AMB in a couple sections. I don't want to steal any of that thunder. So I'm going to talk about some of our initiatives as a partner organization, and you'll see that in a couple moments here. So again, within the AMB service, right, leverage that Ethereum. But again, if you want to deploy on other networks, any of the ones that you just mentioned, right, you can just deploy those EC2 nodes. Then you have the third-party services, right? So if you don't want to do any of that, and you want to use a service like Moralis and Pure Out, any quick nodes, any of those solutions, leverage their solution as well, right? Deploy your nodes on there, whatever chains they support on their protocol, whatever, they give you lots of really cool API tools and developer tooling, a really great environment to build your cool new application in, and you can use that in conjunction with some of the other AWS services. Then you have the actual decentralized node itself, right? For the storage, right? Because we have to worry about the compute, but we also have to worry about the storage, especially in NFTs. And so that storage can be also an EC2 instance, right? You can run a storage node for whatever decentralized protocol you want on an EC2 instance. And that means that you are participating in the network, your data is on that network. You can also use native services like S3 and other AWS services, or just use a third-party service like Pinata, NFT Storage, or any of those. Let me redecorate here. Good? Now I'll stand here. So again, there's many networks out there. Please do not take this slide as akin to which chains. This is purely just hey, there's many chains out there, and I can't fit 1,000 chains on this slide. If I would, I would happily do that, and there would be chains everywhere here, and then I'd have to redecorate the whole building. So this is not an indication of any kind of any chains that are coming out, right? This is purely for illustrative purposes. Because why? This is going to be a multi-chain world, and we are going to work with multi-chains, right? We're going to work with as many chains as we can, right? Because it's about enabling our customers, and our customers need choice, and they need the ability to build the application the way that they need to build the application to make sense for their customers. So whatever chain makes sense for that customer, that's the chain that we're going to work with. So again, don't take this as a specific hint of what chain. Same thing for decentralized storage, right? So when you talk about NFT services, you have your wallet component, you have your WAF that gives you your web application firewall, your CloudFront for distributing your assets out in the world there, and you have your other components within that infrastructure. Very similarly, right, if we try to simplify that a little bit, we say we want to take a much more of a serverless approach. And I'll thank Forrest in the back who's going to talk a little bit from this awesome slide and to get all this content. You know, there's so many cool things you can do when you start thinking about taking away some of the servers and the actual management layer and do things with the serverless architecture. And so we're doing that here, right? We took that slightly complex architecture, we simplified it a bit. We're using that API gateway that I talked about before, and then we're using Amazon Managed Blockchain to serve our Ethereum node and our data on Ethereum. We can also do a Hyperledger as well, right? Because the Amazon Managed Blockchain does give you the option to deploy Hyperledger tools as well. So if that doesn't make sense, right? If your workload doesn't need Hyperledger or Ethereum and that doesn't meet your case, then use an EC2 instance, deploy whatever network you want, right? Same use case, same workload, the architecture is generally the same. Yes, you might have to recode a little bit to that chain, right? Because unfortunately, that's the challenge today, is that every chain does have its slight nuances as you're doing some of this programmability stuff. So you do have to make a slight shift, but you can easily go back and forth, right? Deploy Amazon Blockchain node, deploy EC2 node, deploy both, right? Have a multi-chain application, right? Read from multiple chains and use the service and use EC2 instances. You know, some other services that you can use as well with AWS when you talk about NFT. Recognition is an awesome tool for moderation, right? There's no way that we can moderate in the future, and you know, it wouldn't make sense to have a person being the moderator in a decentralized world, and so we need a service to do that moderation for us. So leverage recognition to do the moderation, right? Check those pictures, make sure that it doesn't have anything that's not wanted or offensive there. Same thing, you can add watermarks, you can add superfluous information, you can take metadata and add that on top of the NFT. Imagine that you can use data that's as part of the metadata to recreate the NFT and somehow redeploy it or make it dynamic, make it live, make it rebehave itself in different ways. A lot of really cool things you can do. And then if you're talking about sort of the advanced use cases that we're seeing from a lot of our customers, we're talking about video rendering and using NFTs for distributing video and multimedia. There's a lot of services within GPU, a lot of services that offer GPU acceleration as well. So if you need to push out that content fairly quick, you use GPU acceleration. All right, let's talk about some security use cases pretty quick, and I'm not going to go into super detail here because unfortunately we don't have a ton of time. I'm happy to talk some of these things on the side. Dave, I saw him in the back here, super depth in Nitro enclaves and security when it comes to event and stuff like that. So happy to chat afterwards. But you know, you can store you can build wallets in AWS, you can build custodial wallets if you choose to, and you can use decentralized wallets as well. Really cool services, Nitro enclaves. Right, we see a lot of our customers wanting to develop security-focused applications, but want to make sure that they can do that in a very secure way, where the compute instance is separated from where the transactions or the actual probability is happening. And so with Nitro enclaves, you can separate those two environments. You have attestation between the enclaved environment and the main EC2 instance. We're seeing this use case a lot in our customers when they build bridges, and so a lot of the bridges that you use today, those may use this as part of the underlying infrastructure, right? Because they're trying to make sure that that encryption happens in a secure layer. So this is a software way to do that security within Nitro enclaves. So just a quick example, right? When you talk about the actual architecture of a Nitro enclave environment, thank you to Raj in the back for putting this together. When you talk about things like Rocket Pool or other services out there, you know, ultimately you have to communicate with that Nitro enclave, right? That Nitro enclave is on the right side, and you use the vSOC tunnel to communicate between the two environments. Now again, these architectures can change. That's really the fun part of the cloud, and really the fun part of Web3 is that we might sit together and we say, hey, we think this is the right architecture. And then a couple days later we say, wait, no, there's a better way to do it. And then we go do a little more research and we find there's a better way to do it, right? We talk to customers and they say, hey, that kind of makes sense, but we need this too. So we go do a little research and we do it again, right? That's about reiterating, right? Trying things and figuring out what happens. All right. So let's close up the last couple minutes by talking about some of the really key pillars and things that we're focused on within the partner ecosystem for 2022. Right? We want to focus on accelerators, right? How do we accelerate our customers, right? How do we help customers adopt blockchain faster? How do we help partners build solutions to help those customers adopt things faster? So 2 key areas we want to focus really on is machine learning, right? We know that this is a big challenge, a big gap, right? There's so much data that's coming off any chain. Right? How do you manage that data, right? How do you understand that data? How do you make sense of that data? How do you make actual business decisions based on the data? How do you build some more cool programmability based on that data, right? So we need machine learning. And there's some awesome partners doing some really cool stuff in this space, and we're going to work with them to accelerate them. We're going to bring in our machine learning experts as well to work with those customers and partners and build some ML accelerators and some quick starts and stuff like that. We're also going to focus on node infrastructure as well, right? We want to make it easier for people to deploy different kinds of nodes out there in AWS, right? So you can go today to many of the different chains. They have AWS instructions for how to deploy a node on AWS, and that's great, right? We want to help them. We want to make that process simpler, right? We've heard from our customers that there's sometimes challenges when they follow those instructions around IOPS and performance utilization, stuff like that. So we want to really dig into that and work with our partners to help them build the most optimal and efficient, both from a cost and performance perspective on AWS. We're going to double down really on best practices, right? I think this is such a nascent space, it's new, things are changing all the time, but we need to have some best practices, right? We need to set some foundation. We need to build and establish some structure in Web3 and decide, okay, what are we going to do? And if we change that later, that's fine, right? It's okay to change it. But we need at least the standards of communication protocols. We need to be able to talk on a common language. And so we need to establish some best practices. So we're going to be looking at security and really focusing on security, right? How do you do better at security in the blockchain space, right? Working with our awesome partners to build better security solutions, whether it's contract scanning, infrastructure scanning, whatever might be in between, right? We know that security is a gap here and we need to focus on it. The other part is really UX interface design, right? Customer experience in this space, I'm sorry, it's challenging. It's very difficult to use Web3 applications, right? It's not hard for me anymore because I've been doing this for a long time, right? For any of you in the room that have been doing this for a while, it's not that hard. But when you sit with somebody that's new to the environment and they're first getting started, or they've been there for about six to 8 months, they fumble around, right? The wallet doesn't work for some reason sometimes, something else fails, something on the website doesn't work. You have to know how to move assets from here to there, you have to understand bridge. It's so complex, right? And I get to enjoy it as part of my work, so I love this stuff. But you know, for a lot of people, and if we want to enable the future, it can't be that complex. We need to simplify it. So how do we work with our partners to build some of those standards and accelerate them? We're really going to focus on education, right? Education is so important. There's so many great resources for education in this space. However, there's also a lot of FUD. There's also a lot of bad information out there. There's also a lot of people that share information because it's financially beneficial to them. There's a lot of great technical partners out there, like Chainlink, for example, and Binance, and plenty of other partners that build education solutions. My peer Raj was telling me about an NFT he bought the other day that gave him access to a training platform where he could learn about Web3. So really awesome stuff around education, and that's what we want to focus on, right? We want to help build that bar of what education should look like in this space, right? We build education on cloud. We've helped educate people on cloud since like 2007, and we've been successful. We've helped customers build new things because of that education. And it's the same thing again. We want to focus on the education. Once people understand this space and get the technology, they can start building cool new things. And finally, partnerships, right? We want to dig into partnerships. We want to build with our partners, build with our customers. The only way that we're going to scale out, the only way we're going to change and revolutionize the world is by working together. We can't do this alone as AWS, as individual people. We have to work together. We have to build a better society, a better future, and a better economy. Thank you for your time today. If there's any questions, I think I'm out of time. But, please fill out the survey, and I'm happy to chat on the side if anybody wants to talk. Charles?
What are your thoughts on verifying the Jack figures?
Sorry, can you?
What are your thoughts on verifying
Okay, so the question for everybody called in here, so what are the thoughts on Web 5? I'll just say candidly, we're still figuring out what Web 3 is. We don't even know what Web 4 is going to be. Why are we even talking about Web 5? Like, just because Web 3 plus Web 2 equals 5, I'm sorry, you can't do math like that. So, it's great to be a visionary, it's great to be in the future. We don't need to introduce new terms and monikers for no reason. Let's just focus on building the future and being successful together.
Thank you very much. I'd like to announce our next speaker, and this session is the voice of a partner, how Lambda 256 developed a major blockchain and NFT platform in AWS. And I'd like to introduce Nicole Cho, who is the Global Head of Business Development for Lambda 256, who flew all the way from South Korea for this event. So please give her a warm welcome.
the opportunity to introduce our company, Lambda 256, at this summit. My name is Nicole Cho. I lead the global business development team at Lambda, and I'll talk about how we build blockchain and NFT platform on an AWS platform. Before we get started, I'd like to give you a little bit about the company's background. Lambda started as R&D spin-off of Dynamo in 2018 and then became an affiliate upon launch of Universe 1.0. The mother company, Dynamo, runs Upbit, the biggest crypto exchange in Asia, and Stock Plus, a leading stock exchange platform in Korea. Dynamo has become Korea's leading fintech that supported raising the operating income of $3 billion in 2021. Its operating income percentage for 2021 was 88%, and even after what happened with the Luna tragedy, as we all know, it's still maintaining at 67%. Lambda itself, we raised $30 million in Series A funding and $70 million in Series B funding, totaling $100 million. Within 10 years of business, Dynamo's total assets reached $9 billion, and just like how everyone knows about Samsung, Hyundai, LG, Dynamo and Lambda will be another familiar names to people, to you guys, within a few years. With their support, we Lambda also have been growing exponentially. From a traditional platform business, we now provide a developer-friendly, customized Web3 platform on our robust, fast, and trustworthy mainnet. Our goal is to be the go-to Web3 enabler as we lower the hurdles for the businesses and make the blockchain technologies and DApps the new norm of the work. Now let's get started. It was 21 years ago, the World Wide Web went live to the public for the first time, the first stage of the internet's evolution. In Web 1, people could write and upload any information or files, however, it was only one-sided. They couldn't interact with one another. Then came Web 2, people were able to interact and exchange information over the internet. The introduction of blockchain technology has led us to Web 3, where exchange of assets has become possible without a central intermediary involved. Blockchain has brought new capabilities in Web 3, such as NFT, DAO, self-sovereign identity, and DeFi. NFT is a fast-growing industry, like everyone talked about, with trends tied to mainstream influencers, the gaming community, and rising demand for digital artworks. DAO is another keyword because there's no central intermediary involved that holds the total authority in blockchain. It's the peers that hold the full authority for the network they participate in, and they govern how they want their network to develop to become through a voting system. No central intermediary also means the user gets to hold the authority of one's identity. Self-sovereign identity became more important as there has been increasing number of data breach incidents and users have been more privacy aware. DeFi, a new industry introduced by blockchain. Although there's no longer a middleman such as a bank or brokerage that they used to be the trusted source, a peer-to-peer payment system that has been enabled based on transparency and trust utilizing the smart contracts. Entering Web3 sounds intriguing and full of new potential. However, there are hurdles to get into Web3 business. Unlike a limited number of dominant operating systems like Mac OS or Microsoft, in Web3 there's a handful of mainnet choices to choose from. Getting the right mainnet must be a thorough process as the mainnets require high gas speed but provide low transaction per second. And once the business is up and running, it's very costly and time-consuming to migrate to another like mainnet. However, the biggest hurdle of all would be regarding the development. It's well known that developers are already in high demand, and out of them, to find a competent developer who knows a smart contract language, it's very rare to find and expensive. And even if the ventures or enterprises decide to develop their business using a platform, some do lack major key features or do not provide developer-friendly interface or support. Lastly, there are constantly new business models rising, needs and regulations, As of now, X-to-earn business model has been emerging, and there are roughly about 400 active blockchain games, which is like a 92% increase from a year ago. It's also important to keep in mind that the governments are always implementing the latest AML, anti-money laundering, KYC, know your customer regulations, and shifting their focus to ESG. We provide a full-stack blockchain platform with many pre-built leading solutions, robust APIs, developer-friendly interface, and continuous support. So far, we have helped 4,000 clients from different industries with their successful Web3 businesses. Let's go over a few cases. Upbit, the cryptocurrency exchange, decided they wanted to open their NFT marketplace. We provided NFT minting and marketplace development platform and tools so that they can develop their own marketplace to fit their needs. Lotte Home Shopping is an omnichannel player where customers can purchase a product over the mobile or phone call while the sale is streaming. They saw the opportunities in Web3 and wanted to launch their own NFT shop. Due to the internal regulations that they have, they needed to develop the business on their infrastructure, for which we offer Luna, which is our on-premise solution to make it possible. Candy Plus is a camera application with more than 100 million downloads and wanted to engage with users by giving them the option to mint the photos into the NFT and sell them at the marketplace. For them, we provided business strategies, consulting, and side-by-side support for development. And the department store is also the first in its industry to implement a NFT wallet onto their internal point application so they can provide a new form of rewards. We provided NFT solution and platform. They're in the process of developing it. TikTok, with 750K users, utilized our platform and solutions to build their business to create a short video platform where uploaders and viewers both get rewarded. Milk is a very first blockchain-based Leisure Alliance project in Korea with 1 million active users as of today, developed with a purpose to integrate points from different partners in the alliance. We provided a consortium sidechain and platform. Lua, it's a financial platform where users can invest, exchange, and pay with their cryptocurrency. They chose us over others for our features such as trade, smart contract, provided various APIs, and many more. IDRT, aka Rupiah token, it's a stable coin backed by Indonesia's currency, Rupiah. It was Indonesia's first stable coin project, and we provided the technology solutions and infrastructures for them to develop. So I've talked about how we've helped clients from industries to achieve their Web3 goals, but moreover, we're also in the process of collaborating with BTS, the famous K-pop group, and Universal Studio to develop their NFT projects. So who are we to have enabled all these companies from many industries to enter Web3 business so effortlessly and successfully? Before we dive in, I'd like to give you 3 numbers that we stand by. We stand by 3 zeros. Our accident rate is 0 since our launch in 2018. With help from cloud infrastructure automation tools and automation of operation and monitoring provided by AWS, we've been able to increase agility and visibility to prevent accidents. 99% of our infrastructure is automated. And thanks to our multi-layer architecture, we provide a DF running environment that requires 0 gas fee. 0.000008 terawatt is how little Universe consumes per year compared to 28 terawatts Ethereum consumes, which was verified by DNB this April. We take pride in being the green lead and saving the environment. As briefly mentioned in the beginning, we started off as an R&D spin-off. We've been evolving since we first launched Luniverse in 2018, and in Luniverse 2, which we launched in 2020, we upgraded our user interface and consolidated new solutions for easier integration. Last month, we launched the Balance authority of mainnet with provision of tech launchpad that provides a total solution to clients. With multiple evolutions, we now have more than 4,000 clients with a 250 growth rate in clients since last year. From Universe 1.0 to 2.0, and now to the balance, we've improved our solutions and interoperability. We now support NFT, DID, RegTech, Trace, Point as pre-built solutions, and Wallet will be added in the third quarter of this year. And by building a bridge for token and NFT with other mainnets and marketplaces, crypto assets can be transferred and exchanged freely. This is our Universe ecosystem. In our Universe ecosystem, we have BOS clients who utilize our sidechain and DApp development platform. They're on the left side. And then we have validators for our custodial mainnets, the balance, on the right-hand side. On the balance, the tech launchpad clients can join as a sidechain and will be provided a DApp development platform along with consulting. But then if they would like to create their own ecosystem, they can also act as their own mainnet and add sidechains. As of now, for Token Bridge, we are connected to Ethereum, and then we're in the works of building a bridge to Clayton. For NFT Bridge, we are connected to Upbit NFT, and we'll be launching our own NFT marketplace named Cypherly within the next month. We work with more than 4,000 clients and numerous leading partners, of which is AWS, who led me here today with this great opportunity. As you guys can assume, given where we are, obviously, our blockchain and NFT platform are built on AWS cloud. With AWS, we've been able to build our robust full-stack platform since our launch. And we've been working closely side by side as partners, and we look forward to strengthening the partnership through our journey together. Now let's look closer into the Universe architecture built on the cloud. First, our core services are chain, token, NFT, DID, and utility, which is the wallet. To utilize these core services upon onboarding, service partners go through the user portal to create an account and get an API key or access tokens for the service they would like an access to. An API gateway, access keys and tokens are passed to the request service for automation, authorization, and authentication. All issued transactions from each service get filtered and recorded on to the mainnet or side chains in the form of raw data. As you can see on the right-hand side, there's a chain router in the middle. As that's happening, raw data recorded on the blockchain are called by the caller and get extracted into informative and useful data, which then goes into several AWS databases such as Aurora, RDS, MSK, and Elasticache. These databases can be viewed and searched by admin for operation and monitoring purposes. Anchoring and rollup also can be done from sidechain for authenticity and verification. We're expecting ZK rollup later this year, and through the bridges, the assets can be transferred. This is a quick overview of the Universe architecture. And now I can show you how our NFT service works. So before I talk about it, one thing unique about our Universe NFT service is that we provide a user interface of the NFT lifecycle, from minting to sending to the marketplace. Now let's talk about the flow. Let's say a user goes onto the Universe console to mint NFTs. There are three parts that are required for minting: metadata, media data, and smart contract. While smart contract gets deployed onto the blockchain right away, metadata such as name, owner, description, and media data, the actual file of the content, gets stored in S3. Once stored in S3 provides a link for the upload. The link and the hash value of the media content file get uploaded onto the blockchain. When minting is done, one can request for a transfer to a marketplace address using MSK, which is Kafka, and this is given that the user has a delegated EOA. The transaction from A to B transfer is recorded on the blockchain. When the marketplace receives the NFT can be registered for sale. And then there are two things to keep in mind when looking at this flow. One is that we set up multi-region for S3, meaning that even in case of one region failing or shutting down, the other region can provide the backup data. With this, we provide high availability. Also, a user can choose if they like to store it using IPFS, in which case we provide Pinata service, which is a pinning service, so that it can prevent it from being collected as garbage and disposed. Two is that it's important to record hash value of media file on the blockchain for authentication purposes. Because the data in S3 can be edited by uploading the hash value of media file, it can provide the immutability and tamper resistance. With our leading technology platform and robust and fast mainnet, we can tailor services for any client's needs. For clients with ideas and needs for Web3 but who don't have the resources, we can help them with education, business strategy, technical consulting, implementation, and development through Tech Launchpad. For clients who are knowledgeable in Web3, who have developed resources but need a blockchain infrastructure, platform, development tools, we offer a BOS platform, composing of living solutions. Lastly, for clients who have their own solution, infrastructure, and operating capability, but need the blockchain platform, protocol, and customization on their own server, we offer Luna, our on-prem security-enhanced blockchain platform. BOS clients can instantly implement our developed pre-built solutions such as NFT, CID, Trace, Loyalty Point, RegTag, and Wallet on our user-friendly interface. On top of all leading solutions I just mentioned, Tech Launchpad clients will be provided a business consulting, strategies, along with community support and side-by-side development guide. For BOS clients with requirements to implement the solutions only on their own server, Luna can be provided. It is a safety-enhanced blockchain platform built from collaboration with Cisco Korea. Like a plug-and-play, we can offer each solution individually or as a whole package, depending on the client's needs and requirements. It's our goal to continue to evolve and expand. And hopefully in the near future, we can expand our ecosystem by collaborating with other mainnets and marketplaces. Well, that's it, and thank you for your time. I hope you got to know about us a little better. Don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions. My email is below there. Yep, thank you.
So we're going to take a short break, 10 minutes. So if you guys want to grab some coffee, we're going to grab coffee, drinks, and then we'll be starting our next session.
tire pressure monitors for my BMW, and I replaced the wheels, so I just need to have those installed into the wheels. I scheduled time to bring them to stop by. Next Monday or Tuesday. Monday would work great if you could do Monday. Yeah. 778 Alright, and then I ordered from Tyrek, I'm assuming that's everything you guys need. Is there any way to tell or if not to the car No worries. And how much is that? All right, sounds good. All right, I'll see you guys next week. Yeah, sorry.
So,
But I think it came out pretty good.
attending the current state of digital assets roundtable. We're going to be covering NFTs, DAOs, stablecoins, CBDCs, a lot of fun stuff. My name is Kim Chung. I'll be your moderator from Amazon Finance. Very broad and exciting topic, and we have invited 4 experts. There are 3 on the stage right now. One is going to be joining us soon in the space to share their views on the current and future state of the space. Here we go. I've casted their bios on the screen, but let me introduce them. First, we have Austin Appley from R3 in product strategy. Next, we have Renal from Casper Labs, CEO. And finally, we have John Louis from our own AWS, head of product Amazon Managed Blockchain. And we do have Steve from Kaleido, who occupies this space right here once he arrives. His flight was a little bit late. All right. So let's warm up a bit. I want to jump right into it. And maybe ask the first question to Renal in Casper Labs. I think, Renal, one of the unique elements of Casper Labs and its approach to building enterprise-level blockchain solutions is the Casper Network. For those of you that don't know, Casper Network is a dedicated proof-of-stake blockchain. So one of the things when I was looking through Casper Network and Casper Labs that I wanted to ask was, why did you think it was important to build your own layer 1 chain? What was the customer problem that you were trying to solve?
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. So there's 2 ways to approach this. The customer problem we're trying to solve was that for a lot of the use cases that were being presented to us, a pure private solution just wouldn't work, meaning you actually needed to interface with a public layer 1. So I'll give you a very specific example. So one of the use cases we've been working with a lot is creating a patents marketplace, which is, it's a butterfly system, lots of patent offices, lots of independent companies that own these patents. Without a public blockchain, no one's going to trust any entity to manage the consortium. The other thing we noticed is organic consortia forming. I don't know if consortia is the right plural for consortia, but for them to form organically, you also need a public network. I'll give another very specific example there. Think about NFTs that are degree certificates, meaning I wanted to verify that someone went to MIT or Harvard. And right now, you have to contact the university or you have to go through Kroll or a service provider, but you could NFT that and universities could get on board this platform. Now, if it's a private consortium that's owned by a certain set of people, it starts becoming invite only and doesn't grow organically. If you think about Facebook and something like platforms that have exploded, open access has been a huge part of that. That being said, we also enable private installations of the Casper network, but we want to always make sure there's a bridge to a public network. And in fact, 100% of what we've done has been hybrid. And then finally, and I think this was important, having a public open source layer 1 is a great forcing function because you're forced to be at the bleeding edge of research, right? You have to be the most energy efficient while still being as fast as possible and as secure. Right. And it's a great forcing function because it's always out in the wild, it's always running. And so you just have this great test bed all the time.
I think one of the things I want to ask that is related to that, I had to ask this, is that the benefits of that model is the token economics that comes with it. You guys have the CSPR token. Can you talk a little bit about some of the benefits and potential risks that you're exposed with that type of model?
The benefits really are more than anything else. Anyone can participate in the network, right? Anyone can join on one, be a validator, and over time, we're super early and contrary to most blockchain thinking, we only hired our first CMO a couple of months ago. So we really spent 3 years building the product first. We'll only now start talking about it to the public. But the real benefit is anyone can join. So it really allows easy access to the network. There's no gatekeeper to any part of it. The downside really is sometimes people get really focused on token price. I think, you know, if we look at the market today, everything is completely unrelated to actual fundamentals. There are things that are doing a lot of great work that are worth very little. There are things that do nothing that are worth a lot. And so you always have that risk, and sometimes people see that as a reflection of the quality of the underlying product, which I think is just not true. And the second thing is volatility in gas prices, right? It gives you, there is some level of volatility in how, in your ability to predict what a certain amount of infrastructure is going to cost. I can talk about that in more detail, but there are several ways to mitigate that, and that's actually been a core area of research focus for us. Again, the benefit of a public network is it's a forcing function. It forces you to build better.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Manal. Moving next to Austin. I think one of the things in the blockchain space when people think about R3 is the work that you guys have done with the financial services industry, particularly in the context of identity-related issues. Identity validation for things like KYC, AML, BSA, type of compliance. Can you talk about a little bit of the challenges of meeting the individual and sometimes jurisdictional requirements of your clients when building applications on the DLT platform?
Sure. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. I think I'm coming on this. Yeah, so, you know, Corda being an enterprise and private permissioned platform was really natural for us to pay very close attention to identity when developing that platform and when conducting business. So in our efforts over the past several years with commercial banks, exchanges, and more recently central banks, identity of course has been top of mind, especially in allowing actors into a private permission network. Now, some of the challenges really came into play when we started to work on projects that involved multiple jurisdictions. So that maybe that being a European exchange that interacts with countries that are within the European Union and countries not within the European Union, or again, more recently with central bank digital currency, we've found that central banks are particularly concerned about identity when dealing with cross-border transactions. So I issue a digital currency as the Fed. I need to make sure that someone receiving that digital currency within another nation, is not a bad actor.
And I imagine when you're working on a cross-border basis, you would need to take into account, of course, the different jurisdictional regulations on identity between the, for example, the sending party and the receiving party in different countries.
Yes, of course. Especially when we look at things like corresponding banking, where, that's actually something that we can look to learn from, because we have these large commercial banks that have kind of dealt with that to some degree in the past.
Right. So I think building on that, how do you take the learnings that you had from these experiences in the financial services and apply them more broadly to other industries in which you have clients with?
Yeah, so I think one of the ways that we've done that, kind of used our experience with identity verification and identity on chain is we did this previously within the healthcare space. So identity being a very valuable piece of that when it comes to blockchain, in that you're able to tokenize in a sense an identity on the chain.
Right, and it's also extremely regulated in a way that financial services would be as well, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you. And for the audience, we're going to be touching on CBDCs later as well, and we're looking forward to getting Austin's expertise on that as well. So next, we're going to move to home field advantage. John with AWS. John, I think we have some people in the audience which are potential are clients of AWS, as well as some people from Amazon AWS as well. But for those that don't know you or what you've done in the product space, can you walk us through what you have been doing, especially in the area of infrastructure blockchain management?
Yeah, then I think it's worth stepping back as well from, what does AWS do for our customers? And blockchain runs a lot of servers, right? So, of course, AWS has been around since, we'll say, the founding of public blockchain. Many people want to run spin-up servers, and AWS offers an easy way for that to happen. We also work with a lot of customers to process data. There's a lot of data that's coming on the blockchain. We've got a lot of tools to help stream that data and make it easily accessible. And we also have a lot of automation tools, keeping out notifications and whatnot in case an event occurs on a blockchain. So we work with public protocols. We work with private enterprises. We work with application companies. That's what AWS has been doing on the blockchain front as a whole. And in 2019, AWS took a more focused approach onto blockchain. We launched a managed infrastructure service for private blockchain. That's where we saw a lot of interest. And also we saw interest in the public blockchain as well. We wanted to make sure that we had regulations that we wanted to get some more clarity around. And so in 2021, we launched our support for Ethereum, public blockchain. And these are pain point for a lot of our customers just to manage that infrastructure. Setting up nodes and hours, you have permission in days, something falls down, you miss a patch or something like that, you no longer think on it. So that's what we've been doing for our customers on a managed infrastructure side.
So what is one thing that you find that potential clients don't know about AWS that when you tell them really surprises them? Oh, you guys do that as well, in addition to the things that you mentioned.
Actually, the thing that's most surprising is when I talk about managed infrastructure, most customers don't know that. Because we've been, I like to say we've been very methodical in this space. You don't see us being a strong voice out there, this is what blockchain should be. Right? Because we want to see how customers are using it, how technology is evolving. And since I've joined, we've increased investment in the space markedly, so you're going to see more and more keys coming from us, and that's what we're going to do.
Fantastic. Okay, I think we've all warmed up, and I want to move us to the meat of our discussion today, and move the conversation more broadly to our topic on the current state and future state of the digital asset ecosystem. I think that what we're calling Web3 has been clearly an expansion of perhaps the first use case of blockchain technologies, just transferring value over a simple digital ledger, and now encompasses a wider set, including the digitalization of real-world assets, and also the upcoming digital assets that are benefiting from tokenization, such as NFTs. And I want to start with NFTs. It's perhaps been called crypto's first mass market adoption moment. We've seen digital art and now digital collectibles as well, moving into the NFT space. Maybe to start with, I would love to hear your thoughts on the NFT use cases that we actually haven't explored yet, beyond visual arts representing apes or CryptoPunks. Beyond those use cases, what do you see as areas that we haven't explored yet?
Yeah, before diving into that, I just want to set a basis for this discussion. I think oftentimes people confuse exactly what an NFT is. It's not the JPEG. For example, it's an NFT representing a picture of an ape. That's just, the NFT is just a certificate that says you are the one that owns this flavor of the JPEG. And so let's extend that concept. So an NFT is just a digital certificate, and it could represent pretty much anything. So we've actually not seen the most useful and real use cases that an NFT can enable. So let's talk about some very specific ones. One is representation of a real world and valuable asset. For example, let's say, I bid on a cask of whiskey, Macallan 50-year age, spend whatever, a few $100,000 on it, and I want to resell it. If the NFT was minted by Macallan, and they release their public key and know that, well, it was actually minted by them, and along with the cask, I sell them the NFT, they now know that the product I'm selling them is 100% original. And now you can extend that to resale of almost anything. Chanel purses, guitars, doesn't matter, any luxury good, even cars. Where it gets really interesting, so first you've developed the authenticity of it, but where it gets really interesting is you can add all sorts of smart features on top of it. So, for example, if a sculptor sculpts a piece of art and there's an NFT that goes along with the sculpture, you can say, okay, I'm selling it to the first person as an NFT. But then every single time it's resold, the sculptor could say something like, I scrape 10% of every single resale, which goes back to the sculptor. And that's just embedded in the code and cannot be changed. Think about, you think about Vincent van Gogh, his paintings have amassed billions of dollars. Not a cent has gone to his estate, and he ended up a pauper and cut off his ear. You can actually avoid situations like that in fine art, any sorts of product. So one big use case is really fine products and associating an NFT as a digital service.
The tangible asset space.
Yes, and real estate, etc. The other is just certification in general. Think about college degrees, or the fact that you are a doctor who's recently, passed recent brain surgery requirements. All of these can be digitized and put in a form of NFT, and the NFT public key could come from whatever authority you trust or don't trust, but at least there's a ton of transparency. So I think the actual super interesting NFT use cases haven't come yet. I think it's actually, but as with anything, it's a little unfortunate / hilarious that it's mostly monkey and cat pictures. But I think I think in the next decade we'll see really, really interesting things happen.
I think moving on that topic and into the B2B context, I want to ask Austin your thoughts. Renal just said that there are a lot of use cases in tangible assets, sculptures, whiskey, also certification, degrees, use cases with NFTs. I think those are, in some respects, B2C. Notwithstanding that, I think that there are many applications that may be possible, and would love to get your thoughts on what you believe are some of the B2B and enterprise level use cases for NFT technology, given all the things that R3 is doing in that space. Well, my answer would be twofold there. One of which is that, of course, bringing these unique real-world assets into the digital world to be tradable, you might see organizations trading large amounts of these and collections of these within wholesale transactions. So large business to large business, maybe even encompassing big pools of these assets that do represent real-world valuables into single instruments. Now, also, we've done quite a bit of work in TVP space, of delivery versus payment, when it comes to securities exchange and on-chain delivery versus payment for currency versus asset. Now, what we've seen in terms of thinking around that is some evolution to a delivery versus delivery. So this could be C2C, however it also could be, again, at the wholesale level, B2B, in which you have a centralized exchange where you essentially have a futuristic version of a barter economy, where you have all of these offers listed, and because of the liquidity of everything everyone's holding, we may even see some sort of asset versus asset transactions occur. And that and the wholesale nature of being able to bundle multiple
types of assets together. That definitely would be a B2B application. Moving on, I want to ask John to expand on that as well. I think that that type of transaction, those type of transactions, would require innovation in the ecosystem and in the infrastructure that underlies NFTs. How do you see those type of innovations happening over the next 3-5 years?
Actually, that's interesting because the underlying computer servers won't change. They're going to be more powerful, etc. It's protocol on top of it that's powering it. And of course, we're going to see more applications, more tooling that involves around it, especially around the business standpoint, like in these cases we're talking about. Maybe it's more transparent way of bringing data in from the real world into the blockchain via Oracle, right? So that's going to run certain type of servers that are maybe it's on AWS. But I do want to come back to why businesses should use NFTs as well, right? You know, NFTs right now, yes, people see the images. That's what makes it relatable to people. That's why it's had this big iPhone moment. People can see it. People can see Bitcoin and feet and see value of it. It's not so tangible, it's not nature. But what it has shown is there's a value to an open, programmable token of authenticity. Right? You go to any business and say, hey, you've got this token that prove that it's authentic and it's compatible on the open blockchain network. That's gold, right? So what are the use cases we see around that? You know, as Austin was mentioning, maybe is taking a bunch of NFTs like real estate, package it together in some type of mortgage-backed security, right, and trading their financial institutions. That's good. Or a lot of solutions from customers are they're trying to create loyalty programs. They've been trying to do this for the longest time. Everyone's got their own loyalty network. But as soon as it goes outside that loyalty network, you have all these, you know, point transaction type of deflation and whatnot. You just don't know what it's worth. People can't plug into that network. But now you've got an open source network. Everybody can get on it easily. And you can put in the right KYCs around it to protect against, you know, the anonymous type of login.
And those loyalty programs essentially they change an intangible asset that companies have, the loyalty that the customers have to that specific company or product, into something tangible and valuable through NFTs and tokenization as well, right? Exactly.
Right? You have that value. You start thinking into more of a digital experience, digital type of world. Clearly, there's a demand from Gen Z or even millennials. Like, this is a collectible on a digital world. I want to collect my, you know, 3D animated font or something like that. There's demand for that. So when you think about it, you can see how NFTs as a base for it.
Building on that point, when all our kids or us have 3D watches where we're able to store our NFTs on, whether they be loyalty programs, securitized wholesale assets, sculptures, or whiskey. Children will be storing whiskey NFTs on their watch, right? Yeah. I think one of the things in the road of the adoption of these digital assets is how do you hold this stuff, right? One of the challenges is this self-custody element of digital assets. I think we have all had experiences, some positive and negative, in needing to store our own digital assets through wallet interfaces, etc. That self-custody experience is evolving, and I would love to ask, maybe first Brunel again, I'll put you on the hot seat. What opportunities do you see in the horizon on how we all store and manage these new and increasing number of digital assets that we all have?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a similar path that traditional assets have taken. I mean, if you think about it, when I was a kid and my dad and mom were buying stocks, it was all on paper. We did debentures. You had to have a stockbroker.
You printed your own stocks?
No, not me, my parents.
Okay, right.
When I was a kid, I was 5 or 6, so call it 30 years ago. And so, you know, everything was pen and paper. You had to have a stockbroker. You had to have someone who actually was on the floor and was able to like scream out orders. Right. Look at the world today. you have Fidelity or E-Trade, you know, there's 2 or 3 platforms that have really consolidated everything. And on Fidelity, you can own stocks, bonds, gold futures, silver futures, pretty much anything.
The brokerage experience, right?
Exactly. I think that's where we're headed toward. I don't think people have got the UX right and solved the self versus centralized custody problem yet. But just similar to, you know, what stock exchanges and bonds and commodities exchanges went through, you know, now you can own, you know, 5 bushels of corn on Fidelity if you so choose to. Like it's connected to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange as well now. And I expect that same level of custody will come. I think there's quite a lot of innovation happening. I think Coinbase's wallet is not bad. I think Uphold has been doing some really, really cool stuff. I've definitely seen quite a bit of innovation here. Of course, you know, not my area of expertise, but I do expect it to follow a similar path to other assets.
So in other words, one provider operating at different levels of the wallet stack, providing different access, different security, etc.
Yeah, I mean, these experiences, for better or worse, do lend themselves for, hey, I want a one-stop shop to store everything. Hence, you know, why Fidelity, State Street, and, you know, others are so big. I do think there's going to be some level of that. But the benefit, actually, if you think about it, is fees on Fidelity are close to 0 because of that consolidation. In crypto, we're actually used to paying exorbitant fees right now. So while some people are saying, hey, that would be really, really bad, I'm like, well, it would actually cause a ton of fee compression. So,
yeah, if I can add to that, I think that's a really great analogy. You know, but in the Fidelity case, and compared to kind of the crypto case, I think the words custody might have a little bit different implications in terms of, you know, I think a lot of people that are well acquainted with blockchain, very interested and have been for a long time, are concerned with where that custody takes place, you know, particularly leaning towards the self-custody side of things. But I do think that, you know, your average consumer of digital assets or investor probably won't care as much. So again, to emphasize what you're saying, I do think that consolidation will happen. Again, on the UX side, improvements definitely need to be made. Even some of the easiest to use wallets today are still a bit confusing. I tried to get my dad to use one the other day. It took him about 24 hours to make it. So that's too long, of course. But again, yeah, I think that the consolidation is definitely going to happen, especially because people, I think in general, aren't going to really care if they're custodying their digital assets or if their bank is custodying them.
But it's also, yeah, I think your point is great. And the real world actually shows that, right? Like, you're talking about super users versus regular users, right? If you think about financial assets, there are super users, right? Like Appaloosa Management, Citadel, Tiger Global. These guys don't use a Fidelity account. They self-custody everything, right? Like, it's owned by the fund. And they're super users. And our industry will have super users where, you know, people will still use their hardware wallets and store all their keys themselves. And, you know, I think that will go away. But I do expect for the average user, so some people are willing to, it's just human nature, right? People are willing to give up some level of security for convenience. You know?
Maybe Austin or John, how do you see businesses or corporations, governments thinking about that wallet experience from the perspective of the trade-offs between hot and cold storage, hardware versus software wallets? I know what the retail experience looks like, but how do companies and governments even think about that? I'm sure that large Fortune 500 companies aren't storing all their assets on a Trezor, right? So
some of them maybe. Yeah, you may have seen some headlines, someone lost their key or something, not able to get in. But there are services like the Fidelity world that are there to help big entities deal with their treasury. You know, part of it is going to be hot wallets, and part of it is going to be cold wallets. But the evolution now is towards something that's that multi-party compute wallet, where it's very easy for people to take money out as long as they share they have the right amount of keys. You don't always have to store it in a cold wallet that takes like 24 to 48 hours to get out.
And these are specialized custodian agents similar to a Bank of New York Mellon or a State Street,
Yeah.
but on the digital asset space that offer those type of hybrid services.
Yeah, you have to draw the analogy. I think you have to draw the analogy to how companies handle their cash today. Right? They don't sit all in their own bank, like their own, I don't know, private bank account. They've got a bank account with Chase or any of the big banks and help them manage their treasury accounts. And the analogy going to the individual, everybody loves the concept of I own my own keys, I own my own assets, until they have to deal with, wow, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with this as well, right? So there's people who pay for that convenience and that security. That's probably 80% of the users, both individuals and companies. And there's going to be 20% who are the power users who manage their own things.
So we've talked about NFTs, and then we've broadened it to how we custody our own assets. I want to make the conversation even broader when we're talking about the digital assets space. I think one of the promise of digital assets, one of the very exciting things, is the way we can use token economics to manage group collaboration going forward. And of course, I'm talking about decentralized autonomous organizations, decentralized autonomous corporations. To some extent, you can say Bitcoin and Ethereum itself is like a DAO. Right? And there's been other very recent examples of DAOs. I think Link DAOs is one of them, Fry's DAOs is other of them, where people are now mobilized to act, in some cases outside of a corporation structure, to do real world activities like asset purchases. Maybe start with Austin. What would you say are some of these upcoming challenges or even current challenges of a DAO or a DAC, centralized model?
Sure, and of course I'll start with just saying that the concept of a DAO is extremely cool to me. I think
Super
it's
cool,
so
right?
awesome. Yeah, just automating the entire company. But yeah, I mean there are definitely some risks and challenges that I've seen recently, being governance. So I know a lot of these DAOs are governed by a democratic principle, which I think is really cool. However, in times of stress, it can be somewhat inefficient and slow. And at times, I think organizations do benefit from an executive member having control to make real-time decisions in times of stress and uncertainty. Additionally, I think another thing that I've seen is the responsibility of what happens if the DAO fails. What happens if the DAO, something happens within it that's extra legal or illegal? Who's responsible for that? Who do you go after when this decentralized autonomous organization somehow, is either worth nothing or has absorbed all of the value within it into specific, mysterious accounts, whatever it might be? That legal responsibility is still very much up in the air. And I think that's something that's being addressed that's a challenge.
Renell, I'd love to get your thoughts as well. I mean, when you're running Casper Labs, I'm sure that you're dealing with those issues of governance. How do you think of those technical and societal challenges with a DAO or a DAC?
I think the governance problem is real. It's definitely an issue. But I think additionally what DAOs have not been good at. So let me start with, I also think the concept of a DAO is great, and it would be great if we could find a way to make them work. But I think so there's a governance issue, and I agree with everything that you said before. I would add another issue really is incentivization mechanics. These have not been done particularly well. What's ended up happening in every single case is the founding members of a DAO have such disproportionate level of economics that it makes less sense for people to join as time goes on. It's the same incentivization mechanic problem we've seen in DeFi. Right? You see yield farms, etc., blow up because it's just the founding and early members, just the economic share is just way too much. So basically, you're trying to democratize being part of a company, but the incentivization mechanic has replicated the problem you're trying to solve. people want DAOs because they're saying, hey, the problem with companies like Amazon is Jeff Bezos owns most of the stock. Right. Again, like, that's what they're saying. I don't necessarily think that's a problem, but that's what you're trying to solve. If you're trying to solve that, you need to have an incentivization mechanic that is very, very different, right? Like, you're saying a DAO is no longer like a corporation. Right. It shouldn't just replicate a corporation, but with tokens, like, which is sort of like, that's the biggest problem I see. I'm like, corporations exist for a reason, they're highly efficient. DAOs exist for a reason, they're highly democratic, but you can't just replicate this structure here. That's not gonna work.
Shifting gears a little bit, I think we could have a panel on digital assets without talking about one of the important topics of the day that I'm sure everybody has read about and experienced to some extent, which is stablecoins and the future creation of CBDCs. There have been a lot of things happening on stablecoins recently, and maybe I can start with get John your thoughts. There have been volatility, is that the right word, for stablecoins, for some stablecoins recently? What should we take away from that? What warnings or lessons should we take away? Not in that specific use case, but more in terms of its implications to the broader crypto or blockchain ecosystem, if there is any.
Stablecoins or takeaways, it's an experiment as much as all of DeFi. There are things that work, things that people are pushing the boundary on and which don't work. I use stablecoins as an example. There are different types of stablecoins as well. Algorithmic stablecoins, under-collateralized stablecoins, over-collateralized stablecoins. Each of them have different things that back their value, mechanisms that can defend their pegs. Something like a USDC or a Tether, we'll put them all pretty stable. They've got some asset, and we see that they maintain their pay pretty well. But there's also this other concept, like, could we use technology saying, hey, if there's demand, then we kind of make more. If there's kind of too much supply, we burn them. So that sounds like a pretty cool concept. And let's continue to push the boundary around that. And they work in little experiments. And they work because they expect people to behave rationally. You know, this is going to be good for everyone, I hold it. But in reality, when you expose this to entering, the most rational human action is greed. Okay? So when something actually starts, there's an opportunity for someone to, let's say, arm something with algorithmic stablecoins, they're going to attack it. So that's why it's like distributions illustrator, a lot of the algorithmic stablecoins, they haven't yet cracked what could work. How do you balance the human emotion? How do you balance the distribution versus the theory? The theory works really good. But the implications, like the application of theory, you haven't figured it out yet.
I think another application of one of the things that stablecoins are trying to do, move value on a stable basis, is being pursued by central banks as well. Different governments around the world in these future central bank digital currencies that we hear about. I'd like to ask Austin your thought about what you see as the main areas of opportunity when a government, perhaps a client, right, is thinking about the how to create or the benefits or perhaps some of the risks of creating their own CBDCs and how they should be thinking about it from a product innovation standpoint.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I do think it can be broken up between two types. You have CBDC issuance. That's going to be central banks are primarily concerned with issuance, and the private sector is primarily concerned with distribution. But focusing now on issuance, of course, with the central banks, some of the things that they're very interested in, again, can be broken into wholesale use cases and retail use cases. With wholesale, you have many of the benefits that you see you generally see with digital assets and digital currencies, real-time settlement, bank-to-bank or person-to-person transactions. And again, like I mentioned previously, from a technical perspective, seamless cross-border transactions as well, provided that there's the same technology on both sides. Now, at the retail level, things get a bit more complex and a bit more interesting. I think that one of the primary drivers we see from developing economies is access to financial services. So to have a stable medium or holder value and have access to services in a region that has very little trust in, say, the banking sector or something like that. Now, another at the retail level, which I personally think is very interesting, is people having access to, especially like we mentioned before, we've got some volatility, as we're saying. I mean, sometimes an all-out destruction of a stablecoin. This might give central banks and the assurance that their people are able to hold a truly stable value or medium of exchange on blockchain and to complete transactions within public or private blockchains with that medium of exchange.
Perfect. Thank you, Austin.
Interestingly enough, I love the CBDCs. Like stable coins actually accelerated CBDCs in a way, right? When you think, when I was maybe 4 or 5 years ago, having USDT was the fastest way for me to just transfer money if I was overseas back to something. So it proved that this delivery network works. And that I think also a lot of the CBDCs, a lot of governments reference actually works today. And algorithmic stablecoins, just coming back to that topic again. When you think about governments, they are in essence an algorithmic type of stablecoin. The main thing between them and retail private type stablecoins, they can have big control on the supply. Right? They can control what people want to do or don't want to do with that money. So it's a good balance, right? So maybe there's a future where governments look at, we can implement something from the algorithmic side because we've got learnings there and there's something that's fully paid.
Yeah, I think I've even seen in some of the, say an article about Luna that they describe their algorithm as a digital central bank or an atomic central bank. And also, actually, interestingly, a narrative that I've heard many times is, a lot of these central banks were not interested in CBDCs at all until there's this big push. Oh, Luna, or not Luna, sorry, DM, or what was it called before DM? Libra was coming, and it was going to circumvent their ability to enact monetary policy as this universal stablecoin. And as soon as that started happening, that's when we really saw an acceleration of interest in CBDCs from central banks. That's right.
All right, I want to save some time for questions. I think we could continue talking for hours more, but I want to save some time for questions. But before that, I would like to introduce Steve up to the audience as well. Steve from Kaleido, so that you can participate in our questions as well. Sir, welcome. So maybe for the question and answer, to get Steve all warmed up, I can ask the first question on maybe something that we know, Kaleido, right, very well. I think one of the aspects, Steve, when I was taking a look at Kaleido's, the model was this idea of consortium as a service. There is an important role that Kaleido brings in bringing blockchain applications, for example, writing on Hyperledger or Corda to enterprise customers through, AWS or others. I think that first step is very important. And so I wanted to ask you, what benefits do you see for your clients or even potential clients in coming to Kaleido as the first stop in mapping out the future blockchain use cases?
Yeah. So specifically, we're all familiar with the term consortium. We understand that for businesses, no business exists in a vacuum, right? Every business is connected to other businesses, and data and value is flowing. And so these business networks exist today, and they exist at various states of legacy technology. Files are being FTP'd around, there's paper-based processes, there's various states of digitization. And so as blockchain enters the picture, then you say, okay, well, if we could sort of digitize this on a decentralized type transaction and data model, then we could design something that works radically better and in some cases different. So that's the idea of business networks or consortia. What we've learned with Kaleido, the years that we've been on this journey, and I've amazingly been in the blockchain space since 2015, so it's been a while at this point, and Kaleido's been around since 2017, is you need more than just a blockchain node, right? People think, hey, I'm going to do a blockchain project. If I can just get a node, then I'll be there. But the reality is, if you're going to build something decentralized, you need a decentralized architecture, and that has to go all the way, top to bottom in the stack. And so all the other layers, tech is always in a stack, right? There's always a stack there, whether it's an AI project or a Web 2 project or a Web 3 project. So, a lot of the layers in the stack are similar. There's a data layer, there's a middleware layer, there's integration happening, there's identity and session management, all that stuff is still there in these projects. And so the idea of a consortium as a service is the rest of the stack, right? By getting that beyond the blockchain node, automating that, understanding that there's always still going to be off-chain data flows, so there's cross-connecting, networking, security, all of that needs to go. And so kind of borrowing, if you're familiar with AWS lingo, like an account vending machine or a landing zone type pattern, sort of bringing some of those patterns into a decentralized model where you can build a blockchain on top of it and get the rest of the software stack. That's what it is.
Thanks. All right, I'd like to open up to the audience. We have a few more minutes for questions. Please, if there's anybody, please raise your hand.
Thank you very much for the details. It's a wonderful session so far. My question is I like the ideology that you mapped Mahindra, that stocks 20 years back, it was printed as a paper, and what we are doing with NFTs. So what will be the next 5 or 10 years with so much of a high volatility in terms of investing or personal assets contribution towards the NFT side?
I think the turning point has already sort of started. I think in the next 5 to 10 years, you'll see NFTs mirroring a lot of luxury products. I know Chanel, LVMH, a lot of fine spirits producers and art houses are already looking at this. So I don't know how quickly it happens in terms of penetration, but we should be seeing proof of concepts come out, or the actual sales come out in the next 12 to 18 months, actually. Expect Chanel purses to be, authenticated on a blockchain in the next 12 to 18 months. And similarly, as with most things, it takes one person to do it, and then every single person follows on. It's kind of, think about AWS, right? One of the big catalysts for AWS was Netflix moving a ton of their infrastructure over. And that was after that, every streaming service and every content delivery network went to cloud computing. I think similarly, we need the first few brands to go over. But to your question, for individuals and their own assets, when will they have the ability to create an NFT of any object you have or own? I think that's closer to 3 to 5 years out than immediate. There's a lot of NFTs today, the UX is terrible just because of the way they're minted and the programming primitives that are there. There's a lot of fundamental research that has to work around NFTs such that you have the same level of controls, recovery mechanisms, etc., that you do have with Fidelity, etc. And those, as far as I know, a lot of that's in the works, but those products are in alpha at best. So I'd say that's a few years out.
It has to do a lot with just general technology on blockchain, as you're saying. A lot of support tools around those are actually still barriers to mass adoption. Not just NFTs alone, cryptocurrency in general is the same as well.
Yeah, and we don't have IEEE standards, right? Like other industries where it's easy, right? It's like, okay, this is how a Java API works. Like everything is kind of homegrown, which is why I'm more on the 5 to 10 year side on some of this, because I think we will have an IEEE standard within the industry for smart contracting at some point, but not soon.
Steve, I would love to get your thoughts on this as well. I know that you weren't here for the NFT portion, but I'd love to get your thoughts on this topic.
Yeah, well, I do think NFTs and what I think of as enterprise NFTs are one of the killer use cases for blockchain. So overall, very bullish. You know, I sometimes when I look at DeFi, stick with me for a second here, you know, you could almost look at it and say, well, you know, all the systems that got built and stacked on top of each other probably too quickly, right? You know, that same type of innovation I think is going to be unlocked in other industries as enterprise NFTs come online over the next few years. So, you know, we're working with groups that are interested in taking VIN numbers of cars or license plates or other just pieces of everyday life that are important and essential to people, turning those into NFTs, and then just the amount of innovation that could get stacked, you know, on top of it. You know, we talked about the digitizing systems and really moving into the 21st century. And I do totally agree that you know, the first few through the breach are definitely the hardest. As far as standards go, I would say there's quasi standards, right? The ERCs are, you know, the EVM is kind of the de facto standard for the computing mechanism, while there are others, and there are next generation ones, and the ERC. So we've got placeholders maybe for, you know, more official, more complete standards. But I would agree kind of on similar timeline. But I do think where we are in 2022, now that NFT is a household term, that it's gaining a lot of mind share and interest, and you know, the companies that we work with, we're starting to see use cases that are a lot more interesting than some of the use cases we may have talked about, you know, even just a couple of years ago.
And I think for the audience, as we wrap up, if we want to hear more about what those use cases are, I would really encourage the audience to reach out to Steve and the rest of our panelists to get their thoughts offline. So with that, on behalf of AWS and Amazon, I'd like to thank our panelists for joining this panel, and like to conclude our panel today. Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand of applause.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us. So we're going to start with our next session, and after this session, we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Forrest Collier. He's going to be talking about what's new with Amazon Managed Blockchain. Please give him a round of applause.
Can everyone hear me all right? Good? All right, awesome.
thanks everyone for your time. I know that I stand between you and lunch, and so I will time this accordingly. My name is Forrest Collier. I'm a blockchain specialist solutions architect here at AWS. Today I wanted to share with you what's new with the Amazon Managed Blockchain Service. It's our core blockchain service at AWS. So today I'll give a quick recap of what the service is if some of you may not be familiar with it. We'll talk about what's new for the Hyperledger Fabric side of the service, as well as what's new on the public blockchain side for Ethereum. And then, of course, we'll open it up for some questions at the end about the service. So, as most of you probably know, blockchain protocols are pretty wide-ranging. There are different implementations of blockchain. They're different on the gradient of centralized to decentralized and anonymous access to all the parties being known in advance to one another. There are different implementations. So you have here examples of private blockchains, very focused on enterprise, where you don't want your data to be exposed to the public, something like Hyperledger Fabric, right? Though on the other side, you'll have public blockchains like Ethereum, where you have a lot of use cases coming to fruition around decentralized finance or DeFi, NFTs, a lot of what was discussed in the panel right before this. And as we talk to a lot of customers who are building in the blockchain space, you start to find common patterns, right? The common patterns being that, especially folks that don't have blockchain experience yet, they may not have a team that is deeply experienced in the blockchain space. Getting set up for the initial POC pilot can be quite difficult, right? There's lots of configurations that you have to figure out. You have to set up your infrastructure. And as you start to scale, say you want to add more members and create a large private blockchain network, there's more complexity involved in that along the way as well, right? You have to orchestrate governance and billing and productionizing your architecture and your infrastructure to make sure that it's going to handle the transaction throughput that you're looking for, that you're going to be able to query the way that you're expecting to, and with all these things can come expense, right? And so Amazon Managed Blockchain is really focused on solving for those challenges for AWS customers. So what it does is what it offers is a fully managed service that makes it super easy to create and subsequently manage blockchain infrastructure. And in this case, when I say blockchain infrastructure, I mean Ethereum full nodes on both public testnets and mainnet, as well as private Hyperledger Fabric networks. And so customers can choose the path they want to take. Some customers go and create hybrid solutions where they have a private blockchain for private settlement of transactions, and then they use public blockchains for other use cases. So it really varies. And the core features and core offering within Amazon Managed Blockchain, the primary one is in the fully managed nature of the service. So it allows customers to delegate that undifferentiated heavy lifting of configuring, spinning up or deploying, and then the ongoing maintenance of the underlying blockchain infrastructure. You want to create an Ethereum application, and you need to be broadcasting transactions to the network, reading data from the network, subscribing to on-chain events. You can spin up an Ethereum full node with the Go Ethereum or Geth client and Amazon Managed Blockchain in a matter of minutes. You can start using that via endpoints. Reliability and scalability, of course, behind the scenes is a square focus of this, letting customers rely on the blockchain infrastructure that they deploy here for production use cases. And like most other AWS services that you find, you can integrate this service with a wide variety of other AWS services. So earlier in the day, you might remember Shai Brednik gave a talk and showed a few architecture patterns. You can see how the pieces fit together across different AWS services, from serverless architectures that rely on serverless compute, like AWS Lambda, etc. And finally, you're only going to pay for the resources that you use. So especially for customers that are building Hyperledger Fabric solutions, a big challenge in building a consortia around a Hyperledger Fabric network is how do we split up the bill? We don't have predictability of what this is going to cost. And Amazon Managed Blockchain makes that really easy, separating the costs amongst different AWS accounts for different organizations. And so the first sort of new feature or recent launch that I want to talk about is actually in that Hyperledger Fabric space. And it was the recent launch of Hyperledger Fabric version 2.2 support for the sort of 2.x family of versions of Hyperledger Fabric. So in keeping with the latest long-term support release, Amazon Managed Blockchain now supports Hyperledger Fabric version 2.2.4. And this brought a wide variety of new features, not necessarily specific to this minor version of 2.2.4, but that came in this generational upgrade to Hyperledger Fabric version 2 in general. The main feature, probably the one that is the most significant for the largest number of customers, is the new chain code lifecycle. So in Hyperledger Fabric, if you're not familiar, smart contracts or business logic is called chain code. And that chain code obviously needs to be agreed upon, deployed, and executed amongst the participants in that private blockchain network. And the process of deploying that chain code is through a series of steps. In previous versions of Hyperledger Fabric, setting critical components or policies around chain code, like the endorsement policy, the number of endorsements a transaction to chain code needs to get, or invocation of chain code needs to get, were able to be defined by one single entity in the network. So it gives a little bit of extra power, a little bit of extra responsibility to a single member. And so this shift in a new decentralized chain code lifecycle brought in a couple of extra steps to allow the participants or the group to approve the chain code definition. So things like the endorsement policy before that chain code became executable. In addition, this upgrade brought, of course, more modern versions for the main chain code execution environments. So today you can write and execute chain code in common programming languages like Go, JavaScript, and a Node.js runtime, and Java. And so in Hyperledger Fabric 2.2, you get more modern versions of those programming languages to work with, or those execution environments to work with, so customers can move their applications to use more modern tooling, different libraries that might depend on newer versions of these particular patterns. Final feature I want to talk about here in Hyperledger Fabric 2.2 is enhanced private data features. So in a private blockchain environment, you may want to restrict access to certain data. You might want to only share specific components of a larger data set with certain participants, even within channels of Hyperledger Fabric. And so there's an expanded group of functionality and possibilities of how you can restrict that access and how you can manage it within a channel in Hyperledger Fabric 2.2, building on some of the earlier private data collections features that were available in previous versions. In addition, the SDKs with which you can build applications, so client applications to interact with Hyperledger Fabric networks, those got some pretty monumental upgrades as well, more high-level APIs to work with as well. To give you a quick view of the change in the Hyperledger Fabric chain code lifecycle as well, so you can visualize. In the past, to create new chain code or to deploy new chain code, you had that two-step process. You're installing the chain code package, so the source code package, to one-to-many peer nodes, and then one member was performing this instantiation step to make that chain code executable and setting those parameters like the endorsement policy. And of course, that one member now has a little bit of extra responsibility, a little bit of extra control. In the new chain code lifecycle, you actually have a four-step process now, packaging up that chain code and installing it on the peer, which works similarly to the past. But now you have this approval step, where the different organizations in the network actually approve a chain code definition which defines those critical parameters like the endorsement policy. And then finally, the chain code is committed and you can actually use it and run it. Now, I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about Ethereum as well. We have some new functionality on the Ethereum side. The first of those is new testnet support. So now Amazon Managed Blockchain will allow you to spin up a node that syncs with the Goerli testnet. And there are a couple significant things here to know. So first of all, if you're following the Ethereum space, the public blockchain, you'll know that maybe towards the end of this year, it might move into next. The date is sort of a little nebulous at the moment, but there's going to be an event called the merge. And the merge is basically Ethereum's shift from proof of work consensus to proof of stake consensus. And that's the source of a lot of debate around moving to a more sustainable consensus mechanisms. And that means that these testnets that you use to develop applications, to test your smart contracts, to test decentralized applications, are also going to change as well. And so there are legacy testnets and some of the more modern testnets that will survive the merge and move on. And Goerli is one of those that will be available after the merge event. It's also a cross-client testnet. And so a lot of customers were asking us, we like to test our applications on the Goerli testnet. It allows for more complete testing. And so this is, again, a testnet that has longevity in a cross-client testnet format. And so a lot of customers now are able to spin up these Goerli testnet nodes and integrate that into their decentralized application testing patterns. And I did mention sort of legacy and post-merge testnets. I mean, here are sort of the most common testnets that you hear about. There have been others in the past, These are some of the main ones. The Robston and Rigby testnets are also available in Amazon Managed Blockchain today. Rigby has been on path for deprecation, and Robston as well will eventually be deprecated. Robston, in fact, was recently the first test for the merge, actually. So Robston did merge to proof of stake successfully, so now you see it's moved to that new consensus mechanism. And on the right, you'll see those post-merge testnets, so Goerli being one, and then another we haven't spoken about yet, the Sequoia testnet. This is going to be sort of the long-term go-to testnet after the merge. So you'll see Goerli and Sequoia coming up more and more, and Rigby and Robston coming up less and less over time, especially after the merge for Ethereum. Now, the other functionality that I wanted to talk about on the Ethereum side might require a little bit of background. Just a quick show of hands, how many folks in here have developed a smart contract or just deployed a smart contract on an Ethereum network? It could have been private, could have been public. Decent handful of folks. So when you do that, you're often going to be using one of the many high-level libraries that are available in the Ethereum space. Things like Ethers.js, Web3.js, which is a little bit lower level. But you're going to use these tools to help you perform these functions, to deploy smart contracts, to interact with them, maybe to create a wallet to test with, lots of different functions therein, right? And these developer tools often have mechanisms for connecting to an Ethereum node or a provider to interact with the Ethereum network, right? Either the testnet, a local network, or mainnet. Now, with these particular libraries, they often have these set authentication mechanisms, or they expect an endpoint. And to use these tools, you need to sort of conform to certain endpoint patterns, authentication patterns, things like API keys, basic auth, things like that. So in Amazon Managed Blockchain, at launch, we supported SIG-v4, Signature Version 4 Authentication, which is a sort of standard practice authentication mechanism with AWS access keys for API requests to AWS services over HTTP. Now, Signature v4 is a fantastic tool for authentication, and it's really useful to connect one AWS service to another to make API calls from your local machine, etc. But we did hear from customers at launch that, hey, we want to use common Ethereum developer tools. We can't use those tools out of the box with Signature v4. It's not supported. You know, looking for alternative methods to access these nodes, to send requests to these nodes, particularly in environments where you might want to connect directly to them from some application or some tool. So there's now an alternative option in private beta, please note it's in private beta, for token-based access. So following a similar pattern to the tooling available for API key type of authentication or access, excuse me. And so when using Ethereum developer tools now, you can use this new functionality to have a smoother experience around that. In the past, customers would create potentially a proxy to generate an endpoint to use. The SIG-v4 signature would be attached at that proxy layer. And this will remove some of that necessity. But the one thing I want to call out is that this is not a replacement, it's just another option. So sometimes customers will still want to use Signature v4. They might want to use SIG-v4 for backend services. You're accepting requests through an API, you're signing those requests maybe in a custodial environment on the backend, and you're shuttling those requests to your Ethereum nodes. You may still want to use Signature v4. But now, customers, as this moves through private beta and in the future into general availability, customers will be able to choose between these two options to fit their specific use case and the tooling that they want to use in particular. Right? So I wanted to save a little extra time at the end to talk, to answer questions that you might have about the service, about the space in general, about AWS's approach in the blockchain space. So with about 8 to 10 minutes left, I wanted to open it up for questions and see if folks had questions for me. Yeah.
Will AWS be accepting stablecoins as payments for all of their services?
Stablecoins. So the question is, will AWS be accepting stablecoins as payments? And the short answer is, it's unlikely, but it's hard to say for certain. I think that in this sort of area around stablecoins, cryptocurrency, and especially cryptocurrency in the payment space, there's a lot of maturity and growth to be had in that area. And I think as AWS navigates, we're looking more to be that technical advisor, provider of services that help customers build in the space, and maybe not as much as in the payment space. But it's definitely an interesting thought, right? Thanks for your question. There was another in the middle.
Yeah, a couple of the managed blockchain services, other chains like Solana, Cardano, Polygon, what have you.
Got it, yeah. So the question is, when will the Amazon managed blockchain service look to expand into other blockchains, particularly in the public space, Solana, Polygon, etc. And the way that I would answer that is we are really focused on providing the chain support and prioritizing roadmap as we go forward based on what our customers are asking for. So as we find those patterns and we see customers that say, we have blockchain use cases, we want to build an NFT application and we need to have support for this chain. That's how we would start to prioritize. And so really watching the volume of customers and what they're asking for will help guide that roadmap. And what I will say is really looking at the public blockchain space holistically and try and find those right chains to support and in which order to support them. So I can't give a specific date necessarily on when each chain will land.
Yeah. Are there any changes currently on the roadmap to be integrated in the next 12 months? Like Polygon, there's
a lot of interest in Polygon. Yeah, in this format, I couldn't speak to specific dates and chains, but what I will say is it's definitely one of the priorities to continue to support more and more chains, and as well provide tools for more and more types of use cases. But I would definitely love to connect individually with you, have a conversation as well, maybe specifically in the context of an NDA conversation around some chain support. Thank you. Yes? So post-merge, what are we looking at on the security side around consensus and things like that? Or what specific areas around security? So I think when you look at Ethereum post-merge and post-merge testnets and post-merge mainnet as well, the idea is to have the same or better security guarantees and security dynamics on the network as a result of that consensus shift. Obviously, consensus mechanism is arguably the most critical component of on-chain security finality, of course. And so the research that's been done around that shows pretty high confidence that the shift to proof of stake will not come at the cost of security and finality. But I think what will have to happen is as these merge testnets happen, we saw Robston successfully showing a merge success. As these testnets start to progressively move, I believe Goerli is also going to be one of those testnets that facilitates a merge in testnet. That will give us a lot of data around what the dynamics will be post-merge in mainnet as well. So watching how proof of stake changes the dynamics around the physical variation. Any other questions I can answer? All right. I want to thank everyone for your time, and of course, I believe lunch is now available, or will soon be available, so we can all eat together. If you have specific questions, though, you can reach out to me. My email is here. It's collier@amazon.com. If you are at AWS, you can also ping me on Slack. I'm happy to answer your questions. Happy to meet with you if you're a partner or customer, discuss the service or AWS Blockchain in general. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you have a great rest of your day at all the sessions. Thank you.
Charles is going to come and announce about lunch real quick because it's going to actually be upstairs. So if you eat there, right there. Before everyone gets up and starts eating breakfast.
Yeah. This is your
All right, guys, I think we're going to break for lunch for half an hour. Lunch is actually going to be upstairs in our lounge area. So in a few minutes, please start making your way upstairs to the upstairs lounge. Thank you.
Okay, no, hold a second. Charles is going to go and speak, okay, at the podium. So if you want to see if you can hear him, okay, but yeah, there's too much chatter going on because it's lunch right now, but there's
Can you hear me now?
okay. Say something.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I don't have my mic on.
But you don't have the mic, maybe that's why.
Let me get the mic. Give me a second.
Yeah, well, listen. Yeah, that is, because maybe they need something close to the podium because the microphone is not picking up podium from the voice.
This one goes
Okay, listen, I think they're doing something. I'll call you back.
punch it somewhere there. Okay, it has to be because is there a mic, I guess?
We're serving lunch upstairs, so
Yeah,
feel free.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So did you take on other smart use cases?
Thank you for asking me.
Brother. Yeah, man.
It's hard, it takes a lot of work. What do you think? Well, what do you know is hard. Yeah. Over some long period of time, we're all going to face the same challenge. So the question is, what is your implementation strategy to make sure that service your business?
think I can. So that's it. Yeah, so to me, you guys are those that how the company should use those factors. So I'm okay with what they can do. Yeah, I do talk about that. I wanted to talk to you guys pretty much. How do I think that's it. So
That's really where my head's at. Like that's where our chat, where our chat is.
focus on one problem at a time. So yeah, I'll let you know how it goes. You gotta go and grab the lights. I'll talk to you. Good luck. get started. Let me get started.
Are they open? Okay, great. And I think actually came from Marie because he's like, oh, no, I want to take it. And so that could be also like, and I spent this morning so what that is, and you know, I'm asking a better question. I think but it's sure that, you know,
Let's sit in the front. Is this good?
Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Testing.
campus competing.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you guys had a good time. We're going to get started with our next session. Unfortunately, we had to make a change. So we were supposed to have a roundtable discussion for institutional investments ready for crypto. But instead, we're going to actually have a voice of the partner use case with Tech Mahindra. So please welcome Tech Mahindra to this session.
Thank you so much, Charles. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Amay Rajput. I lead the blockchain business for Tech Mahindra. Been part of it for the last 5 years. Started it from a small 3-member team to scale up to close to 800 members today. We manage blockchain, NFT, Web3, and Metaverse as a competency. I'm going to talk about some of our blockchain business use cases and development done along with AWS. Also going to show a demo on Metaverse that we did just a couple of months ago. And then a few other demos with respect to some trending solutions that we have at Tech. Just a quick understanding, we are a system integrator, so our job is to understand different technologies, to kind of try to be agnostic of technologies and providers, and connect the dots for our customers. So our sole focus is always on the problem statement that the customer is providing, and then figuring out what's the right solution and stitching different solutions together. So this is the agenda for the day. Quickly, like I said, so we have blockchain where we have solutions on, sorry. We have blockchain where we have enterprise solutions. We have NFT where we started our Web3 journey. We went live with middlemist.com. It's our NFT marketplace built on Amazon Managed Blockchain. Live, you can go ahead and do any kind of trading. It's been live since December. We then modified the marketplace for different customer applications. I'm going to talk about those. We modified it to comply to local government laws, modified it to make it more simpler for people who don't necessarily understand Web3 or internet as much, but they do want to invest. They do want to invest into the technology. So we're going to talk about that, show that as well. A snapshot of what of the work that we are doing. Some strategic partnerships with Blockchain District, which is a physical and a virtual district for blockchain. Started back in 2018 along with government of Telangana and India and a few other partners for development of an ecosystem that gets knowledge about blockchain, understand how to implement blockchain and scale it up. We also get a bunch of problem statements from our customers coming into the accelerators at Blockchain District, which give access to startups, partners to these problem statements and solve it together. Our solutions have touched close to 1.3 billion people, and one of the biggest solutions that we have live today is on Hyperledger Fabric, built for stopping the problem of spam calls. So any kind of spam, pesky calls in India basically now go through a go through a filter of blockchain that connects all the telecom operators, this close to 20,000 businesses together, telemarketers together, before the message or a phone call reaches the subscriber. The subscriber here gets the power of who can call me, who cannot call me, so they can give consent, they can give preferences. For example, I can say I'm looking for a condo in South Delhi with a range of 20 to 30,000 rupees, and I only want to receive the phone call on a Saturday afternoon, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Any other time, anyone trying to call me for the same purpose as a commercial call or a message or a robocall, it gets blocked by the blockchain. So that's the solution. We've done close to 1 billion transactions on it with respect to consents, with respect to preferences of consumers. The 4 platforms that we already have live are TechMverse, which is something I'm going to demo. Self-sovereign identity is an identity solution, decentralized identity solution. Digital supply chain, we're going to touch supply chain, but happy to talk about more after the session. And of course, middleware. I do have a middleware demo for you, so anyone who wants to try it out can just scan this on my table and we can test out the middleware.com. Create your own NFTs and also move it to OpenSea to sell it. Quick snapshot of our credentials. So we've been placed in Forbes Top 50 Enterprise Blockchain Implementation for 2 consecutive years. One is for the pesky calls development that we did, and the second one is for Vaccine Ledger, which is a vaccine supply chain track and trace solution. We are leaders in almost all of them, and we are certified in more than 5 technologies when it comes to core blockchain protocols. Quickly on our work with AWS, our first project with AMD was AirLink, which is an aircraft lease management platform. It's available as a blog along with our customers on your blog post. The second is the middleware.com, built for Bond Group. It's a e-commerce focused company owned by Mahindra as well. The 2 platforms we have today, again, available as blogs in more detail, and you can reach out to me for more details, is MarketSet. It's a digital supply chain platform that consists more than 14 different use cases on blockchain supply chain that you can use instantly. You don't have to develop anything. These are standard 90% supply chain problem statement can be addressed with this platform itself. And then Vaccine Ledger is a unit level traceability platform where every unit of vial of vaccine across the globe is tracked on this platform alone. Moving forward into the metaverse side, quickly getting into where do we play. This is kind of a tech stack that we say is present in the metaverse. It's still developing. Of the 7 layers, we are present in 6 layers, and the 7th layer, which is the human experience, where the devices come into picture, is where we partner with different companies. But everything else, be it experience, monetization, creator economy, supporting metaverses, running them, managing content on metaverse is something that we do completely by ourselves. We have close to 15 or 20 different case studies available for your customers and our customers to get a live implementation experience as well. Blockchain plays a key role here when it comes to monetization in the metaverse, so be it digital payments, be it NFTs, digital assets, interoperability of assets between avatars and metaverses is something that we play with blockchain in this case. There's a big role of digital twins in metaverse, and I'll come to that. Before we do that, the majority of the reasons why organizations are getting into metaverse is from consumer experience perspective. So this is just a launch of the dealerverse we did for our parent company, Mahindra, which produces SUVs in India, to have a virtual dealerverse where anyone can go and figure out what's the product like, what's the service like, any kind of warranty services or any other services that you want to apply. Rather than going to the dealership, you can have access directly on your phone or on your laptop. Just a few more examples of where we've implemented is for an electric appliances company, for a training module, for an experience module of a product. How do we place it in at your home? We did the iconic Dharamshala cricket stadium. It's a stadium in the Himalayas, one of the toppest place where a stadium could exist. Then we recently delivered 2 telecom retail stores where you can go and access different kind of telecom services, which could be device, it could be e-commerce, it could be support, warranty, anything with respect to telecom devices or telecom services. Moving forward to the more interesting part where enterprises come into picture, we have been working with multiple enterprises to create digital twins in metaverse. Now the difference between a regular digital twin versus a metaverse twin would be you have multiple parties who can access this. Your partners, your third parties who want to come and access this. These are some of the implementations we've done in oil and gas. We've done in oil and gas, we've done for a large thermal power plant, another one in the oil and gas space for training purposes, and a real-time monitoring of a metro rail in the Asia region. So those are some examples of industrial metaverses. This is a big place. I would really be happy to connect with anyone who's working in the digital twin sector, or if your customers are looking at digital twin, which is a great place for us to work together in industrial metaverses. Now, coming to the demo, so I'm going to show you a quick demo of the TechMverse, which we launched. Okay, this got disconnected, so I'll come back to it. Any questions? By the time it starts. Okay, let's move into the NFT part. So in the NFT side, we have something called the MiddleMist platform. This is a platform you can just go on your mobile and check out middlemist.com, and you can access this platform. It currently has curated art coming from artists who are young, right out of their colleges, from art colleges, and this is accessible across the globe. It currently, because this is based in the US, it accepts crypto payments, it accepts fiat payments as well. What we have done for this NFT platform is to make it more flexible for any customer to use it. So the one that you see on the bottom, which is the Mahindra car, it's an iconic car in India and has a huge fan following. So the MiddleMist would then become into an application which has branding of that customer. And then they can launch their NFT easily on the platform. While in this case, we've also made sure that we comply with the local laws of the country. So we have KYC integration done, we have AML integrations done with partners, we have fiat integration done and remove crypto. So this kind of flexibility is kind of available. It's it's built on Polygon. We've also integrated it with public Ethereum, and recently we worked with Nitin from your team to get Clayton as a protocol to be integrated, purely from what a customer requires. Let's see if the demo is ready. Yeah. Okay, it's not showing here. Sorry. Because of the connectivity issue, it's going a little slow. Yeah, so this is the TechMverse that we launched at Mobile World Congress in Barcelona this year, where we basically launched multiple products on a metaverse area where our customers weren't able to travel to Barcelona Mobile World Congress, but still wanted to understand what kind of innovation we were doing. So right now, I'm the only one here, but I can give you a link and you can join in and we can talk to each other in the metaverse. We can do any kind of discussion you would do in an event is possible inside this metaverse. We also have booths where you can go and look at what kind of services, products, or anything else that you want to interact with the virtual world. It's possible over here. Right now, because it's a demo, it's not possible for me to quickly show you, but you can also make the avatar look like you, dress like you, and basically show that you're as close to as a human. There are other softwares that can make it even more possible to become a human-like experience. So let me show you some. Okay, so this is a Web3 booth at the Metaverse event, where basically it shows.
Hello, welcome to MiddleMist, the NFT marketplace.
So as
this is our homepage, and these.
So as I go close to the booth, it starts speaking about what's the content that you want to show. Right now it's a recorded one, but it can be a live one. You can have real people, you can have avatars, you can have anything else that you want to show in the metaverse available to you. The metaverse platform also has integration to other kind of
services. A technological disruption is happening across industries. Organizations are facing a challenge of depleting margins and
just an example of the 5G booth. Similarly, we have an NFT booth, but in the interest of time, I'll take it later. I can show you later when you come to my table. But is there any question with respect to Metaverse that anyone has over here? Yes, please.
Do you support allowing folks to kind of host some sort of conference, like a live stream event, allowing them to show their face on screen and have folks visit and participate watching another version of this, but folks are all on a digital screen, video conferencing? Oh.
Video conferencing in live in Metaverse?
Yeah, so effectively my question is, can you use this like host an event? So for instance, you would have, let's say, separate faces on screen, doing their live presentation, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Allow folks to congregate in front of that screen and be able to experience this event,
Right.
seemingly live, but in the metaverse.
Yes, that's completely possible. That's what we did with this event. So in Mobile World Congress, we have multiple journalists coming in, talking to each other. There were live sessions happening on screens. There are live people walking around, so that kind of interaction is possible. We also have something called private rooms, where if you want to talk to a certain person and not to anyone else, to make sure there's a private conversation, there are private rooms as well available in the Metaverse. Completely live in real time.
Excellent, thank you.
Any more questions? Yes. No, there's no recording happening in this. Do you want to record? It would be my question. No, there's no recording that happens on this. There is an ability, if you still have a challenge and you think you still want to do a private, you can integrate to your WhatsApp, and you can directly go into a WhatsApp video call or a phone call or your Teams call or WebEx or Chime. That kind of integration is done. So what we did in this event is, if I show a hand to someone and the other person shows a hand to me, we directly go into a Teams meeting and have a one-to-one conversation in the Teams meeting. So that's also possible, other than the private rooms. Okay. Moving back to middle list. This is a quick snapshot of the Middlemist platform on phone. One of the most important things that a customer really like, because not everyone is as conversant about NFT and crypto and everything as are we. So there's a place where it basically tells you what you need to do to get an NFT. You have a three-step process. One is to create a wallet if you don't have a wallet. If you have a wallet, disconnect your wallet and then start your collection. It could be a collection of real-time photos you're taking, or you're uploading certain photographs or images or videos, or anything else that you want to onto the platform. Okay, any questions on NFT? Yes?
Do you guys support cross-platform avatar?
Cross-platform avatar?
Yeah, if I have an NFT of an avatar.
So NFT of an avatar can be done. This marketplace interoperable with OpenSea or any other marketplace online. Yeah, so that's possible. So if you come out in a booth and you make an NFT, there's a way you can push it to OpenSea and start a bidding for your own NFT.
For this video conferencing thing, can I keep that avatar, what I have in an NFT form, into that?
Yeah, so the video conference, the Metaverse is Metaverse, right? So Metaverse has multiple versions of it. The one I showed you is built on Unreal Engine.
Yes.
So if you're importing the Unreal Engine based avatar, it's easy.
Okay, if the asset is based on Unreal Engine.
Yeah, so there are certain standards formats that are coming up, like USD is one of the formats to interoperate between multiple metaverses together or integrate multiple metaverses together. That is possible, of course. In this example that I showed, we actually have the Mahindra Techemverse, and then from there you have a door where you can get into Mahindra's dealerverse, and you have a door that can go into a meta bank. We also have a meta bank, and then there's a racing. So that you can do over here, but that has to be on the same platform as of now, or a standard format about that.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, moving forward to, okay, hi Raj. Yeah.
Can you walk us through your metaverse platform? Give us some overview of what's running behind it, what's the meat and potatoes behind it, right? So that way and the services that you're running, and all those services kind of like easily pluggable. So let's say if we can market this to any customer for that matter, right? They're able to simply just plug and play with your platform. Is that easily configurable?
So on the layers of it, it would be better if a technical person speaks on it. But what I can tell you, it's on AWS, but it's built using the Unreal Engine, which is a physics engine that ensures that if you're making a 3D model, say in Maya, AutoCAD, anywhere else, that 3D model gets a physics rule into it, and then you can have interaction and avatars coming into the picture. That's all.
That's more just from a front-end perspective and the
Sorry,
sorry, that's just the organization.
What you mentioned is more from the AR perspective,
Yes.
perspective, but I think the question also is, if you go down the entire stack, coming to blockchain, how this whole thing transforms into the metaverse environment that you're seeing is what we wanted to see.
Sure. I won't have the information exactly in detail right now, but I can happily share it with you offline afterwards. So just a clarification, it's not completely built on blockchain, right? There's a part which blockchain takes care of, which is more on the commerce side of it, where you want payments, you have assets, you want interoperability. Blockchain and Web3 components come into the picture. But Metaverse does work without blockchain also. So just clarification on that. It's not completely built on only blockchain. Okay. Raj and Hemlata, I'll come back to you with detailed understanding on how the tech stack. General tech stack I showed earlier, which requires spatial computing, IoT, and everything else. But which technology is being used by us and how it's being used, that's something I can come back. Okay, coming to digital identities, this is a solution that we have developed along with a partner for creating self-sovereign identity solutions. We have interest from a lot of government institutions to build this for the purpose of privacy, especially governments or public sector companies that work across geographies. For example, organizations like Gavi, organizations like UNICEF, they work in multiple countries, right? They definitely need something like this, considering the data sensitivity that comes into when you're taking vaccination and data of a patient or a beneficiary of a vaccine. So that's how I have been working in this area, looking at how SSI DID can be used in the area. How it is different from the current model, I don't think we have to go into details of this, but taking away the control from large tech companies to giving it to the users is the core benefit of having an SSID, as opposed to having 250 digital identities which our average human being has on internet. You can have just one that can then be used to control multiple other access controls or joining into any other platforms. Now, the biggest example that I gave earlier about pesky calls is where we started working on the identity sector. Right? This goes back to 2017, 2018 when we were trying to stop the spam call issues in the country of India, which is where we saw mobile numbers as an identity used to get stolen, and then anyone will call you and kind of send you spam call or a message or a fraud. A lot of people would think if they get a message from us saying that Citibank or any other bank, or just randomly a bank name with a message about $100 or 1,000 rupees have been deducted, and if you're not done this transaction, click on the link, people will go on the link, click on the link and probably lose their private information, and then that's how the fraud is committed. That was the problem stated we tried to solve by integrating a blockchain-based network across 12 telcos, 20,000 businesses, making every telemarketer as an identity, making every campaign that is being run as a token, consumable token for a limited time, making every telecom operator or a telemarketer who is present to become a node or consume through a shared node onto the platform. We have been able to manage close to 800 million subscriber base on this platform. Close to 1 million consents have been recorded about who can send me a message, who cannot. Over 500 million preferences inside the consent. So the consent could be for multiple areas, it could be real estate, it could be hospitality, it could be anything, right? So consents, then preferences, and then that's how we eliminate spam calls. That was the origin of digital identity for us. Post which we've been able to create a digital identity solution that kind of comes into the picture of having a wallet which can help you control who's accessing your data. Some of these are already live in terms of custodial wallets. A lot of government entities have created these kind of wallets already for their citizens, but they are only limited to government data, right? So it could be your vaccine certificate, it could be your mark sheets, it could be something like passport. But what do you do? How do you control private data that you might have created on some other platforms, which are not public platforms? So that's where this wallet makes a lot of sense. Just gives you an example of how you can control over your credential, how can you bring in issuers, how can you approve requests coming from verifiers about a certain data set in your wallet. To show you some example, there's a national digital identity data and there's a vaccine data. That's one of the biggest requirements across the globe right now about using SSI for. And we've seen a lot of other customers, majority in the banking sector, also requiring this solution as a passwordless authentication. So using your device, how can you authenticate yourself without using a password, so which is where the SSI based on passwordless authentication is kind of available. This is a snapshot of some of the case studies that we have. You can also see we've done implementations in Canadian Bank, also an identity network in US. Some of the examples of how our digital identity platform is being used in the private sector. This platform is also selected by 2 large European government entities for implementation on identity certificates, travel certificates, visas, passports, which is currently under implementation, so we cannot talk about it, but it's been selected in 2 tenders for implementation. So, any questions on SSI? Yes? So that's an identity network which wanted to have custodial wallets. Custodial wallets is a wallet that on behalf of a certain citizen, they control the wallet, and the wallet would have some kind of KYC data or validation data. And whenever I go to a store, say I want to go to a Verizon store or some other store and they want to validate my identity, then I can just give them a QR code, or they can give me a QR code and I can scan it, and that's how they verify whether I'm the right person, I'm the person that I'm talking about.
So how do you, is it a self or
It cannot be transformed to a different person, right? It will be connected to a device of your device, right? Or it could be connected to your fingerprint, it could be connected to your Face ID. So it can be connected to one thing that you want it to be as a gateway to authorize yourself at any of these merchant points. Kids, you mean under 15, yeah, so then that would go to a parent, a guardian. So the case that I was talking about earlier, where vaccine certificates done by Gavi, so we had this tender in Bangladesh, where they wanted the parents as guardians to create these wallets for their kids, and then there's a complete life cycle of how those wallets will then go into the ownership of the kids when they come to an age of being an adult. Okay, so there are, how much time do you have, Charles? Okay, good. So, quickly wanted to touch upon some of the other solutions that we have. Vaccine Ledger, so that we have some time. Vaccine Ledger is one of the hottest cakes in the market when it comes to supply chain. The benefit of using Vaccine Ledger, it connects every serial number of every wire that has been manufactured at a manufacturing level to the shipment data, to the purchase order, and then kind of collects all the data in the supply chain, which is required by regulatory reasons or for supply chain reasons by any organization. The way it does is, once it connects all these identities together, it will create a unique identifier, which can then go to, say a truck driver who's accepting a consignment or pushing the consignment to the next party as a chain of custody. They just have to just click on a QR code or scan a QR code, and the consignment will move from one party to the other party. The application has the capability to do aggregation and disaggregation, which means that you can combine multiple consignments together, or you can distribute multiple consignments. So for example, your Pfizer or any organization is shipping from, say, from here, from New York to somewhere in Africa, and then from a central warehouse you go to a regional, from a regional to local, to an immunization program, and there the immunization program will then give to a doctor, and the doctor might administer. So the entire chain visibility is something available on the Vaccine Legend platform. The second one that we talked about earlier was MarketsEnd. MarketsEnd is an application that we developed to make it very simple for any organization to build a blockchain. It's as simple as having a WhatsApp. Right? Just like you have WhatsApp for peer-to-peer communication, we have developed this as a B2B communication. So all you need to do is when you want to create, say, a procure-to-pay process, right? You want to have your suppliers and your transporters and your procure-to-pay process to come in together, maybe a bank. All you have to do is create a group and invite everyone into the group. Once you create a group, all these organizations will come into the group, and you can provide them the kind of access they have, read-write access or only a view access. That kind of access can be given in the group. Under the hood, what's happening is there's a Hyperledger fabric that is being formed, a channel is being formed, and using that, we actually use the blockchain as a base over which B2B WhatsApp is kind of working on top of it. It's available in web as well as mobile app, so you can have tracking, you can have documentation, you can have new use cases built in onto the same platform, get more and more people involved. They can have their own node, they can have a shared node, so all that is taken care of by the platform itself. It's again available on the blog post, so if you want to drill deeper on the types of use cases, we have a very detailed blog post with AWS that's gone a couple of months ago. Happy to help you if you have any more technical questions on that. Now the final one that I wanted to talk about, and did not have much time to show you more demos and more applications, but some more interesting use cases that most of our customers have been asking for. Very recent to 2022 is sustainability and ESG. How do I make sure that a cotton that is coming into my shirt is originated from a sustainably sourced country, where you don't have a challenge of child labor, you may not have a challenge of sourced through malpractice, something like that. So that's a big use case. A lot of organizations are working with us on. Then there's an example of stable coins. Example of asset tokenization. Someone took a section in the morning about asset tokenization. So that's another good use case available for creating assets out of physical or digital goods. One of the examples I can give you is there's a huge real estate organization somewhere in Europe that has hundreds and hundreds of apartments, and they have basically created every apartment, every building, every elevator into an asset, and basis the use of the elevator, you will be charged for that elevator's maintenance or support or whatever. Right? So that's a very good example of how they monetize their assets using asset tokenization. Green bonds is a great use case, again in asset tokenization side. The next one would be stable coins and digital currency and loyalty programs. A big platform when it comes to having interoperable loyalty programs. Sorry, yes.
I apologize. There was one question actually was brought up within the YouTube channel. A question about digital identity solution. Is it centralized or decentralized?
It's decentralized.
Thank you.
It's one private Hyperledger entity in that case, and it's also integrated with sovereign network for public blockchain integration. Next one, the one that I was talking about was digital payments and loyalty programs. Another big area for our customers. Loyalty programs have always had the challenge of one, interoperability, second, instantaneous payments and reconciliation. We've seen some of the loyalty programs crash at say 100 TPS or 200 TPS. We've also seen loyalty programs having issue of reconciliation which go up to 48 hours in some cases. We've seen very large organizations, airlines already going into the blockchain mode when it comes to loyalty programs. So another big area for our customers to have instantaneous payment, have different kind of campaigns run loyalty point or stablecoin campaign which goes for, say, for Christmas only, and then the points are consumed or burned. So those are some of the use cases that we are working already with our clients on loyalty points and digital payment side. Digital payment side, there's another interesting use case, but it's kind of, it's still infancy, which is of IoT-based payments. So we have some of our customers who have their cars, which will go to a parking lot, and you go to a charging station, and you go to, say, a mall, and the car will do the payment for that transaction, and in the process of doing the transaction, you get a transaction-based monetization model for a car manufacturer in that case, or it could be the issuer of this network, right? So you get your merchants onboarded, you get your cars onboarded. Whenever the car goes to a merchant, transaction happens automatically. You don't have to step out of the car to do a transaction, and the transaction is monitored on your app as well as the manufacturer's app. So that's another good example when it comes to stable coins and digital payments. Yeah.
Transferring the coins, like,
so the coins, so the issuer or the platform owner in this case would be the authority which creates the coins, and they could create it for themselves or for their merchants, depending on how the business case is. And they will have certain smart contracts which will mention how these coins are being consumed. So they'll be consumed on a timely basis or an infinite time basis. So it depends on who's the issuer. So it's very flexible to the business case that you may have.
on the receiver side, they have one receiver transfer this
Yeah, so transferring of credits from one wallet to the other, yes, because it's a peer-to-peer network, I can send it to you or I can send it to Amazon. So again, does the business case allow it? Then it's possible. Technically, it's possible. It depends on the business case. So we've seen transfer of carbon credits, transfer of energy as a peer-to-peer use case, but we haven't seen the same in loyalty points yet. But of course, if someone wants to do it, it's completely possible. Okay, the final point that I wanted to also talk about is we provide consulting and system integration services, which means that if you have a client and they're kind of trying to understand whether blockchain makes sense, whether technology makes sense, we can help you out with that. We have people across the globe who can come and visit and do these kind of workshops or sessions, which could be a knowledge workshop, it could be a process discovery workshop, or any kind of other consulting service and advisory services. That's completely available with us, and we'll be happy to work with you. It could be technical, non-technical, it could be vertical-wise, so we have people with specific backgrounds, say telco, supply chain, healthcare, and anything else. They are available on consulting services. This is where I'll take a pause. This is the end of the presentation. You can reach out to me at Mahindra, or you can reach out to my friend Nitin from AWS, who supports us on all engagements. Thank you, Charles, for the appointment.
You're not out of the woods yet. You're going to be on the next panel as well. So, thank you very much. We're going to get started with the next panel, but we want to make a quick announcement before we have like a special event that we're going to offer to attendees at this event.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. My name is Raj Shashadri. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect at AWS. Thanks for coming to the event. So we are giving a POAP for the event, kind of like an NFT if you want to think about it. So mainly for our AWS customers. So we're going to go ahead and distribute this, right? So as you get it, you scan it with the POAP.xyz is the name of the app. So if you go to your Apple Store or Google Store, download POAP, and then you can scan it and you can claim it, right? So this is your proof of attendance. This will be great because you guys are going to be doing the awesome NFT workshop very soon. That's going to be amazing by Everton and Rafia. So make sure that you guys stay from 3 to 5, attend that, right? So this will be your proof of attendance, not only for today's event and for the NFT workshop as well. So we're going to go ahead and distribute it. Please put your name and email on the back that you registered for the event and drop it off in the front when you guys leave, okay? So that's it. Have fun, guys. for P or for the XYZ.
So we're going to be passing QR code for you guys to scan and download the app. So we're going to get started with our next session. Again, we've had to move the schedule a little. So we're going to be, the next session will be another partner roundtable, which is the voice of the partner. It's going to cover primarily GSI and technology partners. And so I'm going to hand it over to Kende, who's a senior partner at SAE, covering databases, who will basically be introducing the next participants.
Mic check.
Amen.
Check.
We need you on stage.
You need a break?
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Kenny Otubamo. Most of the folks at Amazon call me Kenny. I'm a senior partner solutions architect focused on database technologies. So Amazon managed blockchain and quantum ledger database QLDB, they both fall under the database portfolio. And what I try to do on a day-to-day is to build the partner ecosystem around all these purpose-built databases that we have. So the theme of today's GSI/ISV partner roundtable is to discuss the current state of blockchain consulting partner ecosystem and how we can, AWS can help accelerate the journey for consulting partners and ISVs. So I'll go over the agenda real quick. Again, the goal is to get insights from leading experts in the field, and then the topics are categorized into the discussions. There are 5 categories for the discussions that we'll be talking about. We'll go over blockchain adoption drivers, adoption challenges, partner programs and mechanisms, and I will try to direct those questions to each of you that I know without putting anyone on the spot. And at the same time, other panelists are also welcome to chime in after the first panelists give their thoughts on the topic that we are talking about. So I hope everyone enjoys the session. So quickly, I'll do a quick round of introductions. First we have, I'm a Rabjit from Tech Mahindra. He leads the blockchain practice there. And then we have Sofia Lopez, founder and CEO at Kaleido. And then we have different specialists from AWS. Adewale Omoni, principal technical lead with our AWS ProServe team. And we have Shai. You've all heard from Shai today and also yesterday. Shai is our global partner technical lead for blockchain solutions. And then We have Wesley Chung, who leads the partner, is a partner development specialist for blockchain, and my humble self as your moderator. I won't go over the topics, each and every one of them, but this is just like a quick summary of what we are going to be talking about today for the next 45 minutes. We'll be asking different questions around the trends that consulting partners are seeing, and also understand the challenges as well in terms of the ecosystem. So just to level set, I would like to explain what GSIs are and how we see GSIs at AWS. GSIs are global system integrators. We see them as a major a vehicle for acceleration of adoption of new technology. And they are very important for us at AWS, and we work very closely with them. A good example is Tech Mahindra, Infosys, Deloitte, etc., for adoption of different database and other AWS technology that we offer. So with that, I'll jump into the first question, and I'll direct this to Amer. What are the common AWS blockchain trends that you are seeing with large enterprises today? And how are those enterprises surfacing those opportunities? Are they bringing them to you, or it's more of a push model from the GSIs in terms of sensitizing them and letting them understand the use cases that are available?
Thanks for the question. So it's kind of a mix when it comes to what enterprises are asking for, or how we are going out to the enterprises. The way we've seen is if you solve a problem, and we understand that problem can be solved for other customers, so we do go ahead as a proactive pitch or a proactive GTM for those set of customers for a certain problem statement. A good example would be supply chain. A lot of problems in the supply chain can be solved, and we've already worked to a level where this is possible. So that's where there's proactiveness, but then there is reactive, where a customer comes with a certain very niche problem statement for their industry. It could be oil and gas or healthcare or anywhere else, where we then they come and say, will this problem be solved by blockchain? I understand blockchain has been used in this way and that way, can you do it? And then there's a third set of customers who are like, no, we don't want to touch blockchain in any way, but then you have to educate them of why blockchain makes sense and how they can use it. So those are the 2-3 ways that we've been addressing large global clients for the shapers.
Yeah, and when you show them those use cases, what's their level of receptiveness, or how are they excited about those technologies?
So when we show them use cases and we show them the problem is already being solved in some way, it's very easy to convince them. But when there are use cases which involves multi-party interactions, and these multi-party may not necessarily have an incentive to work together, that's when they step back and say, yeah, you solved this in some other country or some other client, it's not the same with us. And then there's a lot of amount of education and hand-holding and partner integration, things like that to be done to make it happen. So it takes a long while in those kind of cases.
So Sophia, do you have an ISV angle to that question around helping enterprises modernize with blockchain?
Yeah, I mean, I think taking a step back and looking at adoption trends, what we've seen, really over the last decade, and it's accelerated in part because of COVID. People need to digitally transform. So you still have way too many industries that are paper-based, a lot, supply chains with bills of lading, and just, trade finance, letters of credit, etc. So people are finally saying, hey, I have a smartphone in my personal life. I'm, digitally native, family, but we're still using paper at my job. That's crazy, fax machine. So people are digitally transforming. They're moving to the cloud. So I think we finally gotten to a tipping point where every enterprise has a strategy, and they know they need to do this for business resiliency, better performance, cost economics, just scale. And they're looking to work together as an ecosystem. They realize there's a lot of problems you can only solve on, in sort of a collaborative scale, because it's a multi-party problem. So that trend has really accelerated since COVID because, we saw all the problems where no one knew where the toilet paper was. You didn't know if the masks were actually genuine and they're actually going to protect you from COVID, or you're looking at tracking, the vaccines, et cetera. So I think those are some of the macro trends. I think a great question about pull versus push. So, I've been in enterprise blockchain since 2015, and prior to that had very large portfolios at IBM with cloud analytics, mobile security, and a lot of times we were, sharing our point of view with our customers. But when blockchain came on the scene, even back then, all the way from the C-suite really captured their imagination, new business models, how can we reimagine how we do things, how can we use tokens, that was mentioned earlier, and NFTs, even in the early days, really captured that imagination at the strategic business and ecosystem level, and then all the way into the data center. People were so excited about it. They were just coming, Wale as well saw that, coming with their use cases, and I think I could use blockchain for this, and use tokens for that. So, and that's persisted throughout, since 2015, since the dawn of enterprise blockchain, we've seen that phenomenon. So there's a lot of excitement, and you have to see, is it the right fit for blockchain? Is it the right fit for tokenization, digital assets? So that's where we can all help collectively guide the right conversations.
Yeah, so I'll segue to you from that discussion, Shai. So do you have maybe any publicly referenceable case studies on how ISVs and SI partners have helped AWS customers that are excited, looking to adopt blockchain to build solutions on maybe AMD or KOTP?
Yeah, so I think the greatest successes our ISVs and SIs have had were really in unlocking some of the foundational partners, right? Some of the key strategic startup partners, right? Companies and organizations are looking to get into this space or really get started. They've really been able to get there successful and help them accelerate their workloads and help them accelerate their deployments. So we've had a lot of those workloads. The challenge in this space is a lot of organizations value really anonymity, and so a lot of organizations do not necessarily always want to be referenceable. So that's some of the challenge that we have, right? We want to tell these great stories, but how do we do so for these anonymous customers?
Yeah, I'd love to throw an example in. So back, when we first launched Kaleido, we were actually on stage in New York at the CoinDesk Consensus Conference, and one of the general managers of AWS was on stage with us, and that's when we first announced partnering. We also had the chairman of the board of a bank from the Philippines. So they actually had a network of over 200 rural banks that aren't even connected to Swift. This is back, in 2017, we started working with them, and they had never done anything in the cloud. So it's the first time working with, on AWS infrastructure. Blockchain was really this tip of the spear workload for them to learn about the cloud. And we actually have a case study. If you go to the AWS website, you'll see it for Union Bank, Project I in the Philippines. So they said, the way the banking and remittances work there, it's 1 to 2 weeks worth of food for family, just the fee for the remittance, because you're actually going from island to island in a boat, and manually carrying the money over. They have like 400 islands. So the chairman, who's Filipino, said, we did this to help, the islands, the communities, the people, and move to a blockchain-based network. And they've built on that network's been in production for over 4 years now. They've started with remittances, then they did real-time gross settlement in Singapore. They have launched a stablecoin for the Philippines. Now they're launching a digital bank to do even more, working with the play-to-earn communities. So you see this rapid cycle of innovation that can be enabled when you can move very quickly on the right tech stacks.
Great.
Right partner.
Yeah, I think the key takeaway from here is that enterprises, C-level executives are excited about the space, and the partners, the ISVs and consulting partners are right to provide the support that is needed from both consulting and technology perspective. And there's still a lot of IP, right, which is why, a lot of case studies are not coming out because the companies are trying to protect their IP. Is that what you are alluding to, Shai?
Yeah, it's part of it, right? Protection of IP, and it's also early on, right? I think there's a lot of challenge, right? Not just in protecting the IP, but as you're developing these strategies and developing these things, all the companies are really asking themselves, how do we play in the open source and public ethos space while also protecting that IP, right? What do you release and how do you balance that out? And I think that's one of the challenges that we're going to see probably flush out over the next year as more enterprises get into this space and start building on some of these open source solutions. I I think we're going to see a lot of both the enterprise and the open source communities come together more closer.
Yeah, so definitely more case studies is something that will be helpful there. And I'll use that as a segue into the next question, which is around the headwinds. So I know, Wale, you are big on security. Are there any headwinds that we are seeing with blockchain adoption with enterprise customers? I know you are not a partner, but as being part of AWS ProServe, you are technically kind of like a partner as well in some cases. So what are those challenges? Are there any security concerns that you see in the market today?
I mean, security is always, as we say in AWS, day one, security is the thing we think about. And
Job zero.
Job zero, day one, job zero. We move from that now to shared responsibility. Everyone cares about security. Everyone has the responsibility to think about security. So being job zero is key. However, I think adoption, getting into adoption, they're giving you the comforts of knowing digital assets, be it NFTs, be it supply chain materials, tokenizing assets, and being able to be comfortable using secure solutions, moving things around, I think is always a key enabler for growth. With partners, it's an important conversation because we talked about a few things today. I'm of the opinion that rising tides raises all boats. So the point you brought up earlier, Shai, around how do we work with proprietary information? Data is sensitive to one particular model partner, a participant in the ecosystem, and for others, it might not necessarily be sensitive information in there. But how do you model solutions where we can all contribute data, extract value securely, and bring it in some of the KSS and all the hardware security modules that we use to allow multi-parties collaborate, pull out incentives, deliver value, extract value. I think that's a key thing but we rely on a lot of our partners. Kaleido's been pretty significant in that space as well. So having that intimacy, knowing how to work with data, having partners that can actually work with some customers that prefer to have some of their use cases on-premise in some cases, and others where we may not necessarily have the tools to support them. We definitely need partners where they bring in some of this functionality. So I think it's back to rising tide raises all boats. We need economies of scale in this space to really facilitate adoption. And I think we know that acutely at AWS or we as ProServe, we definitely need partnerships like the ones we have here to allow us to actually accelerate migration across the board.
Great. Yeah, I'll move on to you, Wes. I know you work with a lot of more of the traditional system integrators that help customers with moving their legacy platforms like Oracle, SQL Server type workloads to AWS. Are these partners, this type of partners, are they willing to dip their toes into the water with emerging technologies? I know some blockchain heads might shoot the foot for calling blockchain emerging, but I'll just use that word, emerging technologies like blockchain.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think particularly with the global systems integrators and even some of the larger, I'll say national and regional systems integrators, they're always keeping an eye out on emerging technologies and have labs or teams that are building out experiments and building out solutions that may benefit from these technologies. I also think that in many cases, these systems integrators are closer to the customers than AWS is. They have those incumbent relationships, Mahindra, Deloitte, Accenture, they all have long-standing relationships. Sometimes we like to joke that we found an opportunity, and in fact the GSIs have been in there much longer than AWS has ever been in that account, right? And so they're hearing those use cases and those opportunities to apply new technologies before we do.
I can add to that too. I think you're spot on there, Wesley. There are a lot of scenarios where the traditional proverbial walk in the hallways, they partners in a lot of cases, they're intimately familiar with some of the use cases. And I think we win collectively with partnerships with small ISVs and partners. So yeah, it's a salient point. That intimacy, knowing the pain points. We as ProServe don't always have that strong angle, but partnering with ISVs is a critical piece of our business as well.
Got it. Thank you, Mark.
Thank
I
you.
did want to just add something quickly on the pain points and the headwinds. It's a journey, and as Shai said, often companies start exploring blockchain themselves, and they might be more internal. They're looking for some competitive advantage. It might be a little more proprietary. They might want to keep it under the covers. A lot of those use cases progress to where they realize, hey, blockchain's a team sport. This is about working together as an ecosystem. And then there's sort of that technology journey. It's very different to adopt a technology as one single tenant, your own, instance, and you're experimenting, to then having decentralized application running, shared data, shared logic. And how can you make that adoption just click button simple to go from a POC to then decentralize your pilot with real data, doing that in a secure way, SOC 2, Type 2, ISO 27K, all of that, and knowing where to put PII and where not to put PII, and how to put maybe a hash on the blockchain, you refer back to the data, so it's GDPR compliant, all of those considerations. But as technology partners to our clients, making that journey as smooth and as easy as possible, because they're really thinking about the business model, the ROI, and they have to focus on getting successful business outcomes in order for this technology to then achieve the maturity and the production and scale where it really drives benefits. So.
Makes sense.
I would just like to add to a positive note to that. Back in 2018-19, the conversation was why blockchain, what is it, and why should we think of it? To now, it's more, I have budget, I know the use case, I know everything. Would you be ready to do it, right? So the conversation has moved a lot. Of course, at some level, someone comes back and says, "Is this crypto? Crypto stacking, ranking. Sure, would my Hyperledger be affected with it or not?" So yeah, there are a few, but very less. So there's definitely a positive note right now, and we are very happy that that's working out. And now the scalable blockchain, verified application, problem statements are coming out.
Great. Yeah, so definitely the conversation has changed. Okay, Shai, you wanted to?
Yeah, I just want to add, so I think what I get really excited about when I work with ISV partners particularly is really looking at their user experience, right? There's so much of a focus from these ISV partners on user experience and making that better. And especially it's so important in the enterprise and the business really understanding how does this tool fix my business issue, right? How is it addressing my business issue? We don't want, and as engineers too, right? We don't want to get bogged down in so much of the technical issue that we lose sight of what's happening on the business side. And that's what I think is really awesome, is that simplification is allowing all the complex tech to just kind of work in the background. And it's making it very easy for customers to understand, okay, that's where the blockchain fits in. Now I get where it fits in the bigger picture. And now we're also seeing the relationship between blockchain and some of the other Web3 technologies that we talked about. And then they can start spending more time on business value looking for new solutions.
Yeah, thank you, Shai. So, Shai and the rest of the panel already gave us a big picture view of what the current mindset of enterprises are. And from what Amer shared, he's saying that the mindset has shifted a little bit, from what is blockchain, what the hell is this, to, how do I use it? So, what's holding customers back right now? I mean, do you have any specific, couple of points around hesitations that enterprise customers have when you are having discussions with them as a GSI partner?
So, would it be specific to AMB or in general?
Yeah, I want us to zero in on AWS services like AMB and QLDB.
Yeah, so the hesitation is why? First, come up with why. Is it necessary? Do I have to do on AMB or not? That's one hesitation. Then you have to do some kind of knowledge sharing session and talk about how it's working. Then the second hesitation would be, has it gone live with a very large scale data, large scale nodes? So those are some kind of hesitation questions that come in. But then we have to tell them, see, you're looking at a supply chain. It's not going to be 1,000 transactions or 10,000 transactions per second. So that's another hesitation that usually clients show when it comes to AMB or AWS based applications. Fortunately, we've been able to develop and deploy at a larger scale and also show interoperability with other technologies, other partners in our use cases. So it's been kind of easier for us to sell. And also happy that there's a lot of support that I get from your team, especially Nitin and everyone else, which helps it makes it easy for us to convince the customer.
Shai, from a technical perspective, you did a blockchain practice, at AWS. So, what are we doing to help the SI partners? Are we building like maybe quick starts or repeatable like maybe serverless application model frame templates that they can use to build blockchain solutions on AWS?
So we're very much looking at a build with model, right? Because we know that one of our challenges for our customers when they start using A and B is, okay, what's next? What do I do after that, right? They get what the service is, they get what it does, right? And they know they want to deploy with Stream and Hyperledger. But it's really the next part, what do I do after, right? And that's where we're going to be looking at working with ISPs and SIs, right? All the partners we have about how do we accelerate. And I think one of the key ones is really about machine learning. Right? I think that's where we see one of the biggest gaps for customers is around that data gap, which I talked about before. And I think there's such depth and knowledge in our ISPs and our SI partners from all the customers that they have worked in, all the solutions they've helped build, that I think that's one of the key areas we want to focus on, and it's really a build-with approach. It's not what we're going to build, it's what we're going to build together. And I think that's the important part. We're going to work together to look at the ecosystem, understand the machine learning models, where there are opportunities to accelerate. And then probably the biggest one after that one is really around different node types. Right? We want to look at node types and how do we help accelerate customers, right? All the awesome developers like Mahindra, let's get them focusing on the code, not worrying about how do I deploy a node and is that the most optimal node, right? So we want to leverage that insight and that expertise that they have there. We want to leverage the expertise from Kaleido. What does it mean to run an enterprise-grade Ethereum node? And how do we get that communication back to our customers and help our customers ensure that they're deploying the most efficient architecture, both cost-effective and performance?
Yeah. So I think I want to hear from the other mouths, right? Kaleido is one of the technology partners that work very closely with. What part of the partnership has been working very well for you as a blockchain technology partner of AWS?
Yeah, well, one thing, as I mentioned earlier, people are trying to get to, the business value, and that really means scaling, being able to easily onboard new members, build these multi-tenant networks. So it's been great. In some cases, they start working with Kaleido first, and then, AWS is very customer-centric. You want to do what's right for the customer. So, and we've been, since we announced our initial partnership, over 4 years ago, meeting every 2 weeks with our partner reps and just sort of strategizing. So when we see these needs with these, very large, the healthcare networks, financial services networks, and there's just so many ways AWS can help with, ProServe, with, the whole suite of complementary, analytics, machine learning, and other capabilities. So if you're looking at that use case level, there's the whole power of AWS you could bring to really help accelerate the client getting, into production, being able to scale so that all these different members, who, in some cases, they're even competitors in their industries, but they're collaborating around a particular use case. So they need secure, dedicated access to their stuff. It's a decentralized network. And so yeah, just the whole breadth of what all of AWS can be brought in and called to play, because running a node is just 5% of the solution. It's all the other layers of the tech stack, as my Kaleido co-founder Steve mentioned earlier. So there's a data layer, blockchain's a beating heart, what's make these solutions truly special and unique. But you have the transactions happening, the application layer, you have integrations, you're thinking about DevOps, you're thinking about BizOps. So there's really a lot going on, and then enterprises need to connect to their core systems and sources of data, which I think Tech Mahindra and others play a very strong role there as well, because they're already badged on site. They know those existing systems and sources of data. So there's a lot of collaboration that happens among the different entities we've got represented here.
And are you working with any consulting partners like Kaleido? Do you have any consulting partners that you also work with as well?
Yeah. The large GSIs are building on us, so very large production solutions from all the major GSIs, and over the last 4 years, and some of whom we've got global.
Can you name any of those?
Excuse me?
Can you name any of those GSIs?
Accenture, EY, Deloitte. I know we've talked to Tech Mahindra, Emphasis, Wipro, and those folks in the past as well. I'd say there, some of these are, just production, public, public use cases that have been, that the respective GSIs are, they're the ones closest to the customer, driving the application development and the use case, and then, partnering with us on the blockchain tech. If you think about it, and I know you mentioned open source is underlying all of this, you have large enterprises adopting this technology. They really want to be insulated from the risk of this rapidly changing open source.
Yeah.
So, and then you have a GSI who's working to, at the application level, they're trying to push, blockchain to the limits in terms of how many transactions are loading, the data. When we have one, GSI project where they have an entire government loading all the renewables in the country onto a blockchain ledger to create a registry as part of the climate warehouse program that the World Bank is leading. So it's just, the different ways these projects can push the envelope, and they're looking for technology partners who work with those open source communities and are contributing fixes back and just hardening the technology and keeping them up in production at 99.99 without, levels of availability and service with no disruption when there's a hard fork in Ethereum that's happening. They don't even know. They're just, their stuff is staying in production, and there's a lot happening underneath the surface. So that sort of values technology partners we can all provide so that, on the business level, they can accomplish what they want without disruption or some of the challenges of learning about all these new technologies, native Web3 calls, peer-to-peer networks, the decentralized architecture is very different.
Yeah. So Kenny, I just want to add on to a point that was made just then. If I take a step back and I think about if you meet someone from AWS from the managed blockchain team or the database team, you're going to get a very service-oriented point of view, and we're going to probably enable you on how to use our specific set of services. But as you start to think about the use cases and the business outcomes that customers actually want to accomplish, you start bringing a bridge between those different services. And that's where partners and all of you from the startup community standpoint can really bring feedback to AWS on how we can improve how those services work together, how we enable you, how we help you get to market. So I want to just point out that as you start solving real-world problems with our technology, like that feedback is critical to us so we know how to prioritize and improve the enablement that we offer you.
Thanks, Wes. So I wanted the panelists to talk about some of the challenges around tooling challenges specifically that you're seeing in the blockchain space. Do we have necessary tooling to do like assessment, something that is kind of like templatized, like you have for much more mature technologies? I say mature because technologies that have been around for longer. And also, are you seeing any migrations happening in this space? And I'll direct that to Yami, because migration is a very huge driver when it comes to cloud. Is there any migration going on in this space, and what tools are available currently?
So, migrations, yes. We just started doing that for some of our clients, where they're migrating from a public blockchain into AMD, migrating into legacy into blockchain-based applications, so it's definitely happening. So some of the feedback that I've got from the people who actually are setting up these nodes in my team and managing them is there is some kind of, there are a few things missing, which would be, say, monitoring side, performance side, on the fly, real time. Though instantiating the chain codes and installing them and running it across and testing it out. I think that there are some other technologies which have matured in that space. Those are few things that are missing, but we've been conveying it to your guys, and they've been supportive, and they've been telling us how it's been matured, and we do get those updates. But yeah, I think those are the few feedback or missing items that I would think if AWS would be able to manage, develop them in the near future. I think it's going to become the benchmark in the industry.
Awesome. Good. Yeah, Shadi.
So I'll add similar to that. I think one of the other challenges, you said about performance, and I think that's really important, right? I think traditionally through IT, if you go back to Web 2, Web 1, right, we've always had a challenge in right-sizing workloads, right? And as an IT administrator, many times, I would be asked for excessive components, excessive sizing, right? We deploy the workload, we do testing, and then afterwards we have to size that back, right? And then we deploy in production, right-size at that point. I think the challenge is that that problem continues. And now the challenge that we're seeing from customers is how do I right-size my workload? Okay, well, which chain is it going on? And each chain has its own particular performance characteristics. If it's a public chain, if it's a private chain, that's a little easier sometimes to identify. But again, what implementation of that private chain, right? And not every implementation of private theorem is created 100% equal. So how do you science that, right? How do you then go on and figure out what kind of nodes you need, what kind of infrastructure you need, what kind of tooling you need when you're dealing with a public chain and you don't manage that production, right? How do you then optimize your application? It's a challenge, right? And that's the challenge that we're seeing from customers, trying to figure out how to right-size their workload.
Yeah, and do you know any like technology partners in the space that's innovating around that area that for the purpose of the audience that that having those challenges that they can lean on?
I think the best two sources are some examples here on the panel, right? I mean, we have our GSIs, right, that do this implementation all the time, right? They have great experience. It's tribal knowledge, right? And they develop that tribal knowledge, and we need to extract that tribal knowledge from their heads and all the engineers and make it into a tool so we can get more tribal knowledge, right? We have Kaleido, for example, right? All the implementations they've done as well, right? They have that tribal knowledge, that know-how of this is the kind of deployment that you need. So I think the challenge is really just getting it out of the heads of other people and getting it into actual tooling that we can use as more of a proactive measure.
Would you say the same thing for security tooling, Wally? Or does anything exist in that space?
There are tools that currently exist, but I think my vantage point is, I'm thinking 5-10 years from now, we need to be at that layer where there's sophistication, there's hardening, where we can then start moving workloads from one particular blockchain to other blockchains to get the economies of scale. So I think, yes, there are tools out there. I think they do need to be hardened when we start to think about the design considerations for the kind of workloads we can put on the blockchain. And of course, from a security standpoint, like privacy, has to be mutually enforced, right? You shouldn't be at a point where you're peaking between privacy and security. So having tools with that level of sophistication where you can easily decipher, there's smart contracts that can easily tell you, well, you should not be putting some sensitive workloads on a chain. So having that kind of enterprise grade type of tooling, I think, is important. We do have some now, but I think we're still early days. There's still plenty of work that needs to be done in that space. Candy, I would also add that there's a component that we're missing here around the skill sets. So I think people is a critical piece of this space. And we do rely upon ISVs and partners to bring in skilled people. And for us to actually really move this thing to the next frontier, there has to be a significant gap of like closing that education gap, bringing in more people that are comfortable with using these tools to allow us to actually really go beyond experimentation. I think we're way past that phase now. Real workloads are getting pushed into production. I think that the team here can attest to that as well. But getting to a point where we have right-side scaled sets of people well skilled in the tools they're going to be using, I think will be critical to really accelerate the transformation of the
To add to Wally, I think he made some excellent points, which is really taking the perspective of the customer and adding the people process and technology, the adoption challenges. So if you're taking customer lens, and some of you in the audience might be thinking of launching some projects, what we're hearing a lot is, C-suite showing up and saying, I know I'm going to have over a dozen Web3 use cases, in the next year or two, and how do I skill my team, from a technology, how can I make this more, plug and play, use best practices from an architecture perspective so that I can have these dozens of use cases, and that way I can scale as well. And then I want to future-proof what I'm doing. So, today it might be in a certain blockchain protocol, it's like a layer 1 or layer 2, and tomorrow I might want to move to something that's a better fit for our use case, and I don't want to be locked into something. So those are all considerations from a customer's perspective that they're thinking about and looking for help with from a technology, partner perspective.
Taking the notes.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much there that's true. I mean, we just hear so much of that from our customers, right, around the education, the staffing, technological challenges. I think we're just so early in this phase still, right? We've been building for so long, but there's still such a long way to go. And I think we just need to continue working on educating and really focusing on teaching and bringing as many people as we can to the space by really inspiring them to the art of the possible. And then we'll start developing some of these tools and fixing some of these things.
Do we have like ready-made immersion days that many partners can go deliver on behalf of AWS? Or, you know, ready-made like immersion day workshops like that partners can go deliver on behalf of AWS?
Yeah, certainly. So there's the blockchain version day, that's the standard version day that we have. If you have a customer that's looking to get into blockchain, you're trying to figure out how to get started with Web3, or you want to get into the technology itself, and you want to get some hands-on experience, right, when engineers are getting hands-on, we have our partners can deliver that immersion day training. We have a envisioning series as well that we run with some customers, right? So if you're looking at a longer-term strategy, you're looking at to build a really long-term partnership, those are ones that we run as well with our partners as well, to look at how do we engage long-term with those customers and build those relationships. There are other quick ones as well. If you look at things, we have something called the Ethereum wallet workshop, I think it's called it, where you can deploy an Ethereum node, and you go on and deploy it, and you learn how it means to deploy an Ethereum node, actually how to manage it, how to conduct transactions. And those are ones that we're seeing some of our partners actually start to conduct in the field, where it's helping, enabling customers really at the very beginning when they're like, what is this stuff? And we think it's all this cryptocurrency money. It's like, well, no, there's tech here. And they go through some of those sessions where they see the tech value.
A lot of people definitely overlook the tech.
And we're going to expand on those this year, so we're not done.
Yeah, great, thank you. I'm going to move on to you, Wes. You know, before we go into the weeds of this question, what are the current partner programs and mechanisms that we have today that we can leverage to expand the blockchain partner ecosystem? Before I direct the question to Amy to talk about what we can add on top of that. So maybe if you can share some things around like the ambassador programs, practice builders that we have.
Yeah, so I think the main purpose of any of our partner programs is sort of threefold. One is, I'll call it base enablement, right? How do you use the technologies? How do you talk about them? So both the technical and sales aspects of what we call enablement. The second part is you want to find opportunities or progressor opportunities. And so that's all around how do you tell your story to the market? How do you leverage AWS to help promote you and your capabilities to potential customers, drive demand, and perhaps even run things like immersion days. And then the third area is how do you connect with the AWS field teams, right? So how do you tell your story, your set of superpowers to your partner colleagues, your partner development managers, or your partner development specialists so that they can, when they hear of an opportunity and the AWS field teams are saying, like, who's the best partner in this industry or in this geography that we should work with, your AWS counterpoints can say, my partner XYZ is the best one because they have these skills and here are the customers they've deployed in the past. So really around enablement, the go-to-market aspects, and then the field connects. So we have these programs that we call packages or practice builders across a number of the service lines. And we're expanding those because we're seeing that in the past, partners had to basically scour Skill Builder or have good relationships with AWS people in order to find out what courses should I take, what immersion days are relevant to me, what other programs and collateral do you have available that I can benefit from. And so we've packaged them, hence the name packages, to be much more prescriptive and self-contained so that you don't need high-touch engagement, but you get that high-touch engagement when you're ready to discuss opportunities and use cases that maybe are net new to us.
So, I mean, you've heard from the horse's mouth. Is there anything we can be doing more on top of that? Or for blockchain, do we need to have a different approach to building the partner ecosystem?
No, I think that's a very good answer because that's what I was going to ask for. A lot of education, access to data, material, inside of my team, inside of my company, but also with our customers is essential right now to make sure that our communication is going out, marketing is going out, GTM is going in the right direction. A lot of time my team developers who are kind of new to it still try to figure out, okay, how would this work? A lot of conversations that I have with your teams or your account managers or technical architects of account is they want this to be communicated in a way that AWS will communicate, right? The AWS way, Amazon way. Which is again a place that my architect and developers who just joined the team would not understand. And we need to have some kind of continuous education about that, information sharing sessions. I'm very happy to have, and I'm having a call every week with my partner, right, AWS partner. Every week we do 2 to 3 calls, and so we kind of have a lot of knowledge on the GTM side. It will be pretty good to have it on the technical side as well, on updates, on things that you've done, things your other partners are doing, where we can collaborate and we can leverage and go to customers together. So those are some things that.
Yeah, so on that consistent messaging point, Kenny briefly mentioned this ambassador program. We're trying this thing out on the database side, and if it's successful, I imagine it will scale to other parts of the catalog. But what we were finding were partners who were telling a different database migration story or modernization story from what the AWS teams were telling. So customers were getting confused because they were hearing mixed messages. And so what we did was we rolled out a 1-hour self-paced course and a certification exam on the database modernization story. And we just had our first batch of ambassadors go through the program, and now it's officially live. So we're gathering the data and rolling more partners through that program. But I imagine that that sort of consistent messaging is probably happening across multiple parts of the portfolio, and we can benefit from telling the same story.
Does Kaleido have a different approach to enabling the consulting partners?
I think a lot of things discussed are really good points, but the one I'd add, I think that benefits everyone in the ecosystem in all angles. And thinking of the customers first is case studies, just getting more case studies out there, because I think as you mentioned, Emmy, that people have a use case, they want to know, does this have legs? Does this make sense? Has someone done this before? Has this been in production? So if we're all looking at, there's a huge promise that this technology can deliver, and we're trying to remove barriers for people to get to the end game, which is business value in production, sort of the end state vision they want to get to. So seeing others who've gone before them, lessons learned, getting really creative. One from a session earlier today, talking about enterprise NFTs. NFTs can globally represent something, and that's unique, like a license plate or VIN number. So if you're working, one of our production networks is first notice of loss when there's a car accident in the US, and it's all the big property and casualty insurers are involved with that. So then adding more steps on the life cycle, and then adding more capabilities to then just track that vehicle all the way from cradle to grave. So now salvage titles, as well as you're just stacking on more and more value throughout. But a lot of times when you tell a use case of enterprise NFTs, another example, this is a partner case study we actually wrote up with AWS called Green Fence. They T-Mobile Tuesdays, this is about 3 years ago. They worked with Kroger, and they were using NFTs that were running on Kaleido and AWS for just digital coupons. So you got the coupon, T-Mobile Tuesday, and 500,000 people download this coupon because it was a really good coupon. Because Kroger eliminated all this fraud and waste in the digital ad tech world. And you just put your phone number in at the register on your phone, you had a crypto wallet and NFT, but no one knew that. They just knew they were getting $3 off for spending $10. So I think, when you tell those sorts of stories and real case studies, and they had 65% marketing engagement rate on the campaign, when often with coupons they're in the single digits. So you just see all these ideas lighting up in other industries or other people in the ad tech space.
Think about the sustainability.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like no more paper, the coupon flipping, the coupon clearinghouse, and you have cashiers counting them. Closing whole registers during the day just to deal with these paper coupons. I mean, it's crazy.
I think the Web3 space, where there's so much that we have that we haven't even scratched. I think conversations like this, and also from a customer standpoint, where there's this stigma of not being the one to be the first one. We've all heard about the first mover disadvantage. It's not always it's a thing. But having those use cases where we've been there before, we went through the same journey, and this is how we did it, working with our partners. I think those are key salient stories that we need to talk about.
Well said. With that, we've come to the end of the questions that we are going to be asking the panelists. So I would like to turn it over to the audience. If you guys have any, okay, there you go. On and back. Thank you.
What would you say is the most common pain point regarding user experience in the NFT space?
Who wants to take that?
I can take a quick one. I think for me, again, I'm partial in a security practitioner. I think it's the ease of working with the keys. I think is the key thing. So custody, put simply, custody I think is a critical
Do you mean like the wallet, like the management of your resources or your tokens, like the digital wallet?
Correct.
Okay.
Custody solution, I think, we still need to be at that level of sophistication where it's easy for a lay person like my mother, your grandmother, to easily move things around without her feeling this desire or this fear that she's not doing something right.
Does that include like the tokenization process as well?
Well,
not just the wallet, but like the whole process of making
the
your
minting.
mixing it. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's a different beast of its own entirely. But I think, put simply, a clean, unsophisticated custody solutions where anyone, without any, you don't have to be a cryptographer, saving seed phrases. I think that to me is a critical piece that I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in that space. Sorry, I mean, any other point?
I'll just give exactly what my experience has been, but I'll give you an example of when we launched the Mahindra Thar NFT for India. There's a bunch of user experience issues, like they don't know, people don't understand what's a wallet, they don't understand gas fee, they don't understand anything. They just say, I have a debit card, can I buy NFT? That's how they have it. And you say, yeah, you can. Then can I do it in 1 click? Can I do it in 2 clicks? Because if you're going to tell them to go create a wallet, do something, put your card details, they'll say, okay, it's fine. Move on. So I think that's the most obvious pain points that we get. Just making it easier to buy and store it.
Thank you.
I'll let on to what you were saying real quick, that the sharing is the other challenge, right? Once you have the NFT, right, that whole wallet experience is a challenge to begin with, but actually sharing it to others and being able to publicly view it and communicate it and stuff like that, that's a big challenge, right? That's something we need to tackle and figure out how do we make the sharing more accessible, and because that's the core of it. So I'm looking forward to solving that one.
Thanks. Okay, you have a question.
My name is Chandra. So on the security side, how do you adapt conservative companies like they are now, I mean, there are certain companies, they're not even ready for a cloud, but still they think security is one of their biggest big point, and converting their legacy, which they have not touched, like 15, 20 years of business rules or any of that, into converting into any of the lambda or any serverless architecture. So these are the two areas I want to see, and bringing the people. The other pain area which I'm saying, like upskilling or hey, the thing is working, why do we have to upgrade? Why do we have to give a stress to our team members to upskill, or what is the value added is coming into the place? How is it big difference from our current business to the future business?
The proverbial, if it's not broken, why fix it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Shai, you can kind of chime in on this as well. I think it's the efficiencies, put simply, but Shai.
I think it's just the risk business as usual, right? I work with a lot of companies like that, that's their approach. It's not broken, why should we get anything new, right? Why should we try something different? And the answer is, well, if you don't, and you're not comfortable being uncomfortable, you're not going to try new things, and ultimately your customers are going to be the ones asking for those new things, right? The businesses and enterprise can sit on their laurels as much as they want and say we're not doing anything, and we like the way things are, but ultimately the customers are going to be the ones who change, right? The new customers that come in now, the new generations of customers that come in now, they're going to demand different things. So eventually that business model is not going to work anymore. It's not going to be as efficient. And so we have to be comfortable being uncomfortable and start adapting and testing new things and trying them out in a safe way so that we can fail and fail over and over and over again and keep learning.
Yeah, and I think the also one point here is you start with your less sensitive workloads, like workloads that are not mission critical, and that's when we need big partners in here to help with that journey. Anna, you gonna say something?
Yeah, I was reflecting, I think depending who you speak with at a company, you might have people like in the data center with the legacy system that's on-prem and they're hugging their data. And it reminded me, I was at a capital markets conference here in New York a number of years ago, and we were already, you'll launch Kaleido running on the cloud, but we have these, banks who are like, I'm afraid to go to the cloud. And it was interesting, the Superstorm Sandy had happened recently, and now you finally get the wheels turning. What about my business resiliency and continuity if it's all underwater because there's a storm that hit Manhattan Island, and then their systems were down? I mean, you can look at, I don't want to name names, but major financial institutions couldn't service their customers in some cases for days. So I think the light switch went on, like, okay, I need a strategy where I have various data centers, and this is actually more secure, better availability and resiliency for my customers. Sometimes the mental models you need to help people think through, and then people's perspective in the organization can really color how attached they are to like 3-day batch processing. You make on an old system, that's not a good customer experience. The marketing, you're thinking about the products department. They know they're losing customers to new neobanks every day. They're bleeding their business top line because they're on systems that don't meet people's expectations anymore.
Something that we'll round up quickly.
Just wanted to add an angle to
2 minutes.
There are a lot of companies who have been force-fitting blockchain to certain use cases, and that's where this angle comes in. And if it's not broken, why do you want to do it? And whether this really makes sense to get a blockchain involved, right? So my way to go for it is to not go to a non-mission critical system. For example, when we are working for a payments company who was thinking to go on digital payments or stable coins, we said, can we first go to loyalty points, because that's not that mission critical. And if it's succeeding in loyalty points, it's definitely going to succeed in payments, because every time you're doing a payment, there's a loyalty point also generated, right? So that's how we've been able to move certain companies into blockchain-based systems as opposed to legacy that they use. But it also is important to make sure that if they are comfortable with it and it's working fine, you have to understand, is there a real huge value of getting them into blockchain-based new age system?
Yeah, thank you very much, Amir. Thanks all the panelists. It was really exciting to have you on board and providing the staff insights, and thank you everyone for it.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to take a 5-minute, 10-minute bio break, and we'll get back for the next session.
When are you going to set us up with the When are you going to launch?
That was a good question. I was also very curious looking at their work.
Those are a great
He's an architecture diagram most of the time.
No, I think
Girish has a great slide on this exact question that you asked. Girish has a slide which is exactly talking about service. Every single
I want to internalize like what are the services, because my customer is going to ask me the same question. So I don't want to be like fitting this hotel, but it cannot be
And also you need to focus how much it's going to cost. You can't just make a big statement and get away with it. You have to also put a number to it. So
you have to back it up and make sure that. I mean, it's a very maturing marketplace. That's the way I feel. And there's a lot of hand-wringing going on, right? Which one to use more? But I think the more we dive like we're doing NFT marketplace something now. Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing? Oh, you have a speaker.
Yeah, that's good.
Are you leaving right now? Yeah, no, while you're leaving, I just say bye for catching up. Okay.
And minting. Oh, that is minting. So you go with we always do like a nice graphic. That's it. What do you do? For proof of attendance for participants. So all these things and say if somebody and then you can say, hey, I think it's the NFT so as you attend more workshops or more events, right, you can't co-ops. It's kind of like bad, yeah, bad
I would tell C in our this is our
All right, guys, I think we're ready for our next session. Can everybody please take their seats, please?
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and thank you so much for having us here. We have a bit of a different session that is maybe not so technical, hopefully more educational, inspirational, and I have here on stage with me some of our most interesting customers in the fintech space who are doing some really interesting things on blockchain. But before I introduce, I let them introduce themselves actually, let me just tell you a little bit about what I do. My name is Svetla, and I'm in partnerships at AWS, and I work with our most strategic financial services accounts. And in particular, I work with partners who are building B2B solutions that they're interested in selling into our capital markets accounts. And so the session today is going to be more geared toward capital markets, and we're going to talk a little bit about blockchain's impact on that particular aspect of financial services. And here on stage with me, I have John Avery from FIS, Jeff Billingham from Chainalysis, and Yuri Ferruccio from BNB Chain. And so let's get started here. Would love to start with who you are, what brought you into this space. Like, tell us a little bit about your background, and please tell us what your company does and how it fits into this space. So let's start with John here.
All right. Is this thing on? Can you hear me okay? Everybody hear me okay? Good in the back? All right. Good. So my name is John Avery. I am with FIS, as Svetla noted here. Svetla, thank you, and the Amazon team for the invite here to talk. But I've actually been in the capital markets industry for about 25 years. I started as a developer many years ago, sort of during the heyday of the internet and the dot-com world, building technology. And so I've spent many years building technology for institutions in capital markets. And what's really been exciting, focusing on institutions for my entire career, right? There's always been cycles of really heavily, new technology-focused build activity and efforts. And what really got me excited, I've been focused on internet tech for my entire adult life since I was 18 years old, and that was probably back around 1993. So it's going on almost 30 years here. What's really exciting me most about blockchain-based assets in particular, is just the fundamental interest. I mean, just look at all of you, right? You've devoted an entire day to this. You're probably doing this, as part of either as an extracurricular learning exercise, or you're doing this as part of your own, your own profession today and your day-to-day role. But what's exciting me most is the interest in the whole ecosystem, not just the assets and the opportunities for applying blockchain technology to different economic scenarios, but just the fact that there's a whole community built around this, and there's so much innovation. It's not just technology-based innovation. Like, listen, when the internet stuff started in the 90s, it was very focused on the tech. Here, we're focused on transforming the economics and the technology at the same time, which is really, really exciting. And that's why I'm excited to be involved. But I'm really, where we're approaching this, where I'm coming from an FIS standpoint, we're one of the largest incumbent fintech providers to institutions around the world. I'm focused on bringing this technology, but also bringing the assets, the digital assets, into the clients that we serve today in traditional finance.
very enthusiastic and inspirational. Let's keep it going with this level of passion. Jeff?
Sure, thanks, Emma. Thanks so much for having me today. Jeff Billingham, I'm the VP of Capital Markets at Chainalysis. So we'll talk a little bit about Chainalysis afterwards. High level, we provide compliance and investigative services really to a variety of customers to really help the world, public sector, private sector, everybody in between, start to look at and understand blockchain-based assets and crypto assets, whatever word you want to use, and look at them as a legitimate asset class within the capital markets ecosystem. I've been with the firm now for 4.5 years. Prior to that, I've been in a variety of roles in, I guess, what you would call TradFi, traditional financial services. I actually began my career on a trading floor, which slowly disintegrated back in like 2010. And I actually remember hearing two traders during the holidays trying to arb Bitcoin between two very defunct exchanges, which I will not mention, for their sake. This was back in 2012. So I'm really privileged and really lucky to say that I took what was a hobby, took that over to a firm that was called Market, which was actually just recently purchased or acquired by S&P. I joined Market and again sort of maintained this as a little bit of a hobby. This was around sort of like 2014, 2015, and was able to really kind of take that hobby and make it, really kind of my full-time job there, where I was sort of tasked with figuring out what are the blockchain companies and crypto companies that are out there that Market would, potentially compete with, would they want to partner with, would they want to acquire. So I was doing sort of some of the corporate strategy for them at the time, and in that process, that's when I met the founders of Chainalysis, and ended up joining the firm back in 2017. So pleasure to be here.
I didn't realize that we worked at S&P at the same time.
Yes.
Very cool. And Yuri?
Is this thing on as well? Thank you again for the invitation. It's great to be here. My name is Yuri, and I work with AWS, which is the largest decentralized open source layer 1 protocol. Probably some of you nodding heads and other people are asking, what does that mean in human language? Basically, you can think of it as an open source operating system. It's decentralized, and you can build decentralized applications on top of it because it has smart contract functionality, like a decentralized computer. We were incubated in a way by Binance. So the chain ecosystem includes the Binance Exchange, Trust Wallet, CoinMarketCap, which is the most visited website in crypto, and Web3. But its governance is being progressively decentralized. I'm actually helping us to get our foundation up and running to take that forward. And our goal in a nutshell is to build the most reliable infrastructure for the next generation of the internet. And I would say we're notable at the moment by having the most users. About half of the daily active addresses in Web3 are on our chain, and the most transactions. No downtime so far, so we focus on reliability and robustness of infrastructure. Just in terms of how did I get here? I spent most of my career in either the investment side or the product side of tech, actually. And initially, that was more in the AI space, data science space. Out of grad school, I worked at the DE Shaw Group here in New York, but I spent time in China, college, and did a Fulbright there previously. And I wanted to go back, and I couldn't find a good way to do so internally, so I moved over to JD.com, which is, some people have called the Amazon of China. I don't know how you guys feel about that. But in any case, they're a big diversified group with e-commerce and now fintech, logistics, health verticals, all in IPO tracks. And I co-founded their AI division. We built up the investment team there and a product team. And we started looking at a variety of different data technologies. And that's when back in 2016, that's when I first heard about blockchain and crypto. And so I actually ended up founding a crypto accelerator there. It was really great for 6 months, and then came to a screeching halt when China first banned crypto. And wasn't able to continue actively doing that there. But it became a very significant hobby that became a full-time focus when I left JD in 2018. And have since been investing, founded some projects that are sort of still active. And I joined first Binance and then BB Chain about 6 months ago. So excited to be here. I've been here in the audience before, so it's great to be up here speaking.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your journey here. And the commonality that I find between all of your journeys is that it always starts like as a personal interest and kind of as a side thing. And I find that a lot of our colleagues here and people who are in the room from outside of AWS, like as somebody starts like talking a little bit more enthusiastically about blockchain or about crypto or about digital assets, somebody would say, "Oh, you have the bug." Right? and then you know that, yes, actually I do have the bug. And I'm really, happy to see that, people, take on the bug and they create careers and entire really interesting businesses out of it. So moving back to the business side and away from the personal, let's delve into a little bit more detail of where you actually play in the institutional investing space. And what is the particular problem that you're solving for? And other than like the institutional investment space, I know that your companies also, or your platforms are used to build solutions in the financial services space generally. So feel free to step outside of institutional investing and traverse around banking and payments and any other applications that you think are interesting, or data for present here. So let's start with Jeff this time.
Yeah, sure. So I guess, I will use the term institutional investing a little bit loosely for Chainalysis. I will simply say that, we sort of step in where we help any financial institution, be that a large bank, a cryptocurrency business, a small broker, somebody on the buy side. It's really helping them build the infrastructure that allows them to trade in a regulated way. Like, that's full stop what the process or the motion is for us. I mean, I would even say probably before that, there's so much education that goes into, and help and assistance with policy building that just allows any kind, like the FISs of the world, just the ability to have their compliance teams get comfortable with even partnering with or doing business with other sort of crypto native businesses or platforms, right? So, Chainalysis will come in and like a lot of the work that I do, a lot of the questions that I begin to ask some of these larger traditional financial institutions or big banks, it's like, all right, so, you want to offer something as honestly as simple as payroll accounts to a cryptocurrency exchange. What's preventing you from doing that? More often than not, I'm getting word that the compliance teams, regulatory teams, sanctions teams, everybody has heard enough to be a little bit dangerous and a little bit scared about even entertaining this. That's where we come in to help them out. And then all the way, as I said, sort of all the way down the line, when you finally get to sort of the Bank of New Yorks of the world, who are investing in full-fledged custody, right? They want to be able to support, transact on behalf of other customers, the actual tokens that they want on Bank of New York's platform. That is also a much more sort of integrated motion with Chainalysis, where we're providing not just that education and policy building, but also full-fledged transaction monitoring, anti-money laundering, sanction screening of all of the crypto assets that Bank of New York or any other bank wants to cover. So did I answer all the questions?
Yeah, I think so. I will ask you clarifying questions later,
Great.
but let's go around the stage. Yuri.
As an infrastructure provider, right, you have to take a step back and think about what this means. So in a lot of ways, on top of our platform, people are building infrastructure that directly enables trading, or enables fixed income products, as you call them in traditional finance, things like that. And in crypto in general, you do have to always take a step back and ask yourself, what does institutional mean in a certain context, as you said, because a lot of that hasn't been defined. I think that we benefit a lot from our broader ecosystem though, which is very different pieces of it, very active in different parts of what you touched on actually. Not to mention we work extremely closely with you guys. For example, we have Trust Wallet, which is a decentralized wallet. We also, like Binance, has an institutional wallet, which is centralized as well, and is a much better fit for folks looking for some of the sureties and the go back buttons, that you can build into a centralized solution for that. finance works extremely closely with regulators globally, constantly. And also, I would say at least as actively law enforcement as well. And so everything that sort of chain analysis mentioned, we're actively involved in and often collaborate together on for the most important issues. And then, of course, institutional is defined a little bit more clearly on the centralized side of crypto, and so you can more clearly point to, asset managers and increasingly even sort of more conservative players like banks, maybe some insurance companies that are active on centralized exchanges in various ways, whether it's actually trading or providing risk mitigation products. It's kind of a variety of that. So because our ecosystem is so broad, we kind of touch on almost all aspects of the industry. But BNB Chain in particular is more focused on enabling other people to build, and so we aren't really actively engaging in sort of trading activities in that sense.
So, I'll take more of maybe a traditional finance perspective here, right? Because I think I probably have the easiest job of defining what it is that we're doing for institutions, because we've been supporting a lot of these institutions for the past 35 or 40 years with infrastructure. But just maybe a quick show of hands. I want to make sure everybody's fully caffeinated after lunch too. But quick show of hands. Do you work in some sort of institutional capital markets business today? Just raise your hand, because it'll change that. There's probably maybe 10 out of 50 hands, right? And I wanted to. That's important to me, just because I want to choose the right words here to describe the institutional world that we support. So we support.
Jargon, please.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to eliminate any jargon here, given the limited number of hands. So we support a big super segment of the industry called the buy side. These are institutions like asset managers or hedge fund managers or private equity managers, and there's a whole group of service providers to that industry called fund administrators. There's even corporations called, or there's departments in corporations called corporate treasurers who invest in financial products, things like bonds and money market funds and derivatives. And so that's what we call the buy side. And then there's the sell side, the brokers, the banks, the firms that sell products, financial products, to the buy side. So there's a whole traditional capital markets world of things like stocks and bonds and derivatives and loans and swaps and options and all these exotic sounding structures. Well, that's the world that we've supported in our capital markets division of FIS for the past 35 or 40 years. And I guess the way the story goes is crypto and digital assets, digitized assets that are represented on blockchains, that's a whole new world of assets that this traditional world wants to invest in. So what our clients are asking us for, they've in some cases been clients for 5, 10, 20, 30 years. What they're really asking us for is, how can FIS, since you're our provider and you have been for many years, how can you bring in the partners with technology that we need? How can you make sure that the systems that we've built our business on from FIS can support digital assets just like they've supported traditional assets or traditional fiat currencies for many years? So part of the role that we play is really being that bridge from this new world of crypto and digital assets and very awesome crypto native technology providers. How do we integrate that into the world of traditional finance? Because the crypto native technology is not going to replace all this 35 or 40 years of traditional technology. They need to coexist for a period of time. So that's a lot of what our clients are focused on today. It's really how to make sure there is a bridge, there is a path to adopt the new assets by making sure that the technology can coexist together.
And a clarifying question for you, can you give me some examples? Like you mentioned that you're working with some partners in order to be able to bridge that gap between traditional finance and the new digital asset space. What are some examples of that?
Absolutely. I'll pick some of the most foundational examples that I've personally been focused on for our business, right? As we start to support this for our clients. One of those partners, which we've announced back in April, is a company called Fireblocks. Fireblocks, well-known digital asset wallet as a service provider. They have a transfer network. But also, I think what's important about Fireblocks to FIS Capital Markets is that they have an institutional user experience for operations, right? So the user experience that Fireblocks offers to FIS clients to be able to manage digital assets in their wallet service, or to be able to transfer digital assets between counterparties, it's a very similar institutional experience to the user experience that we've provided for traditional assets for many years. So it's a good example where it's crypto-native tech, it's very well-known crypto-native tech, but it's something that clearly aligns with the type of technology we've offered to the market for many years. There's another partner that we're engaged with as well, a platform called Legible, maybe a little bit, not as well known as Fireblocks, but what does Legible do? They have accounting data, they connect to exchanges to download transactions and positions and create accounting records and tax records. And I've been inspired by a lot of the earlier presentations today focused on the tech stack, the AWS tech stack that facilitates sort of blockchain native applications. But one of the things that's interesting about this Legible platform that makes it easy for our clients in FIS is that it downloads the data and it transforms that data into something that traditional finance applications can consume. They've been consuming data feeds for many years. The crypto and digital assets is another data feed that can be easily fed into our platform. So then our clients, once again, the way that traditional finance clients, many of the banks that you see here in New York, what gets them comfortable is when they can see digital assets alongside traditional assets in some sort of reporting system or accounting system that they've been using for many years.
Well, speaking of data, I think, Jeff, this begs me to ask you a question. You mentioned that KYC is some of the stuff that you talk about the most. And can you just give us, for those of us who are not KYC experts, what is the data that's involved there? Where is it coming from? How is it used? What do you do with it? Do you produce it in the same platform that a traditional asset manager uses, or what is tell us a little bit more about the product, I guess, and how you came up with it.
Sure. Yeah. The value. Well, the data that Chainalysis has, in layman's terms, is really associating counterparties, marketplaces, businesses, platforms, whatever you want to call them, with cryptocurrency transactions. So, what that allows us to do, really, in the early days, it was a group of us, we would transact with cryptocurrency exchanges to get some ground truth analysis of what addresses are within their wallet infrastructure. And that's how we would start to build some semblance of, basically what platforms are holding the Bitcoin where. That was really, this is before any of these other tokens were even in existence. So, building on this, obviously it's a much more sophisticated process now, but having sort of the lay of the land as to what, not individuals, but again, what sort of institutions or what platforms hold what crypto assets, it allows these institutions and cryptocurrency businesses and the public sector to be using this in many different ways. I would say, a lot of the motions with the public sector is obviously trying to figure out, who is facilitating any kind of illicit activity with crypto assets, right? And trying to put a stop to that, prevent that, at least identify it, ring fence it, all that kind of stuff. Cryptocurrency businesses are using this, as I said, when they're in the custody or trading game, right? When they're actually managing a wallet, transacting on behalf of their customers. They're using it to understand where did this crypto ultimately come from, or where is this crypto ultimately being sent to. Very similar process to what a lot of banks use now with people have heard of Actimize or any kind of cash management, not cash management, but transaction management that happens in traditional world where you have to identify where your dollars or quid coming from or going to. Now, financial institutions who are not necessarily transacting also use this, though, in that broader KYC sort of stack, because, you know, to get them comfortable with interacting with cryptocurrency businesses, they're going to a variety of sources to try to figure out, okay, what is cryptocurrency exchange and EBC all about? Like, they'll go to search negative news, they're going to get Kroll reports, they're going to you know, see if there are any reg filings against this particular business, right? And they're going to make a determination as to, is this a company that is in good standing, that according to our risk tolerance we want to transact with or partner with, whatever the scenario is. They can come to us and, you know, we can help independently verify whatever it is that they are told about that business, right? So if, again, a bank wants to partner with the cryptocurrency exchange ABC, and that business says, oh yeah, we transact only with 3 exchanges. I'm making up a bizarre hypothetical here. They can get the chain analysis and we'll tell you, like, how did this exchange interact with its counterparties over time, right? Are there any kind of concerning or risky trends? Or do things, and oftentimes, like, the best exchanges look very good, right? There are, you know, minimal sort of risky transactions over the total, you know, volume. You see that these programs or these exchanges put in place KYC and transaction monitoring and AML programs. So a lot of times we're used in that sort of due diligence scenario just as one of many things to help validate or verify, you know, what is this business all about.
Thank you for breaking this down for us. I'm going to ask a question to Yuri that was supposed to be for everybody, but I really want you to answer it first, because I think you're very well positioned to do that. Because we're talking about, you know, the desire to go institutional, and the question is, why though? Like, where? So we've seen, like, you know, a lot of individuals getting the bug, downloading an app, trading a little bit of I don't know, like Dogecoin maybe, like here and there, maybe getting a little disappointed, maybe making it big, who knows? But ultimately, you know, could it not just go on like this? And from your perspective, you know, when was the inflection point when institutions really, you know, noticed that, by the way, maybe we're missing out on a huge segment of the population who are now, you know, very much into digital assets, and we're seeing, like, you know, the progression and the trajectory of where this is going. So please tell us a little bit about the history of this for those of us who may be newer to the crypto trading space, and when did you start thinking about, like, institutional?
It's funny because people tend to think about institutional or retail and talk about institutional or retail. But I always ask someone, do you think that the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange would like to give up either institutional or retail? Like, a well-functioning marketplace or exchange needs both, right, for many reasons. They're very synergistic. And you know, crypto is a very bottoms-up thing, and it came out of, you know, technical experimentation and a desire for decentralization. And so, you know, it's not a surprise that retail investing was what happened first. I think because of that, for people who've been in the space for a long time, there has been a kind of a retail bias. Also because it's taken a long time for regulators to start to catch up. That's proving a lot, and there's a lot of clarity that's coming out, which is going to also spur a lot of innovation. Because when you have clarity, people are much more comfortable investing resources to build things for the long term. You know, right now though, and it depends on what we mean by institutional. We're talking about investing specifically. Certainly hedge funds. You know, I have tons of friends from D.B. Shaw, from Bridgewater, from a lot of the quant funds in particular, who've gone into crypto. And there's just an article about, you know, quants who left Wall Street to, you know, to go into crypto. But also, I think there are other types of institutions that are coming in. I think a year or two ago, if you talk to a typical large, you know, tech company, and you ask them about Web3 was hardly a term then. People were still only saying crypto. But if you ask them about this, they would still speak very theoretically, and they would oftentimes talk about kind of only the most dramatic or eye-catching kind of aspects of crypto, like token appreciation or potential, like supposed problems with KYC, AML, and things like that. The level of sophistication that I'm encountering with sort of, you know, Fortune 500 companies has changed a lot in the last, you know, 12 to 18 months. We talk with these guys every week, and Many of them already have their own Web3 developers, that's a new thing. They have technical resources to do stuff. And they're starting to look into use cases that are much more interesting, I would say much closer to some of the core innovations, that can be brought about by blockchain and by crypto. One right now, which is extremely interesting, which I've been banging the drum for about a year and a half or so, but a lot of people sort of are catching up more recently, is crypto as a tool for incentivization. I mean, to me, like, the thing that really gets me most excited about crypto is how it can incentivize people who don't know each other, who aren't employed by the same, entity, who have no connection, and align their incentives and get them to kind of come together and form a community that really to do things together. When people talk about Bitcoin, I think not enough attention is paid to the fact that these supposed miners are people who run computers and create expense to maintain the network and validate transactions. And no one, there's no centralized thing that pays them to do that. It's an economic system, the reward built in for that activity. And you're seeing institutions start to realize that the combination of the reduction in the cost of value transfer, the ability to take a token, give it to someone, and give them upside in a corporation, and then the ability to build in, loops in a very flexible way, is incredible for things like loyalty programs or any kind of incentivization. And recently, Starbucks came out with its NFT policy integrated with a few chains and wallets. But most notably, it said this is going to evolve into the future of our loyalty. I think it might have been Revolut, which also recently published a pretty powerful article on that. And so to me, what I think is exciting about kind of institutions coming in isn't just the progressive process of more conservative traditional financial institutions coming in. And you do see even like insurance companies and pension funds who are like the most conservative and traditional starting to get involved. It's institutional players more broadly, governments, big tech companies, traditionals, media companies, are starting to realize that there are applications that can create real value. And this is still early. We're still very early in this process. But if you think about the potential here, like I said, there's maybe, 5 million data active investors in decentralized crypto, give or take. I don't know what you guys think about it, like not very many. Imagine what happens when companies with only 50 million users, which are not huge compared to the social media giants, right, or to the biggest user-based companies in the world, when they start bringing activity onto these chains, it's going to be really, really significant. And it just shows you that we're still in the earliest innings of penetration and integration with the real world. So I think that we're very excited about that, and that's why we actually spent the first couple of years or so of our existence really focusing on building a stable infrastructure. This year it's all about doubling down on working together with builders, and so we're kind of increasing our the resources that we provide, increasing our incubator resources, and really engaging with developers much more, I would say, in a much more focused way, because we do see the opportunity to start building applications that create use value, and we want to do everything we can to support decentralized innovation on our platform.
Yeah, clarifying question here. In terms of your incubator, like because this is a blockchain thing, right? So it's not just about financial services, and this is a financial services panel, but what are some of the themes that you're seeing, where builders are the most excited to build in, or where are you looking to support them the most?
I think that the things that we look for right now, in addition to the things that any venture capitalists would tell you that they look for, a good project or a good team, great experience, etc., is we look for people who have a real commitment to building things that create use value, rather than things that are sort of a good idea at best, or maybe a little bit predatory at worst, in terms of just being kind of a marketing bubble. And then also things that want to use a token structure to create sustainable value, right? Not something which puts out a bunch of effectively subsidies that are unsustainable. I think that what's exciting about the kind of market downturn, and it's exciting tongue in cheek because no one ever likes to see people lose money or great projects go bust. But it's always an opportunity to kind of double down on building things that matter, and to kind of pick your head up and look at what's going to matter a year from now or 2 years from now. And you're seeing things like in the financial services space, like you're seeing kind of a reverse in directionality. So in El Salvador right now, some of the projects that we've looked at are doing things like using crypto to provide small and medium enterprise loans, and at a reasonable interest rate. And the interest rates in the traditional economy are just through the roof. They're hundreds of percentage points. It's completely bonkers. And so this is a real opportunity to improve the lives of real people using crypto. Some of the areas that we're seeing people start to try to do things with are very, very low cost financial services for low income people, places like Brazil. Or using crypto to create products that combine some kind of gambling-like experience with high yield savings to try to target people who burn a lot of money in the lottery system, which is pervasive in Brazil. You're seeing people also finally starting to try to use crypto to monetize data in a self-sovereign and sort of individual-centric way, in things like the health industry. This is a personal passion of mine because I've been investing and kind of involved in that space for a while. One of the challenges you see is that consumer data doesn't port well to developing countries, right? The poorer you are, the less people care about your consumption data because you can't consume, right? But if you can monetize health data, putting aside differences in diet and whatever, health data is very valuable and it's much more transferable. And so, how can we use crypto and also traditional data science approaches like GDPR compliant, data protection, what have you, to let people start getting some of the value of this type of data when they opt in. We're talking to one of the biggest healthcare providers in a large Latin American country about this. They've been working on this for years now, but they're finally at the point where they see a pathway because the technology is becoming integrated and concrete enough. So I think that for us, of course, we still look at projects that are crypto native, building a better version of a decentralized exchange or an automated market maker. Those are important because there's a lot of improvements to be made still. But I think things that touch the real world, that create real value, and that are sustainable are really the main things that we look for in great projects.
Awesome. Thank you for bringing up the data angle. For those who know me, I'm a data nerd, and so my next question is about data again. So would love to hear from Jeff actually. Where do you think the future of data in the blockchain and in the investing space is going? Because we talked a little bit about. I guess we touched on the downturn. Everybody is noticing that. Of course, it's all over the news. But I see it as an opportunity to really take a very good look at how investing is being justified. Like what data exists to tell somebody whether this is a valuable asset or whether it's not. And there's currently no standardization around this, right? And so in your view, where is the industry going? Like what are we going to start seeing? What are some of the most interesting applications of data in this space?
I was just reading an article, the journal came out with an article this afternoon that was something like crypto was the hottest thing in 2021, and now it's not. I'm paraphrasing, but I thought to myself, you could literally just take out 2021 and put 2017 in there, or 2013 in there. Like there are so many points in time, again, not to belittle, like it's tough when people lose their jobs or projects go bust. It's difficult, but the crypto economy has seen this many times before, and every time I or the industry I think has been involved, it is the time to build new, interesting, sustainable things, right? The things that get washed out, get washed out, but hopefully the things that are now being built and being invested in right now are going to be the things that power the economy for 3, 5, 10, 50 years. Listen, I'm in a room full of people who are way more sophisticated about data than I am. For what it's worth, I've always sort of seen the potential, the opportunity, the excitement around crypto as like, crypto really becomes almost like the data, the information itself becomes the value, the unit of value that you move. It becomes like the gas in the ecosystem in a lot of ways. Like it's not something where we have points in time where I have to go to a broker, to go to a bank, to go to another branch, to go to this other location, to get this to another country, and then you pay all these fees. But rather, the keys that you hold, it becomes sort of the way that you can unlock several different either revenue streams or experiences or purchases for digital goods. Like there are lots of different ways that this can be used. I think in a lot of ways it's good to hear you talk because I have all of the, like, relatively speaking, the boring things that happen in financial institutions where they're actually trying to make crypto a little bit boring for their customers, right? They're trying to make it so that, like, you know, your crypto wealth is actually part of your overall portfolio and it's on the balance sheet. Like that's exciting for banks. It's not necessarily about like making sure an NFT marketplace in a digital economy is like thriving, right? So, you know, I'm hopeful that all of these institutions, the new ones that come up in the next, you know, this year, the next 5 years, and also the traditional financial institutions who are just getting their feet wet, don't go the boring route only. Like look at what the actual opportunities are now that you know there's a unit of account and a unit of value that is fully inherently natively digital. Like there are tons of possibilities that both new and old companies can benefit from.
Awesome. Thank you for the inspiring messaging here. What is your take, John, on you know what's going to be new and hot and interesting? Where is the opportunity that you see in your world over the next, I don't know, 3 to 5 years or whatever you consider to be a sustainable period of time?
Yeah, I guess, you know, when I think about my world, I think about this personally as well, right? Because I lived through the privatization of the internet and the massive growth, you know, that was driven primarily by technology. That was global growth at scale. What, you know, the way that I look at crypto, once again, sort of personally, the reason I'm interested in enabling and doing the work that we're doing in FIS for institutions is really the first step in a long journey of a blockchain-driven world for more efficient processing. And a lot of that does come by making data more transparent, data about transactions, data about asset ownership and asset transfer. And you know, the thing is, there are thousands or hundreds of thousands of people in this space already and have been for many years, right? And what are they focused on? They're focused on managing data, moving data between systems or processes. It's a lot more efficient when that is on the blockchain. But I think, you know, something that Yuri said that's really important here that I wanted to make sure you all, you know, also, you know, got a second chance to hear it. You know, what Yuri's doing from a foundational perspective, the opportunity around decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, governance, right? Loyalty, I think Yuri mentioned loyalty, right? Which is maybe an easier way to sort of think through what the reconfiguration of how people work together, how companies work together. That's the bigger transformation here. It's not whether you can represent an asset on a blockchain, because I think we've already proven that at this point, you know, since the advent of Bitcoin. What's really transformational here is to take very human, data-intensive processes, get those on the blockchain, but also even how humans work together, you know, how legally defined interactions work together. The more that can be represented and scaled on a blockchain with voting, with governance, with transparency, it opens up a whole new world of really just an opportunity for us to collaborate together, right? As people, right? In the end, if you think about what did the internet do? It just broke down a tremendous number of barriers for people to work together, right? The original killer app was email. We've clearly moved a really long way from email. But that killer app, email, was sort of the state of the art before the web, right? We're only talking a 30-year journey here, right? And now email is ubiquitous, text is ubiquitous. Crypto eventually will, you know, I'd like to think that it's ubiquitous, but you know, clearly when you look at the number of wallets that we mentioned earlier, we still have a ways to go there. But I think what's really important is the signal in all of this is that the way humans and corporations and legal interactions work, as that gets moved on chain, it really creates a whole new opportunity for people building applications, right? I encourage you all, you know, if you're looking at building applications, you know, like Yuri said, it's not about building the next DEX, building the next decentralized exchange. It's how can you facilitate some sort of incentive program, how can you look at, how can you programmatically define a tokenomic model, right? Tokenomics, how can you define an incentive model in code, right? And that's the beauty of this whole of moving everything on chain. And once again, it's not about the asset, it's about then the smart contract, and then the governance and the decentralized organization of people or companies on top of that. It literally resets how we've structured society and corporations in the business world, as well as the personal world. And that's why it's such an awesome time. But the history is yet to be written in this space. I think, honestly, all of us are going to have a role in writing this history, for years to come. The current state of the crypto market, I think, gives everybody a chance to maybe open, maybe look at some of these broader perspectives, these broader opportunities. And quite honestly, it's a chance for, maybe folks and companies that have been sitting on the sideline to spend a little bit more time, to maybe hire some of those people that might be out there on the job market. And we're just going to see talent move around, but these problems still exist, right? So looking forward to, honestly, I'm looking forward to continued progression of how we apply this technology to social problems around the world.
You guys have been so inspiring. I'm personally very pumped. I didn't think that the financial services panel about institutional investing was going to bring us here, but I'm really glad it did. I know Yuri wants to make a comment. Yeah?
You said something that I really wanted to call out, which is that BNB Chain is such an execution-focused company that it's hard for me not to just list a bunch of areas that I think are great to build in. Decentralized ID, empowering creators, etc. I think that's really important, that if anybody's actually building and you would like to hear the areas that I think would be good to build in or that we're supporting, feel free to get in touch. But I think that you said something really, really important about how difficult it is to, I think, really comprehend what's going on. And it kind of reminds me of something I read when I was a kid, which is that when the first movie camera, those were invented, the first narratives that were actually filmed, not like people moving, right, just for the sake of improving the technology, were stage plays with no changes in terms of how performance was done. And it took years before the constraints of the medium started to become clear and were explored, and then movies and cinema became what it is. And I think with crypto and Web3, it's very natural for us to take things that we know and put them on a blockchain. That's why we have futures, we have derivatives, we have all these things that are very familiar. But a lot of what's going on now, I think, if you really want to get down to the first principles, it's around how can we connect this technology to the real world, and then what should we put on the blockchain, and what should we put on the blockchain. And I think that what's really interesting is as with all new areas, you see kind of people get really excited about this new thing and they go in one direction to its extreme, and then they run into problems, so then they kind of pull back also to the extreme, and then eventually you kind of get to the middle. And you see this where the first games on blockchain were entirely on the blockchain. They were very expensive, very slow, they didn't work very well because it's really not a great idea to put a whole game on a blockchain, at least with current blockchain technology. Now you see designers, builders, being very clever about what really needs to be on chain, why it needs to be on there, and really working on the I/O, like the in-out, so to speak, connectivity to get data onto the blockchain and off of the blockchain. When you hear people talk about oracles, that's usually kind of what that boils down to. And what you're going to see are people enabling things like true high-speed trading, right? But not just on a centralized crypto exchange. One of the most crazy realizations I had this year is I was talking to a couple of the biggest music companies in the world. And all of a sudden, all of them, within a space of a few months, have become obsessed with royalty trading for fractionalized ownership of songs. And as I kind of dug into this, the part of it that used to work at TE Shop realized that before long, they're going to be entire hedge funds that do nothing but arb changes in fractionalized song ownership prices. But it's going to be really interesting because you're going to be able to affect these prices, or the prices will be affected by all the things that cause buzz to go up and down for celebrities. So there's like a whole monkey wrench that just gets thrown into like how do you predict price changes, like et cetera. That's one kind of crazy example. But like, what does a product look like if it's an NFT with a derivative inside it, right? There are going to be a lot of hybrid products that that don't fit the mold, that don't fit easy existing regulatory buckets like a derivative or a future, etc. And so I think that it's really important to try to not forget like the first principles for like what does this stuff actually mean? Like, get away from the hype. What does it do? And where is the area to focus on that really is going to take us forward to the next step in terms of concrete value creation? So that's what I really liked about what you were saying. And I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, no, thank you for thinking about the future and inspiring all of us. I personally am extremely excited about the carbon offsets trading, I guess, bug that has become like more and more prevalent this year. Like I keep reading about it, and we were reading about carbon offsets trading like 10, like 15 years ago, and it was never successful. It was never really viable because nobody believed that these are actual offsets. And I think with data coming from the right place and being followed through in a very meticulous manner, like you now have ways to certify and to know that this asset is real and I can actually price it and it actually means something for the world. So these are the applications that make me the most excited to work in this space. I want to give a chance for you guys to give me a call to action because we're really, we have like 30 seconds per person. So Jeff, let's start with you. Call to action or something that you want to like impart on the audience.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah.
Don't say buy Bitcoin, please.
Yeah.
Just not.
I will not say that. I just only because I've heard this now. I've had this conversation many times over the last 3 weeks with people who think it's like way too late to get involved in this space. Again, I'm speaking to a room of sophisticated experts, probably know more than me. But if you have friends, I tell everybody it is just beginning. It is not in any way too late at all to get into the crypto or blockchain ecosystem at all.
I would say build and connect with people, and honestly just build things. I mean, like Yuri said, I mean, my personal opinion is we're going to continue to build and go down paths that might ultimately be dead ends, but from the ashes of that build activity, we're going to get something else that comes out much better on the other end. So I would just say continue to build, take advantage of everything you can, and learn as much as you can, not only yourself, but by building, but also by connecting with others and using it as an opportunity just to do stuff together with other people.
Build, and if you want to build get in touch. I thought that'd be helpful. I think that's probably the best call to action. And then also, to the extent that you're actually interested in this space, try to help other people understand that the kind of mainstream media hype cycle for crypto, which is fairly predictable at this point in terms of following the highs and then sort of doubling down on the lows and getting a lot of clicks. To help people to sort of understand a little bit of perspective, which is that none of this is new. This isn't the first industry that outpaced regulation, right? Railroad bonds, finance before the Security Exchange Acts. There are a lot of precedents for that. It's not the first industry that's seen downturns. It's probably though the first industry. It's the first really big wealth creation opportunity since the internet. And when the internet happened, there had been no internet before that, so no one knew what the hell was going to happen. No one knew there was going to be like a Mark Zuckerberg or a Bill Gates. One of the challenges we face is that paradigm, that example exists. It's one of the reasons why there is so much hype here, because people see the potential of Web3, and from the beginning, that creates a hype cycle unlike anything we've ever experienced. I think it's really important just to help people cut through the chaos and understand that there is a lot of, it's still early, there are a lot of things that have gone wrong and probably will go wrong. But just as, diapers.com didn't stop the, tech from creating value in the long run, this financial crisis in crypto, or whatever you want to call it, it won't either.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for a wonderful talk here. I think we're all very inspired to be building, and I believe the next session is actually something that has to do with building. So make sure you meet everybody, afterwards. I think there's a happy hour. So if you're interested in this space, come up to our panelists here. And thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys, for the session. We're going to take Yuri's advice, and we're going to actually build an NFT marketplace at the end, in the the next session. But first, we want to take a 10-minute bio break while we set up the stage for the next session.
This was one of my projects. Was like, what if we build like a basically like a personal reward system for the content that you use? And we should absolutely. And it was too early. Like I was basically told like you're not old. Like you work in a pension fund. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm so glad that we made it to this panel because otherwise we wouldn't have had this conversation. So let's connect on this. Yeah. That is not a good example though.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Yes. And Alex is also, by the way, I don't know if you work with him. He is like the one. Like, and we miss him so much on my team because now I need an Alex and I don't have an Alex.
I will tell him. I will send him.
Awesome. That's so nice to meet you. Many more of these to come. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so nice to meet you. You went to AWS? Oh, right. Yeah, I don't have my badge. I honestly I also want to be quite honest with you. So up until like 11:30, I'm literally like typing emails and I'm like waiting. So I literally rushed here. So yeah. I'm downtown. Funny inspiring story about how important it is that you do this. So while I was working at Dutch Pressure, I came to all kinds of like, I mean, it's like data and function, like, so I was like basically the person here who was tasked with like blowing me all interesting syntax.
Yeah, yeah, literally like in the, not even in the playroom, not even in the room, we were literally sitting on like chairs and getting stuff like this. And it was very loud, but he was talking and I was like, wow, like, this guy is so inspiring to me. Like he's literally like just, you know, building the future here. And lo and behold, like a few years later, it wasn't that long before I was like, I need to do this, I need to build the future, like I need to, you know, maybe like I need to be like on the side where the job is maybe you know, not the same every day and like you're, you know, trying to like do things a little bit differently. And so I ended up here. Here I am, you know, on stage giving the stage. Somebody in this room is going to contact you and they want to work for you. And somebody in this room is for AWS is going to come and say, I want to work for AWS. So what we did here is like it's coming a full circle. And now I have the crypto fund. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that one.
All the best, man. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
He came from my
I'm supporting him. Yeah. Nice to meet
Don't put Bitcoin network. You might not get that.
Don't put it on
The gas fees is too much.
Oh, don't put it on post, please.
I know. Yeah. Everybody else that we see them.
Oh, what's wrong with me? Maybe it's because I have zero material in my wallet. Is that why? Like I'm a poverty-stricken boy. It's rough. Okay, so how do I get the photos? Like text me maybe, or is this an iPhone?
This is yours.
Yeah.
I can send you
Oh, these are great. Perfect. Yay. Perfect. So how is this an iPhone? No, right?
This is a Samsung.
Oh, okay. So then, why don't you have WhatsApp? Perfect, because WhatsApp actually preserves the quality of photos.
At this point, we're just going to eat into our non-happy hour time. That's fine.
Oh, no.
It's fine.
As I said, Yuri better.
How are you?
He better like try to drink because like he was late and then he beat up the time of the happy hour. So I mean, I'm hoping that BNB chain will close us next time.
Yeah. You as a contact?
Yeah. Like let me add you as a contact.
Alright, nice to meet you.
What is that?
Sorry, right behind you.
Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go run and drink something from my mouth. It's just so. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Probably the price may go from Binance to Binance. So all the funds actually go to
Huh?
Yeah. I'll give it.
All right, everybody back. We're about to get started on our final event, and it will be a workshop on how to build your own NFT marketplace on Ethereum and Amazon Managed Blockchain. And so at the end of this exercise, you should walk home with your own NFT for the first time. So first of all, I'm going to introduce the main speaker, Rafia Tapia, who's the senior specialist SA on the Amazon Managed Blockchain team, and she's also going to introduce the rest of her team for this session. Rafia?
Yes. I hope everyone can hear me. In the back, sound is okay? All right. So thanks for coming into the session. This is going to be developing NFT. I know you guys have been hearing NFT the whole day long, but I hope this session can excite you. Just as an icebreaker, I've written on my shirt that I don't test my code, but that's not true. Okay? I do test my code. start, I want to introduce my team, Everton.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm also a blockchain specialist, giving support to the managed blockchain team. Been with AWS for 1 year and 7 months. It feels like eternity, for good reasons. I came from a Web3 background. I'm in the space since 2016. And yeah, I'm joined here by great people, so let's start with Megan.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Megan Gentry. I'm a solutions architect. I've been with AWS for about 3 years, and I'm also a member of the blockchain technical field community, so I help the wonderful blockchain specialists. And I joined AWS through the military apprentice program. I'm an Air Force veteran, so.
Hi, my name is Kranti Manchikanti. I'm a solutions architect here at AWS in blockchain TFC, and today we'll be helping through the labs as you go.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Surya Jitendra. I'm a solution architect at AWS. I've been with AWS for close to 2.5 years. So I'm also a blockchain SME. So looking forward for you all building NFTs today. Okay, let's see how it goes.
Thanks, and my name is Kevin Deparn, also a solutions architect here at AWS. I'm a general SA, but I work with the blockchain technical field community as well. So here to help drive adoption of our blockchain service.
All right, so the way we will do this workshop, we have content prepared, and we will be following this content. So we will be sharing the link of this content shortly with you. Also, each of you will be able to get an AWS account, and I'll share that information. So we'll start with that, make sure everyone is logged in, have an account, and then we'll follow through the content. So the first link is for this content, which we will follow, right? So please go to the first link, make sure everyone can access it. The second link is something I will walk you guys through as I am going to be going through the content, right? So actually, the second link will discuss how to set up the AWS account. Okay. So let's first get the first link. Click on the first link to get the content, and then click on the second link so that everyone can be set up with AWS account. Let me know when you guys are at the second link, so this way I can change the screen and we can look at the workshop content.
If you have any questions, you can reach out to the closest person that's standing here to the sides. Thank you.
So the second link, when you click, right, you should be at this page. Oh, really? Okay, so sorry, maybe we need to change it. If you don't, I can have it handy here. So this is the second link. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start in for the, it's https://bit.ly/nft-workshop-1.
The workshop is spelled wrong.
That was my mistake. You can type with a typo. That it works.
It works, yeah.
Yeah, follow the typo. That's it.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you
sure.
guys
We'll
are.
follow for best screen.
Yeah, hold on a second. So everybody is at this point. Can you please raise your hand if you're not at this side? Okay, what's happening? Anybody else who has not been able to come to this point?
Let's take them to the event engine URL and then pass the hash randomly.
Alright, so if people are having issues connecting to this site, then there's another URL. It's called dashboard.eventengine.run/login. I have it here. When you click on it, it will take you to this site. Again, I'll repeat dashboard.eventengine.run/login. And when you are here, actually, so I have already logged in, that's why it's not showing up, but maybe I can use another. Is everyone here at this point? Everybody's good? Okay. So if, let's say, you were able to follow the link, it would have pre-populated the hash code in this text box. Is there anybody who needs a hash code? All right. So after, let's say, you all have the hash code in this text box, you will follow by clicking the accept button. Is going to bring up this this screen to you, which asks you to either log in as one of the three things, right? Either as an Amazon employee, or a one-time password, or your actually Amazon login account through an Amazon login account, Amazon.com account, right? But let's click on email one-time password. In the next screen, you will enter a personal email or your company email, and then click send passcode. It will send you a one-time passcode, which you will need to supply in the next screen, and then click sign in. And once you are signed in, you should be at this dashboard. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start this, so I can show you what the dashboard would look like. So I am going to go as Amazon employee, and I need is at this page, which will now allow you to be able to connect to AWS accounts. So if you are at this site, click on AWS console button. It's going to pop up this message box, and again you have to click on open console. And it should take you to AWS console page. You can click on switch to the new console item, and now you will have the console. Now it is very much possible your console might not look like mine, and the reason being because the console shows you the services which you have frequently visited. So of course on my laptop, I've been visiting these services which show up here. So your view might be a little different. Okay? I just want to make sure everyone is at this point, so please raise your hand if you are not here. Everybody is good for up to this point? Okay. All right. So now let's start the other steps of the workshop. The first thing we will do is actually create an environment. Everything you will do in today's workshop, the account we have provided you will be doing it in that account. You don't need to use your own personal AWS account, because if you do, you might incur some cost, right? So we will provide everyone with an account with the admin access rights, so you don't need any other resources. So let's start setting up the environment first. And for today's lab, what we will do, we will first create a few things, right? We will create an EC2 instance. You will be able to connect to that EC2 instance via your laptop, and we'll walk you through how you will do that. You will also create some user, because you would need AWS access key to be able to run AWS CLI. So the first step I'm going to ask you to do is actually create a user in the AWS account which you have got access to, right? So go to on the console, right? You can, if you see AIM on, let's say if you are a frequent visitor to that service, you might be able to see it here. You might have created some links, again, if you have been going to AWS console. But let's say in case you don't have neither recently visited nor any link, anytime you need to go to an AWS service, you can start by typing the service name. So here I'm saying IAM, and it's going to pop up that service. And if I click on it, I'll be able to go to its console. So I am at this console right now, okay? Now, the first thing we will do is create an admin user. So once on the console, on the left-hand side, you will see users. Click on that. And click on add users. And just for, ease of use, right? Let's make sure all of us follow the same names for these users as well as other resources we create. So here in the workshop content, I'm saying just create a user called workshop. So let's do that. Let's everyone create a user called workshop. Now, you know what? I'm going to increase my. I hope this makes it a little bit more legible. Okay. Do you want me to zoom in more? Oh, okay, sure. I was surprised no one said it's too small. Is it okay? Oh, then I won't be able to see what's on the screen. Okay. All right. So make sure you type in the, for the username, type in workshop and then click this checkbox. So it will give you the secret key and the secret, the secret, right, which you would need for AWS CLI access. And then click on next. And what we want to do, we want to make this workshop user an admin user, like a full-blown admin. Now, this is a development environment. I'm sure you're not going to do this if this was production, right? But we just want to make sure that you're not bugged by any kind of security access problems. We'll make this user a full admin user, okay? So click on this last button which says attach existing policies. And once you click on this, you will be presented with all the existing policies and will pick administrator access. So what it will do, it will make the workshop user administrator for the AWS account which you are working in. Okay, and then click next. And forget about the keys, the tags, we can just go and do next, review it. So yes, we wanted this user to be administrator and then click on create user. Now, please make sure, don't close this window or get out of this window, okay? For the user, the keys you will get, the keys to be able to call AWS CLI, this is the only time you will get these keys. If you don't download it now, you will never be able to get these keys. So I would highly recommend click on the download .csv file. So this way you have it stored locally on your machine. After the workshop, you can delete that, okay? But please make sure everyone download the key. You can also, if you click on the show button here, you will be able to see the secret access key. But I would just suggest we all download it. Everybody good so far? All right. Somebody had a question? Good? All right. So let's move forward now. Let's close this. And now let's say what is the next step, right? We already created this user and we downloaded the CSV file. So the next thing we will do is our EC2 setup. All right? Just raise your hand. Is there anybody who used EC2 as a primary development environment? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I do it because I love it. You know, I can have a very powerful development environment, and which no matter how much meat I put in my laptop, I can never take. So I personally love it.
It's great for downloading packages from registries, right? It's very fast.
Yeah, yeah. So now we'll do an EC2 environment creation, right? So the first thing we need to do is create an EC2 instance. So let's go back to our console. Again, if I click here on my home page, I will see EC2. But if you don't, start typing EC2 on the search, pop-up will show up, select EC2 from there. Alright, now once on this screen, we will we'll click on launch an instance so that we can launch an EC2 instance. The name of the EC2 instance, what I have got here, is I just want to make sure we are all consistent. Okay, I'm calling it NFT-workshop. So let's put that name. For the OS, we will leave the default, which is Amazon Linux. Please make sure, even though you might be working with your own flavor of the Linux distribution, for this workshop, please pick Linux, Amazon Linux, because otherwise some of the install command will not work for you if you will be following the workshop. So Amazon Linux should be selected. We can leave the the AMI as it is. Moving down, we need a little bit of a powerful instance, right, for our development environment today. So we will pick S3 small. T2 micro is not powerful enough for us. So let's pick T3 small. And now we need to have a key value pair in order for us to connect to the EC2 via SSL, right? So this is what we will be doing. So again, I just want to make sure I follow my naming, same names I have mentioned here. So I think I'm calling the key value pair NFT word dash key. Okay, so let's do that. So on the console, I'm going to say create a new key pair. For the name, I'm going to say NFT, what is it? Word dash key, okay? WRK dash key. For the key pair, leave it as RSA. For the private key, leave it as pair. Now, for Windows users, especially if you're using putty, you might be in the habit of using the PPK. But we need PEM today, the reason being because if we will be setting up Visual Studio to connect to Visual Studio Code to connect to the EC2 instance. And Visual Studio Code uses OpenSSL, which requires PEM, okay? So please make sure you select PEM key. And then create key pair. Now this will download the key, okay? So far I have my AWS credential downloaded and I've also downloaded the PEM key. Now let's go back to our console, our workshop content. So we've done this. All right, let's go back to the EC2 console, okay? So now your key has been created and it has been downloaded on your personal laptops. We will leave the network setting as it is, won't do much here, but there are few other changes we will need to make. The first change we will make is make sure you give it at least 40 GB of hard drive space. 8 GB won't be enough. As you will see that when we are developing our NFT, will be running a lot of processes, so 8 GB will run out very fast. All right, so storage we have configured, and that's about it, right? And so click on the launch instance. If in case somebody forgot to increase the storage, please let us know and we have a way to increase the storage. Okay, but I just want to make sure that nobody's working with 8 GB. All right. So I'll take a few second pause here just to make sure everyone is caught up to this point, okay? If somebody needs a little bit time, please raise your hand. Hey guys, is anybody monitoring the YouTube? All right, one very important thing, okay? So before I do that, let me for all the Mac users, okay, what you need to do, you need to actually run a chmod command or on that PEM key you have downloaded. When you download the PEM key, the chmod is actually is 444, which is a little bit more than what I'm asking you to do. Yeah, you have a question? I'm sorry. So the key when you download, right, the security flags on it, it's 444, but it won't work with SSL. So we have to downgrade it to 400, okay? So that's what I'm doing it. Please do it because I'm running on Mac. Anybody who is actually using Windows machine, you guys don't need to do it. This is one time Windows is better than Mac.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a question.
No, I'm using Windows, so. We had a
Finally, I feel good.
I'm just changing the permission flags on my, or security flags on my Mahindra battery. Alright. So everyone is caught up to this point, right? Should we move forward? Now the next step is setting up Visual Studio Code. Unfortunately, I would not be able to show you the steps of setting up Visual Studio because I already have Visual Studio on my laptop. But is there anybody who does not have Visual Studio on their laptops? Okay, maybe we can help. Okay. All right. So beside Visual Studio, you also need an extension, remote development extension. If you guys click on it, it's very easy. There will be a button to install, and you'll be able to install it. So I'll open up my Visual Studio so you guys can see how it should look like. This is my Visual Studio, and I have the extension. Which allows, and the way you'll know that you have the extension is that you will see this, small green icon at the very bottom left-hand corner, okay? So we'll just take 2 seconds of pause here just to make sure everyone is up to this point. Yeah, after you install the extension, then only you will see that small green icon, okay? So please raise your hand if anybody is having issue with installing Visual Studio or extension. You're good? All right. So once your Visual Studio is correctly up, I will show you how to connect to your EC2 instance. Okay? So we'll be at this point now.
Okay.
Everybody's okay? Okay, should I move forward? Okay, sure. Okay, fine, yeah, we'll do. Let me know if anyone needs my help. I can come down and... You guys okay? In the front row, everybody go in here. I hope.
Yeah, so just finish to just click on the.
What you have Windows machine?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So open. Yeah. So open. And then did you click the other link for the extension?
No.
So let's look at the that. No, it isn't. So click on the other link. Go to the workshop page. And then see. So see the last list. Click on it. And then install. You guys are fine too? Yeah, everybody's okay here? Okay? You guys are all okay? Alright. That's all. All that we need, right? Okay, good. Alright, so it looks like everyone has got the Visual Studio as well as the extension, right? So let's move forward, right? Now, what we are going to be doing, we will be connecting EC2 through the Visual Studio, okay? So I'm going to do it with you so you guys know how it's going to happen, okay? This is my Visual Studio. Now I'm going to, the first thing I will need to do is go to the Visual Studio command palette, right? Now there are couple of ways you can do it. You can click on the view and go to the command palette. Or you can do Shift Control P on the Windows machine and Command something P on the Mac. Control Shift P on the Mac, right? Okay, but this is another way you, if I don't remember the command, I usually use the menu view, okay? And the first thing you will see is remote as, okay, the first thing I am seeing is because I have been using this command a lot. So you might not see it, so start typing remote and you all should see this remote-ssh. Please let me know if somebody is having problem with finding this in the command palette. You guys are fine? Alright, so once there, click on the command. Now it's going to pop up few options where your SSH configuration should go, okay? So make sure you pick the one which is under your user account. So for Windows users, it would be C:/users, and then for Mac, it will be under your user as well as your whatever your login is, okay? So click on this config. Now, please ignore this because I have a lot more development environment set up. You might not see it, you might see it just black, okay? Yeah, sure. Okay, fine. I'll show it again one more time. So go to, you have to open command palette, right? So easiest thing, just go to the menu bar, click on view, and it'll show command palette, okay? Once you are there, start typing remote. Even though I see it here as the first item, it's because I recently visited it. So just typing remote, and it will show remote-ssh. Basically what happens when you install an extension on Visual Studio Code, right? The command palette is a way for you to configure that extension. So that's what we need to do, right? We need to configure the remote desktop extension which you guys downloaded. So when you see the remote SSH in the command palette, when you click on it, it again presents you with few options of where you want to have your SSH config file. Pick the one which is in your home directory, because this way we are not going to be running into any kind of security issues where you cannot read the config file, okay? So once you are here, again please, I have a lot more environment set up, so you see a whole bunch of information. You don't have to worry about any of that. For you, this is a string you will write, okay? Now let's move back to the workshop content, right? Copy this, and we will replace two things in this command or in this code block, okay? The first thing you need to do is actually get your EC2 instance host name. The way you will get it, go to the EC2 console, go to instances. You will be able to see your instance. If you don't, let me show you from the very beginning how you will be able to see your instance. So if you are at the EC2 console level, you can click on running instances and it will show your instance. Click on this instance ID link, and here it will show you the name of your EC2 instance. So I'll just click on the public IPv4 DNS name. You click on this icon to save it in your clipboard, and then on the Visual Studio, this is what I will replace. My host name. Okay, so this is my host name. The user, leave it as EC2-user. Now the identity file should be the PEG key which you had downloaded in the previous step. My PEG file, I not only had downloaded it, I had moved it to this location, but you might have somewhere else, so make sure the location and the PEG key, the entire location is correct, okay? If you don't have the right location identified for a PEG key, you won't be able to make SSH connections. Everybody is good so far? Anybody needs help? Alright. So, there's one thing I want to show to everyone. I find it very useful. If you go to the Visual Studio, you can go to File, and there's an option of Auto Save. Click on it. This will automatically save your changes, and you don't have to manually click the Save button. In fact, I'm in so much habit of not even saving because of this auto save. If I'm working in any other environment, I forget to save it. So make sure you all have this auto save, and then as soon as you type it, it will save your changes. So let's say we all have done our configuration of SSH. Then what we will do, we will click on this small green icon which I had mentioned to you guys, that if you have the right plugin installed, you would be able to see it. So click on it. It opens this menu, and I'm going to select the second option. I want to connect to the EC2 instance using the existing Windows which is open. If you select the first one, what will happen? It will pop up a new window and it will make a connection there. So select the second one. Now in the second one, it is now showing me different options. These options, I'm actually seeing it because they are all configured in my config file. You might not see it. You might only see NFT-workshop. Okay, I'll pause here just to make sure everyone is okay to this point. Guys, all okay? You're okay? You might not see all the options. It's coming from my click on this button. And then second option, connect the current environment. You see the you did not do the first part. You didn't specify the configuration. Go to 5. So when you do this, you might not have saved it. So save it. Now click here. everyone is being able to connect. If you have clicked on this workshop, NFT workshop, you should be able to connect to your SSH session. So that's how. Oh, if you get this message, say continue, okay? It's just saying whether you trust this key which you have downloaded or not. So if you are connected, what we will do, first thing we will do, we'll go to this first icon. This icon is a file explorer icon, and we'll open the folder. So just take the default and it will open up the folder which is now pointing to the your home directory on the EC2 instance. Alright? Anybody needs my help getting up to this point? You're okay? Okay, so where did you? That's why I was trying to download that file. Okay, it's alright. You have to delete that because this is a 41-time chance to get the ID. So don't do this. Visual Studio is fine. Go to your console. Okay, delete this instance. So it's selected. Go to action. Sorry, go to the instance state. Terminate. It's terminated. Create EC2. That step will be creation of EC2, and at that time download the CSV. You have downloaded the CSV first? No, this is not. The admin credential is the. Oh yes, sorry, I made a mistake. Before you download it or create one. So this you have to. You don't have any. No problem. No problem. No problem. You don't have the ID. You don't have this ID? Okay, that's not a problem. Go to IE.
Oh.
And then workshop. You don't get the other secret. So I'm sorry, I made you terminate your EC2. You just go ahead and create another one. Okay?
Oh.
Okay, so where are we all? Should we move forward? Anybody? Okay, sure. You guys are all good. You've opened your EC2, right? Yeah. And you've connected your folder structure and all that. You guys are awesome. You guys are all good? Right? Nicole, you're okay? Good. You guys are all okay, right? You guys are okay? I'm just checking everyone is okay to this point, right? Okay, what is the issue? hosting will have IPs.
Specialist, right?
So now go to the PC console. I just want to make sure you know how to get started. Click on here. Click on this icon. It will copy the hosting. You'll be okay? Alright, just let me know, I'll go back. So, so host it and copy that on the yeah. So what you're doing, you are making your SSL connection to this host, right? So it needs to know what is the host. All right, you need help? Okay, what is it?
It's long delay.
Yeah, I can mark that. Okay, everybody is connected to the EC2 instance. Now, what's going on? Okay. 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 How is the network? What about messaging?
He's getting some 600, 400,
400. That is 400. called the extension, right?
Extension, or do you install the extension?
Yeah. I
download the OpenSSD. Somewhere, don't put it in 10, put it like in your own user.
Oh.
Yeah.
I filtered this one.
Your PEM file, put it, make sure it goes in the document folder. What if the folder has a problem? Security problem? Okay, should we move forward now? Are you guys all still working on your connection? Everton, can you help Mr. No, this is the one. Oh, you installed it?
It'll have an HTTP. So then you want your HTTP endpoint. Copy that. Yeah, I don't know if it's easy to restrict, so let's try it without first, and then it gives you an error that it can pull this. Oh, sorry. You would do.
Okay, let's move forward. So now we will be, you guys would have configured your or at least you would have got access to your EC2 instance. The one last step we need to do is configure the AWS credentials. So the CSV, the file you had downloaded earlier, make sure you open it, because it will have your secret key and the identifier. So there you go. I'll copy mine first. Going back to the console. Now I am doing this in EC2 terminal, okay? AWS configure is going to ask for access key, which is the one I have downloaded, and it will be in that CSV file. So first is the access key. Then it will ask for secret. Again, the secret is here. And the last thing, it's asking for the default region. So default region, make sure you pick US East 1. For content output or output format, just put JSON. And that's about it. Okay, so now your environment is ready for AWS CLI commands as well as connect to that EC2 instance. You are still having problems? Let's move forward. Those individuals, there are 2 of them who cannot connect. Well, I will work with you, even if afterwards, okay, to make sure that we can catch up on the different things. All right. So now we will. So you guys all should have your Visual Studio set up correctly. The next step is we will do 2 things, okay? We will create a DynamoDB table, okay? Now, when you will building the NFT, what will happen that some of your data will get stored on the chain, which means on the blockchain. But as you guys know that, putting all the data on a blockchain network would be expensive, right? So a good design pattern is that you should have some external database to support some of the aspects or some of the data of your NFT. And in our successful application for today's workshop, we are using DynamoDB. Doesn't need to be DynamoDB, right? It could be S3, it could be Oracle, whatever it is, right? But for our today's purpose, we will be creating DynamoDB. So the first thing I will walk you guys through is creating DynamoDB via AWS CLI. The second thing what we will be doing, and again, this is optional. You don't need to do it for this workshop, but I just wanted to give you all a flavor of what it is to work with Amazon Managed Blockchain Services. So second step which we will do, we will create a Ethereum node, a testnet node for Whirly network. Okay? So again, if you guys don't want to do the AMB node setup, that will be optional. So let's do that. So first thing, please again, every command you will run, all the CLI command, all the files which you will write, everything what you will do from now onwards would be in the Visual Studio environment connected to your EC2 instance. Alright, so basically you are running everything on EC2 instance. So please don't run anything on your personal laptop because it's not going to work, okay? Or it might work, might not work. Alright, so the first thing, please let's create a DynamoDB table. Let's copy this command, go to Visual Studio, and this will create the DynamoDB table. To verify that your table is created properly, again you can go to the console and you can verify it. So I am going to go to my console, and here I will see DynamoDB. And if I click on the tables, I should see a table created called shared to with. So you all should be able to see that. The second thing is when we will be creating this, you know what, I'm going to close this because I don't need it, okay? The second thing which we will do is now create this Gurley network node, okay? So that's what I'm going to walk you guys through now. Again, on the console, you will go to the Amazon Managed Blockchain Service. So start typing Amazon Managed, and there you go. Okay, so click on the Amazon Managed Blockchain Service. When you are at the console, it asks you whether you want to create a private network or a public, or join a public network. Private network you would do if you were creating a Hyperledger Fabric network. For us, we will be joining a public network. For the blockchain network, now you will click on this drop down and you will pick Gurley. It could be mainnet, it could be Rockchain, we support all of these. But for today's workshop, I'm going to show you how you would do it, the Gurley network, okay? Leave everything as default, leave the availability zone as default, and even leave the instance type as default. And just create here. Okay, so, we won't be doing anything with the node today for this workshop, but I just wanted to let you guys know how easy it is to create a node pointing to a Ethereum network using AMD, right? It's just literally few clicks and your node is ready. Now this is going to take about 30 minutes for the node to get created, but let's move on to the next step in the workshop. So the next step is now we will be installing some blockchain development tools. So let me explain what these tools are, right? The Node.js, I'm sure anybody who has done any JavaScript, TypeScript type of development, you guys will be familiar with. This is not specifically related to blockchain. It's a JavaScript tool. That is the first thing we will be installing. The JQ is a utility on Linux which makes the JSON parsing very easy. All right? You'll see that we need, at some point, we need the JSON parsing. So the second thing we are installing is this JQ tool. And the third thing we are installing is Truffle and Ganache. So these two, Truffle and Ganache, they are the actual blockchain development tools, right? Ganache gives you access to a development network. So remember, your blockchain development is very different from traditional developments you've done in the past, right? In the past, let's say if I follow my logic here, right, that I never test and I just push things in production, the worst thing, I can redeploy it, no big deal, right? Whereas in smart contract, every time you will do a deployment, it will cost you something. So you're not going to be unnecessarily doing deployments, okay? You will do a testing first. Thoroughly, you should have tested your smart contract before you will deploy, even test that, okay? Because even getting ether from faucets of the test network these days is not easy task. So you want to preserve your test ether as much as you can. That's why we need a development network. So Ganache is that development network. Truffle is a IDE tool, right, which allows you to compile, migrate, test, debug your smart contract. So together these tools make development of blockchain much easier. All right? Everybody is with me so far? Should I start running these tools? Raise your hand if anybody wants me to stop here and help them out. Okay. You need help? You okay? All right. Okay, let's do the installation then. So again, I will be doing this in the terminal window of my EC2 instance. Okay. So let's run the first command, which is Node.js. Now, what we are doing here actually before I install the Node.js, I'm installing a package manager for Node. It's called NVM. It makes Node development a lot easier because then you can have multiple versions of Node on your development environment. So that's the first thing I'll do. let me just clear this. All right, and the NVM got installed, Node got installed. All right, so it's installing this. So now it has installed NVM and it is showing that Node version 14.16 is my default. I have specifically picked this Node version even though the latest is 16 right now, okay? The reason being because this workshop code has been tested on 14.16, all right? No other reason. If you guys want to do it in your own environment, try it on 16. If there are any issues, please let us know. Maybe, we'll work with it and fix it, okay? So after the node has been installed, let's install the JQ utility. This will install the JQ utility. And then last thing I want to install is the Naj and Truffle. Now, it is possible when you're installing Ganaj and Truffle, you might see some errors. Ignore those errors, okay? They are not going to affect your whatever you're going to be doing in the workshop later today. So this is going to take a minute or two for it to get finished. And the last thing we will do is a Git repository. All right, so let's move forward. And the last step we want to do before we can run our application is install a Git tool and get the Git repository. So please click on this to install the Git, and then once Git is installed, let's go back and get this code repository. Now, I just want to mention one thing here. Both the code repository as well as this workshop content will be available online after this workshop. So please feel free to go check it out. If you want to, maybe test out something again, you will be able to do it. Okay. Now I also want to point something. Okay. So if you look at the workshop content, we created the environmental setup. We finished this. The next step is actually what I was going to walk you guys through is literally creating the three different aspects of this full blockchain network application. The first is the smart contract, the second is the REST API, and the third is the front end. The front end calls the REST API, which then calls the smart contract. But I just want to make sure that we are able to finish this workshop on time. I'm going to ask you guys how you want to do it. Initially, what I had thought that I was going to go to the smart contract step-by-step guide. All right? But we don't need to do this because the run marketplace application actually will be running off of this Git repository which you just cloned. So you guys all have that Git repository. Okay? I see people are either too lost or anybody needs my help. You need?
No, not help. How long it will take for smart contract to go step by step?
It will take about 15 minutes. I want to do that, so let's run the application first. You guys see what the application is doing, and in fact, then what we'll do, we'll go behind the scene and we'll look at each and every different aspect of the code, right? This way, at least you know what the code is doing, and I will even point out the areas of the code where certain functionality is coming from. Would that help you? All right? Everyone wants to do it this way? Okay. So then, what we'll do, we'll jump to the run marketplace application. Now, before I continue with this, I'm just going to take a pulse of the room, make sure everyone is okay. All right? You guys, you're fine. You're fine, right? So you're okay.
Okay, so what is the problem?
The same function.
Yeah. It's true, and then you have to copy that file, right? PPK file. No, but Windows can't use PEM file, right?
VS Code.
Okay. Yeah. Copy that PEM file to some other folder. VS Code will use PEM file.
Windows to connect it. So VS Code to connect. VS Code uses. You can select like code properties and stuff. Actually, you shouldn't be
right click on so because these are in Japanese, I can see like what it is doing. Now I can run through all of these guys and every one help.
Actually, I think not have everything. That's what it's complaining.
running the application, okay? Again, we will be running the application from the Git repository you guys downloaded. I am skipping these steps, full stack NFT application. When time permits, we will go and we'll digest each of these aspects of the application individually, and I will walk you guys through the entire code, okay? So let's run the application first. Now within your terminal window, okay, please go to the NFT marketplace directory, which you all should have if you have cloned the Git repository. So that's what I will do. I am already in the directory, and now what I will do, these three commands npm install. When you install the Git repository, it had the package.json file, right? Package.json file have all of your dependencies. So what we are doing, we are running these three commands so that all those dependencies get downloaded and installed on your environment in PC. Okay, so let's do that. So the first command I copy, I go back to the Visual Studio, run it. So it is installing with all the dependencies. Okay.
Tell me why you have Solidity and Node.js.
Solidity is a totally different language. Okay? You need Solidity compiler to be able to compile into Solidity binary code. There is actually, so the Solidity compiler comes in two flavors. Okay, one is in C++, which is the decompiler called Solc. Okay, but actually there's a JavaScript version of that compiler also. And Truffle, when you install Truffle, you get that JavaScript compiler. You need Node.js for Truffle, not for Solidity.
It's a configuration for Truffle.
Truffle is written in JS, Node.js. Right? So you need Node.js to run Truffle. You need Node.js to also, because the application you're building is using React as a front end. It's using Express as a REST API provider. All that is Node.js. Okay, so that's why we need it.
So basically there is a local .sol and local.js, right? Local migration.js.
The SOL is a smart contract file.
Yeah.
I'll explain that.
So it's all in that. That's what it is. JS is all in the Solidity.
Let me explain that. Okay, let me explain that. So, okay, I installed the first, dependencies. Now, this is the smart contract dependencies. Now, the second dependency I will install is my REST API project dependencies. Okay. So let's do that. Okay, that got installed. The third thing I want to do is install the web front end dependencies. Now, once this is done, the next command which I want to run is actually what this will do. Truffle React by default listens on, I think, port 9000. And there are applications, especially if you guys ever want to do this in Cloud9, for instance, where it forces the port to be 88. So that's why in this third step, what I'm doing, I'm actually making React application listen on port 88. your own environment. You might want to skip this if you are okay with the default port of React, which is I think 9000. Okay. So I copied this and let me go to the. Okay. Now let's see. You know what? I'm going to just clear it. Okay. Visual Studio allow you to create multiple terminals, right? Connecting to the same EC2. We need actually 4 terminals. And why do we need 4 terminals, right? First terminal will actually run our Ganache network. The second terminal we will run the Truffle tool, right? So that it can talk to Ganache and we can use that tool to do our different compilation, migration, and all that. Truffle console is also very good for debugging purposes. Okay. The third terminal we need because we want to run our REST API project, right? Because the front end will be calling REST API, the REST API will be calling smart contract. And of course, the fourth project or fourth terminal we need is to run our front end. So that's why we need 4. I'm going to show you guys how to create 4 terminals. But what you can do, you can click on this plus sign, and the more you click, the more terminals windows you can create. Okay? So let's do it. I'm doing it on my end. See, I already have 1 terminal open. I'm clicking the second one. Then you'll see 2 bash shell here, the third one, and then the 4th one. Okay? Now there's one more thing I want to make sure you guys have it. Our different applications, okay, are running on different ports. Our front end is running on port 8080, our API is running on 4080, and our development network is running on 8545. So we want to make sure these ports are forwarded from Visual Studio, right? Otherwise, when you run localhost :8080, your laptop would not understand because there is no 8080 port running on your laptop. So port forwarding has to happen. Since I already have it here, I cannot. Maybe I can delete it and show it to you guys. Hold a second. So what I do, I'll delete these. Okay. So let me delete this 8080. Okay. And to create the port, you just do add port, type in 8080, hit enter, and now what happens? Your port on the on the EC2 instance is being forwarded to your laptop. So every time somebody will do, localhost 8080 on the terminal, actually it will get redirected to your laptop. That's all port forwarding is doing. Okay? And we need this for us to run the application. Alright, so we already have our 4 terminals. Now the first thing, step 8, is when we are creating the development network. So let's start the development network, okay? I'm going to go to my terminals. The first terminal I click, I paste the command. This will start the Ganache network. Now I want to make sure you guys all understand what this has done, okay? When you start Ganache network, it's a development network, it's a blockchain development network. What it does for you, it gives you, automatically creates 10 accounts for you. All these 10 accounts are from the same mnemonic key, okay? So if you guys know how the HD wallets work, HD wallets are, you have a mnemonic. Through the mnemonic you get private key, through the private key you get the public key. You can create multiple accounts using the same mnemonic and does the same, same mnemonic, but that mnemonic can also be used to create multiple private keys, okay? So Ganache, when it starts, it automatically gives you these 10 accounts. Another thing which Ganache does, which is really a blessing for development and testing purposes, each account has 100 fake ethers. Alright? You need Ether to do anything with smart contracts or EVMs or blockchain network, right? Imagine if I were to write this myself using my few poor efforts I have, on those test network, I'll be broke. Or if I try to do it on the mainnet, I'll be completely broke. So this what allows you to do, you can keep on building up and down your network, right? Your blockchain network. Don't have to worry about getting the efforts from any faucets or anything. So this is really a blessing. The few other key components, see, if you look at the bottom, right, it shows you your AG wallet, mnemonics, and everything. You probably would need some of this information, let's say if you're configuring MetaMask. MetaMask, which is a browser extension or mobile app, right? In order for you to view some of these, you will need this information. All right. So the command I ran, okay, to install or to start Ganache network. If you look at the command, right, it says npx ganache-cli. npx is a Node.js, tool to start running compile code, right, or actually code, right. So I start npx, and then I specified something called ACCT keys and a location of the keys. Because what happens, I want this information to be available, when I'm actually doing the development later on, right? Every time you will call a smart contract, or any time you do something with the network, this terminal will show all that. So this information will probably go away, because as you're interacting with the blockchain network, constantly messages will be spitted out on your terminal. But I need this information, right? For later on, and I'll show you where I would need this, right? So if you look at your folder structure, right, of your projects, right? Under NFT Marketplace, under the Share to Win REST API project, a file would have got created called app-account.json. This file contains these addresses. Okay, so which we have it available for later use. Now, moving to the second terminal, please do it in the second terminal. Leave the first terminal as it is, which means Ganache is kept running as it is. Going on the second terminal, I will do the command for the second terminal, which is starting the truffle console. So I started the truffle console. Now, what the console does, right, it gives you an interactive environment to actually even write testing and debugging code. So you can call your smart contract functions right from this environment. Let's say when you are writing smart contract, you are testing it out, right? You don't want the REST API, you don't want all the other, code around it. You just want to test your smart contract. This gives you a very nice way of doing your debugging and testing. Alright? So it is there. Now, when I installed, or when you guys got the Git repository, when you cloned the Git repository, it had everything on that in that code file, right? What it most likely had was the contract ABI, right? Which, if I will show you the step-by-step how to get to the smart contract, there I'll show you that you have to copy the contract ABI and put it so that your REST API can get access to it. Without the REST API or the front end, which calls your smart contract in the back end, has to have two pieces of information. It needs to know the contract address which was deployed to the network, whether it's development network, test network, or production network. So it has to have that information, that contract address. The second thing, it needs the contract ABI, which actually tells your client front end or your REST API project what your smart contract contains, right? What function it has. If you're calling a function, what kind of parameters need to be passed to that function. So all that information is in your ABI file. Without that, your client or your REST API would not know what to call, right? So what now I'm going to do, I'm already in the console of the truffle, right? You'll see that it's truffle development, and now it has a a command or an environment for me to start typing the command. So first command I'm going to type is compile. Now this will compile your smart contract. Most likely it will give you a message saying that your compilation has no changes because the contract API 5 it recognizes has the latest change, right? We didn't do anything to the smart contract, so therefore the compilation did not have much. Actually, it did compile. The second is migrate. Now, migrate is a command which will deploy our smart contract to our network. Here we are saying we are already in the development network, and therefore when we issue the migrate command, it's going to deploy this in the blockchain network. That's what we are doing here. You guys are very quiet, either you're too lost or everybody's following. Which is the, how many people are lost? Let's put it this.
Awesome.
Okay, so I don't see any hands, which means everybody is following me. Oh, great. Alright, so now somebody had asked me, Raj, you had asked me, right, about the contract address. Where do you get the contract address from? This is where you get the contract address. See, when I compiled and when I migrated my code, at the bottom I see this contract address. Every time a new contract is migrated to a blockchain network, a new address is generated, right? Again, I'm going to reiterate. Your client application or your REST API project needs two things, right? It needs this address so it knows which smart contract to invoke. That's one thing. The second thing it needs is the contract API, which you already have got it in your code. So we'll take this and we'll copy it in an environmental variable file so that your front end, well actually in the sample code, your REST API knows where to go for the execution of smart contracts. Okay? So that's the third thing. First I'm going to copy the smart contract address. I will go to the REST API project. Again, the REST API project is called Share to Win REST API. Under that, you will see a file called envexport.sh. Click on it, and we will update the smart contract. That's all you have to do to make it know where your smart contract is. Okay, so we did that. Again, my autosave is selected, so I don't have to save it, but if you guys have not done the autosave, make sure you save the file, okay, before you move to the next step. So, you know what, just to show everyone, I'm going to save it also. Okay? My file is saved. Now I'm going to open the third terminal, and here I'll be running the I've already done this part, right? I've already copied this smart contract into the environmental variable. So the third thing now, I will be running the REST API project. So I go to the third terminal, and here the first thing I'll make sure that the environmental variables which I had modified, are recognized in my environment, and then I run Express.js web server, which will be hosting my REST API. So let's do that. Now my REST API server is listening, okay? The last step is the fourth step, which is the web server. So go down, click on this, and let's run the web server. So React application is coming up with the web server. And I'm going to bring it here. There you go. So the REST application came. Now what I want to do, I want to go through this application so that we all get a little bit of flavor of what's happening. we are almost end of the time, but I can stay here because if anybody is interested in the behind the scenes story of how we have gone from the Git repository to here, I'll be more than happy to explain that to anyone. We can do a one-to-one session, or if anybody is welcome, I'll be here as long as you guys want me to be, okay? So let's now try to understand what this application is doing, okay? This application, when it comes up, okay, the first thing it did was it created something called Marketplace Admin. So remember I said when Ganesh came up, it created 10 accounts, right? What I did was I used the first account as an admin account. Nothing complicated, right? My first is the admin account. And when I do add buyers, all it's going to do is pick the next account from the Ganesh 10 list, and as if I'm creating another registered user. Now, if this was let's say a production application, you might want to use something like Cognito or some other user management service, right? Where you would create an account so that that account can access this application. But just for simplicity, what we will do, I will create, just click this and it will create a buyer. Let's make it maybe another buyers, right? So now this marketplace has 2 buyers and an admin. Both the buyer and admin can actually enter a new or create or mint a new NFT. So let's do that, okay? So what I will do as the admin, now when I am connected as one user, that user tab will get a blue highlighted. So this way you know you are on that particular user, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm pretending in this that I created a marketplace for some property, NFT, right? So very simplistic, it's going to do a registration of a new property, and then it will create an NFT behind the scene. So let's do that, okay? Register new property. I'm going to give it an asset name. Okay, maybe I'll use my test variables. First property, description, nice property. The media URL. Now, think about it, right? NFTs have something called metadata. The metadata points to the data which exists outside of your network, right? In my case, it could be an image of a property which I want to create, right? It could be something, maybe a URL or something which is a lot more descriptive, right, about the property. Maybe it also has some deed documents, associated with that URL. It might have, you can think of, right? A lot of things it might even have multiple images, right? Think of this, maybe, this is an Airbnb type of marketplace where anybody can create an NFT for a property they own, and whoever have that NFT get access to the property, right? So in this scenario, I might upload multiple pictures. But anyway, here I'm just uploading one picture. And the fourth thing I'm saying, what would be the initial value of creating this NFT? Right? So I'm saying the initial is one ether. One ether is probably a lot. In real world, you might do a fraction of an ether, but I'll just say 1 ether. Okay? And then I created the property. Now, let's say this property is created. This property also minted an NFT behind this. Right now, the admin who was the guy who created the NFT is the owner of that NFT. And at the time of registration in this application, what it's doing, it's not only creating the NFT, but it's also making the NFT available in the market for resale. So let's try to exchange that NFT, right? So buyer 2 goes in. Now this is buyer 2. Buyer 2, if you see, buyer 2 balance is 100 ether. Remember, Ganesh gave him 100 ether when he started this buyer or this account, right? So he has 100 ethers, and he wants to buy this NFT which is on sale, which the admin created. He will click on this buy button, but he will get a message that cannot transfer token, not sufficient fund. Now, why is that? This particular marketplace is using a concept of escrow. So what will happen? Anybody who wants to buy an NFT first have to put an escrow amount in this marketplace. Now this is just one design example. You don't need to follow this, right? But I just wanted to make sure you understand how the overall NFT development works. You might choose the escrow model, you might not choose the escrow model. In this, we are saying that the buyer one cannot buy because he did not give any escrow amount to the marketplace. So we'll give some escrow amount, okay?
Someone has a question on Twitch.
There's a question on YouTube. I think they were talking about behind the screen that you were talking about in your discussion. They were looking for the actual the YouTube link or video. If you could provide that, that's what they said. I want to post it right to the YouTube chat.
All right. So guys, after this, I can stay here. Charles, are we planning to record this for that?
It's being recorded.
Yeah. If it's recorded, then those folks can stay on that channel.
Sure. It's just a little bit delayed here, so that's why I'm responding a little bit later. But yes, I'll just get that information there.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you know what? Buyer one needs to give escrow money to the marketplace, right? So let's do that now. What I am going to show you, okay? Again, this is for this sample application. In production application, you're not going to be doing this. It would be very dangerous, okay? And what I will do, I will ask this guy to actually, well, there are two buttons here, right? This says set escrow amount. So I'm still logged in as buyer one, right? Buyer one clicks this escrow amount to be sent to the marketplace. The marketplace, let's say I put $2 for my $100 Ether stash. I'll try to send escrow. It's giving me a message that no, cannot execute this escrow payment. The reason being because marketplace doesn't know the private key of this user. You can't take somebody's money without making sure that person is a legit person who has signed that transaction, right? So even on this application, the escrow money cannot be given to the marketplace without marketplace somehow getting access to the private key of this user. In the real world, how would you get access, right? You would probably be using some wallet APIs or some maybe custodial wallet or somewhere where your private key is stored and be able to get access to it. For the simplicity of this application, what we will do, we will provide the private key, but that private key will stay in the browser memory only. It's not going to be copied anywhere, right? But we need to do that before we can send escrow money to the marketplace. So just cancel out here. Okay, and then cancel out. And I'm going to do a upload private key. Now, it clearly says, okay, this private key will only exist in this browser session. So if you come back, it's gone. Refresh is gone, okay? But we need the private key. Now, how do we get the private key, right? Remember earlier when I said when Ganache came up, it had spit out all the accounts it had created. Well, apart from the account, it also had created the public and private key for those accounts. So that's what we will get, okay? So now going back to your terminal window, if you guys remember, I said that in the REST API project, I already have a file created called app_account, which now has all my account public and private key. You know, Visual Studio is pretty amazing because you can actually format this document very nicely. It's a JSON file, and this is what I'm interested in, right? The first account is the admin account. The second account is the buyer one account. So I will take buyer one account's private key from here.
Which file is this?
I'm sorry, any question?
Which file is this?
This is the file which is called it's called @accounts.html. .json. It's in the REST API project. Okay. So I copy this. Now I come to my front end. I paste that key, private key, and click this send. Private key has been captured. Okay. Now the private key exists in this browser cache right now. Okay. Now let me try to send Ether as a escrow amount. So I'll say 2 Ether. Oh, before I do that, see right now the balance is still 100, right? Because all the 100 Ether which was given to this account still had, that account had its wallet. So let's send some Ether, right? So I'm going to do 2 Ethers now. Or actually, you know what? Yes. Okay, I do 10 Ethers and you send escrow.
That is one of my issues.
Now you see the balance of this user went down from 100 to 10 as being the escrow amount, which now the marketplace owns for this guy, and the Ether balance is 89.999. Okay, bonus question. Maybe we should, we should give somebody who can answer this question. Why is not $90?
Gas.
Exactly.
Hey, can I get a price? Charles.
You can get my own NFT. Okay, so yes, that is a gas price, okay? That's why this balance became a little less than 90. 10 went into escrow, and the remaining is in the wallet. Now, let's buy this, right? Now, this guy, if you see, it is, let me make sure you all follow this, right? So you know that's what happened behind the scene, right? If I click on the marketplace admin, what it's saying, under my asset, the first property is listed because marketplace admin is indeed right now the owner of this NFT. Because he is the admin, he sees all the registered assets, right? Buyer one would not see all the registered. Buyer one only sees what are the NFT he owns, as well as what are the NFT which are available in the market to be purchased. So that's what he sees. So I'm going to click the buy button now, and purchase of property was successful. So now the asset is no more available in the market. It is owned by buyer one. If buyer one wants to sell it, then only it will again be put back on the market. Okay, so now if you look at the marketplace admin, he still sees a registered asset because as an admin he sees everything, right? But now the property doesn't show up in his my asset folder or panel, and then it's not also on this listed on the sale. So let's do one thing, right? Let this buyer one put it on the market again. So the buyer one wants to sell this property, and he wants to make a profit of 1 Ether. So he's going to say, I'm going to sell it for 1 Ether, right? So we say, okay, he's going to put it for 2 Ether. Right? He bought it for 1 Ether, he's going to sell it for 2 Ether. So that's what the buyer one is doing. Same changes. Purchase was put on market, okay? Now you see the asset is in the market for sale. Buyer one is still the owner, so that's why under my asset it is showing. Admin again will also see that the asset is on sale. Buyer 3 will see the asset on sale. Again, buyer 3 did not purchase. Oh, wait a second. Why buyer 2 doesn't have any asset? Sorry, you know what? I refreshed. My buyers are gone. Because I refreshed, okay? But the point is that, buyer 3 would also have to put something in escrow and be able to then do a transaction of the purchase, right? So buying, selling, again, it's happening on the marketplace. But keep in mind that the private keys and all that, they are not stored. So if you refresh the application, things become, you have to really start from scratch. So that is the application, running of the application. If you guys are interested, we can go through the 3 projects. Anybody has any interest in doing that? No? You guys want to do it? Okay. Okay, let's do the smart contract. If anybody is interested, we can do the other two. Okay. All right. So now the way I'm going to do the smart contract, I'm going to again do step by step. You are free to follow me, or you can just look at what I'm doing, because after every step I will do explanation. Okay. All right. So we will be following now this step. Okay. Now, I have put a reference architect here, right? This marketplace can be actually, imagine if you have built a proper marketplace, right, and you got AWS infrastructure. You have your Ethereum network. You will have an Amazon managed blockchain through which you will be able to access your Ethereum network. I have also have my external database, which again, even this application is using. My Lambda could be the one where REST API code is sitting, and the Cognito and API gateway, again, it supports the middle tier, right, the user management and all that. And the front end application, the React application, can be deployed on S3 behind a cloud, right? Very simple architecture. So now let's look at smart contracts. For the sake of time, why don't I okay, let's do it, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a project, a directory, so this is what we'll do, okay? We'll create a new directory called NFT workshop. And let me close all this, okay? So maybe we can start from scratch. Alright, I'm going to create a directory called smart contract. And just so that it's a little bit less confusing even on the Explorer side, I'll reopen the folder. Alright, so this is the folder I've created, NFT workshop, okay? You'll see everything is blank right now. Let's create a few stuff. So now moving to the smart contract, right? The first thing I will create is that project which will be holding my smart contract.
There's a question in the YouTube. What language is the smart contract written in?
This particular application is using Solidity. Okay? Truffle as a tool supports Solidity as well as Whitebird. I'm not sure if it starts supporting any other language, but these two are definitely supported. But they keep on changing. So if there's another language which becomes popular, they might start supporting it. Solidity is one of the most common languages for Ethereum smart contract, and this is what we are using here also. Alright, so if you look at it, the first thing I want to do is create this project folder for my smart contract, and then I will create a Node.js project, right? NPM init just creates a Node.js project. So let's do that, okay? So you'll see that the share to bin contract folder got created, and package.json came along because I did a npm init on it, okay? Now we will install, now again, Truffle is, you don't need to use Truffle, alright? You don't even need to use Truffle for migration. But you know what, Truffle makes life very easy. Just like I would not want to code without ID. So similarly, you have to have a very specific reason, right, why you don't want to use a tool for development. Anyway, so here I will show Truffle, and you guys will see how easy things will become. Okay? So Truffle comes with a scaffolding utility, right? Just like how I used npm init to scaffold a project which gave me the package.json file. Truffle init will give me something called truffle config.js file. And it also will give me some folder structure. Okay? So that is very important. Let's do it. Okay? So here I'm doing this command now. Truffle init. And you will see that after that, if you look at my folder structure, it has a contract folder. It also has a migration folder, and it also created this file called truffle.config.js. This is very important, right? Everything. If you guys remember, your time is over, right? We can stop recording. Charles, we can stop recording.
Just finish the section. I think it's a good idea, and then maybe they can continue.
Okay, fine. So let me do this fast then.
Yeah.
All right. So this command we ran. One thing we need to do now is actually install an npm package for OpenZeppelin, which gives you a base implementation for NFT specification. All right. So let's do that. Okay, and then the next thing we will do, this is a configuration we want to put in the truffle.config. So every time we run the migrate command, it knows where to go to, because the Ganache network is listening on port 8545. Okay, so let's say I go in and go to the truffle config, and I put this configuration. Okay, so my truffle config is finished. The next thing, this is what I am actually creating the smart contract. So I touch the file so that it's get created, and the smart contract under truffle, okay? All the smart contract, the SOL file needs to be in the contract folder. Right now it's blank, and what we'll do, this is the code of the smart contract. So I'll copy it and I'll put it in the once your smart contract is there, you also need to create a migration file for Truffle. Okay? So let's do that. Again, we'll copy this content. All it's saying to Truffle, go get this file asset token.sol and then migrate it to the whatever network we are connected to. Okay? So this we'll do it under the migration here. And the last step is, of course, compiling. Right? So if we clear this, okay, and I use truffle space compile, and now my smart contract is getting compiled. Now, why this is happening, let me just briefly, maybe for 2 minutes, let's talk about this file, the contract file, right, which is under here. So, I'll spend 5 minutes explaining what this file is doing. See, first thing, what it did, it imported the OpenZeppelin. It actually inherited from a ERP 721 European smart contract, which is provided to me by OpenZeppelin. Okay, when it did that, I got all the base implementation of the NFT 721 specifications. The next thing I did, every NFT smart contract has to have some data structure, okay, where it is maintaining the token ID, unique NFT token ID in the state. Okay, in this code, that is being done by this counter. So this is provided by the OpenZeppelin. All it will do is increment the counter. Every time I mint the NFT, it will give a next counter and a token ID for the NFT. That's what it's doing, right? And then here, so if you look, this was, remember when I clicked the registered asset, this code was run, or this code, this smart contract function was called from the REST API, where you can see that it is doing some, it is getting the price and all that, and then at the end, it will call the mint. safe mint. So it calls the safe mint function, which happens to be in the Open Zeppelin implementation, right? The minting is very simple. All you need is, okay, the ID which should be tagged with that NFT. So Open Zeppelin gives you a very nice implementation for minting process, and that's all it's doing. But the rest of the data, the rest of the application is your responsibility, right? Open Zeppelin makes things a lot easier. Where are you as a live mention? Live for. Okay, so yeah, what it's doing is, see, the first line, it took the last whatever the last ID was in the counter. There's a counter, right? It incremented by 1, and now it's going to start using that as a new token ID. Nicole, you had a question? Alright guys, I'm sorry we are almost out of the time. But this code is there, the workshop content is there. Feel free to run on it on your own environment, and then reach out to us if you guys want any other clarification. If you want to do it within your own organization, but at a much slower pace, we can even do that. Okay. All right. Thank you everyone for coming.
All right. Thank you so much, Rafael. It was amazing. Do you have any contacts for people to reach out?
Sure.
On what?
So, blockchain GTM at Amazon.com is an alias for all of us, specialist SA. Please reach out to us if you guys need any help. Especially, I did not show you. I just want to mention one thing. The golden deployment. Okay, I did not get a chance to do this, but this actually also walks you guys through a step-by-step process of how you will now, once you build your smart contract, once you've tested your smart contract, how you can deploy it using Amazon Managed Blockchain. So go through this. Again, you'll find it very useful. It's a very step-to-step guide. And if you run across anything, just let us know. Okay? Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry I was a little bit fast at the end.
Thank you very much for attending. I think we're going to start the happy hour soon, but before we go, we actually want to do a trivia event for the attendees who are attended, and we actually have some prizes. This trivia event, it's a Kahoot, and it's only going to be for non-AWS employees. So if you're an AWS employee, we're not allowed to participate in this event because that would be cheating. So, for the folks who are here and upstairs, we're going to have the trivia event, and Megan Gentry is going to help with the... Yeah.
Hello. Yes. So you just want me to put it up? Great, so if you want to go ahead and go go to kahoot.it and put in the game pin, or you can scan the QR code if you're close enough. And folks online can also participate as well. Good job, Rafael. I think Charles said no employees, but yes. Oh, okay. I was like, yeah, if you want to, go ahead. All right, we'll wait a couple more minutes for more people to join in here. So the third place prize is 10,000 Luna. The second place prize is a $25 gift card to Amazon. And the first place prize is we have an Amazon Echo show. So these are just going to be a few questions about sessions that you guys attended today. Did everybody that wants to sign in, sign in? Not yet? Upstairs? Okay.
Is everybody signed in or what? Yeah, folks. There's a few more minutes for everybody to sign in. Again, no AWS employees are allowed to sign in. Can they sit next to me?
I think he said there's some folks upstairs that are signing in, so just wait a minute until he tells me to go ahead and get started.
That is no problem. But listen, if you're
Yeah, I said that. I said you got your
No, I just have to, did you already do the pin? Are we good, Charles?
Yes, it's ready to go.
Are you ready? Yeah? All right, let's get started. So I'm going to press start. It's going to pull up the quiz, and each question should be about 20 seconds that you have to answer. All right, here we go. The most significant feature You were at Forrest's session earlier. All right. So wands won that round. Nice. You guys have paid attention. Let's see. And this is from Dom and Winston's session earlier today. All right, good job. Oh, Subash is on fire. All right, this is the last question. You guys just learned about this from Rafia. There's 2 correct answers. Oh, let's hope it's clearer than life for a minute. All right, let's see who won. All right, 3rd place, Wands. 2nd place, Vinay. And 1st place, Crypto String. All right, Charles, should they collect prizes from you later on? Okay.
Well, the first prize is a Echo Show. So is Crypto String here today? Okay, good. So I'll win the Echo Show. And the second prize is a $25 gift certificate. So who's second? Oh, congratulations. Come on. And the 3rd prize is 10,000 Luna. So who wants? Is it Luna too?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for attending. And hope to have more events like this.
No, that is like 2 answers, right? So I clicked one, and then I clicked